You damn right. Hope everybody is having a great Thursday. A little bit closer to the NFL divisional round, and there's a little extra something to figure out at Cowboys practice today. We will get into that, injury reports, the other 3 games, lots of stuff to break down, and there's some college football to get into as well. It's Chad and Zay on a Thursday. I'm Chad Hastings, joined once again by Isaiah Collier. Zay, what's up?
What up, Chad? Feeling good, living life. Thursday, another day closer to a great NFL playoff weekend, and I'm looking forward to. How you doing?
Man, I'm good. When I was a little kid, it was last weekend and this weekend that, like, my dad just loved. Those were his 2 weekends. Back then, it was 2 games a day. Now he gets the 2 games, 3 games, and a Monday nighter, so it's just getting even bigger and better. But these are his 2 favorite weekends of football, and you can certainly see why. So I'm excited about that. As a Cowboys fan, I'm always interested in seeing the Cowboys in a playoff game, obviously, but I also know what it means when you play the San Francisco 49ers. It is a big deal. They've done it 8 times. The Cowboys do have a 5-3 lead, if that matters to anybody. All time. By the way, Cowboys also all-time 3-0 against the Bucs. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why anybody would have picked against it. Bucs can't beat the Cowboys in the playoffs. Why?
Yeah, but you had the other side with Tom Brady being 7-0 at the time.
It hadn't been with Tom Brady, though.
Yeah.
That's true. That's fair.
That's different.
That's fair. And I believe the other 2 times the Bucs were wearing those creamsicle orange uniforms. That could have had an effect.
I love the creamsicles.
Love the creamsicles, but maybe they didn't help out with against the Cowboys. So
now say that stat again, Chad. What's the
all-time 5-3 in the playoffs? Cowboys over the Niners.
Okay. Yeah, there was those.
Played 8 times. Yeah.
They won like 3 straight in the 70s, right?
That is, the catch would have been obviously a big one.
Yeah, obviously the catch.
Are you talking about the Cowboys winning in the 70s?
Cowboys, yeah.
Yes.
The Cowboys won 3 straight in the 70s.
Cowboys, yes, won those, and then the Cowboys obviously won the NFC title game to go to the first Super Bowl of the Jerry Jones era. Won that one. Niners turn around and win the other one. They obviously won the catch game. We don't have to talk about that.
Couldn't beat the Niners with Dion, so had to steal them.
Right, exactly. Then Then the Niners came back and won that next game. Those are the big ones that'll stand out in that series. So it'll be Chapter 9 coming up on Sunday afternoon. Remember, it's a 5:30 kick, 4:30 pregame. And even though, let's face it, the best game of the weekend might be leading into it. The best game we may watch this weekend is Cincinnati-Buffalo.
Yeah, that might be.
I think that's probably fair. So Sunday is just an amazing day. It's all great. We'll break down hopefully all 4 games today as we get into it. Also, and like I said, we'll talk about kind of what's going on at Cowboys practice today because I think it's big. And we'll look at the injury reports that are out there. That's going to be a part of it. Coming up in an hour, we're going to get into recruiting stuff and some Longhorn news with Hudson Standish of Horns247.com. Normally we talk to our man Jeff Howe of Horns247.com. He had an appointment today, but Jeff's such a pro that he got us a replacement when he couldn't be on the show.
Yeah, good looking out, Jeff.
Now, that's professional work right there. Well done, Mr. Jeff Howe. So we wish Jeff nothing but the best at, I think it's the eye doctor he said he had today, an appointment he'd forgotten about. So anyway, Hudson Standish covers recruiting very closely, and we will talk about Junior Day coming up this weekend. Also, the Longhorns may have a shot at a big transfer portal target that has just shown up in the college football world. So there's a lot of stuff going on there. We hope you're having a good Thursday. If you want to jump in on the Specs text line, feel free. 337-3776. Cowboys fans, how you feeling about this game? Now, Zay, are you at the point of the week where there's any kind of prediction, or are you going to wait till Friday again like last week?
No, I don't even got to wait till Friday. I got 49ers.
Okay.
Yeah. I ain't even got to wait.
What kind of game you think we're going to have?
I think it'll be closer than what people think, but I do think the 49ers are going to put up some points, so I'm looking around 38, maybe 35 to 24.
Yeah, man, if it gets up into 35, 38, that's going to be tough for the Cowboys to run down. The score I've had all week in my head is the Niners getting to the 30s just barely. and I've got like a 30-17. I think that defense for the Niners can hold the Cowboys down a little bit. Obviously, I want to be wrong on that. I think it's going to be the difference in, a couple Niners possessions that'll end in touchdowns and a Cowboys possession that, maybe one ends in a field goal, one ends in, a go for it on fourth and you don't get it, something like that. But 30-17 is kind of the score I have in my head. I got a ton of respect for what Shanahan and this team do. I think they're a better team than the Cowboys overall. And I think I think they're a better team to start with. B, I do trust their coaching and scheming and all that. The one ingredient I'm going to be focused on in this as this game starts is, can the Cowboys defense make Brock Purdy a rookie? That's the whole game to me for Dallas. Rod Babers had an amazing breakdown yesterday around 4:30 as he was going through stuff about Dan Quinn's defense and what they could do and possibly do to the Niners. We have to remind ourselves Brock Purdy's had it's like 6 or 7 starts in the NFL.
Yeah.
Period.
6 starts, 7 games played.
Yeah. I think that's it. I think it's appeared in 7 games. I think it's 6 official starts now for him. Obviously, the team's won 11 in a row, as we've talked about. But can they rattle him? Can they make him look like a rookie? And as Rod phrased it yesterday, can they turn Brock Purdy into pump fake Purdy? Can they turn him into Mr. Irrelevant? Can they make him into the guy that got drafted the very last pick in the draft? Like where he got drafted, you dream of getting picked where Brady got picked.
For sure.
I mean, dead last in the draft. So can the Cowboys do that? I hope they can, but I also have enough respect for what that offensive line looks like in San Francisco. I think they'll be able to hold them off a little bit. So I got 30-17. Zay's picking the Niners, scoring a little more than that. Let us know what you think. Cowboys fans, are you confident enough to pick your Cowboys this week? Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. What somebody else expects to say?
Just a real quick one. Somebody said, I agree, Chad. Purdy's the key in how Dallas handles him.
Yeah,
that's their key to winning this game.
Yeah, because he has the most, I guess, inexperience when it comes to playing at this level. All those guys, the majority of those guys, except for Christian McCaffrey, because he got traded this season, they were in that game last year where the 49ers came to Jerry World and beat the Cowboys, and Jerry Jones was so salty after that game. We know what happened last year around this time. So the Cowboys, they're looking for revenge, and I agree. You got to be able to put pressure on Brock Purdy, but the San Francisco 49ers, like you said, Chad, with their offensive line, they do such a great job at protecting him. Hell, they were really great at protecting Jimmy G, and Jimmy G can't move worth a damn. Brock Purdy could at least move around in the pocket and make things happen, which makes him even more dangerous, even though he's inexperienced. So yes, you got to get pressure on Brock Purdy, but the fact that you have to focus on everybody else. We know Dallas Cowboys, those 4 main guys on that defensive line, they're going to be key. Dorrance Armstrong, Micah Parsons, Dante Fowler, DeMarcus Lawrence, all of those guys are going to have big time or have to have big time games if the Cowboys want to have a chance. And if you're Dan Quinn and you got Micah Parsons, and Micah Parsons this year, I want to say going up against left tackles, he's around 60%. Going against right tackles, he's around 40%. It should be around 80-20 this game with him being on that right side, because old boy on that left side is an absolute dog. And
Williams?
Yeah, Trent Williams. He's the best left tackle in the league. He's been that way for almost a decade now.
70 years he's played in the league.
He's been around for a hot minute. So that's a good matchup. That's what you want to hear. But at the end of the day, you want to take advantage of matchups. And that guy on the other side, he ain't half what Trent Williams is. He's given up around 8 sacks this year. So Dan Quinn, move Micah Parsons around like you normally do, but don't try to match him up with Trent Williams. Let that, be DeMarcus Lawrence or somebody like that, and you can move everybody around. It's going to be a very critical game for this defense to lock in and make tackles so guys like Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey don't have those big, yards after catch, don't have those big, once they hit the gap in the backfield, they're in the secondary and those guys can't make a tackle. You got to make a tackle to where those 25-yard games, even 11-yard games, that's fine. Get them into the red zone and then lock up and get your threes. And then hopefully Dak Prescott can move the football on the offensive end. But yeah, I'll be looking at this offensive line for the 49ers versus this defensive line in the Dallas Cowboys, because I think that's a key way to both of these teams' success.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. Mike McGlinchey on the other side at right tackle. Kid out of Notre Dame.
He got a lot of pressure on him.
Remember that name.
He got a lot of pressure on him this week.
Yes, he does.
We attacking him. If I'm Dan Quinn, that's what I'm saying every day. We attacking this dude.
Cowboys, this texter says, Cowboys can beat the Niners. Niners haven't played a real team. They have an easy schedule. Seattle just had no quarterback or defense, but Dallas does. I don't know if I'd say that about Geno Smith in this season.
Geno Smith had a good season.
He had a pretty good year. But I get what you're saying about the Cowboys defense. Another texter says 27-21 Cowboys. That's the kind of score Cowboys can win.
Let's relax. Let's relax on this, like Seahawks acting like they trash and stuff, because DK Metcalf, he's still a problem. And old Baldy on that other side, Lockett, he's still a problem too. So, and then Kenneth Walker, he went over 1,000 yards this year. He might be offensive rookie of the year, depending on how they vote. So, Seahawks, they ain't no joke.
Right.
They're no scrubs. And let's not act like Dak is just playing. I know he had a good week this past week, 4 touchdowns, over 300 yards, 1 rushing touchdown, but Geno had a better year.
Yeah. Right. Can you trust what you saw out of Dak moving forward?
Geno had a better season. So let's not get that twisted. I know we're prisoners of the moment and we're all like, oh, yeah, we're going to get this version of Dak. Slow down. This defense for the 49ers, them some dogs on that side too. Beware. And they can't wait to leading in interceptions to see what Dak throws up.
Yeah, that's a great point. This says, again, Cowboys 27-21. If they can keep it under 30, I think that'll give the Cowboys a great chance. Somebody else says 31-27. Them boys getting a win. Yeah, if you get up over 30, I think it's going to win this game for sure. Somebody texted, didn't the USA hockey team beat the Russians in 80? The Cowboys will beat the stinking 40 whiners. Okay,
I don't think it's that David versus Goliath.
Yeah, you can't compare it to that. Like, no, it's not. Easy now. Easy. This is it's a 2 seed and a 5 seed in the NFL.
Just because I picked the 49ers, I'm not saying that Cowboys don't have a chance.
Right. No. I'm not saying that either. This says 24-10 Niners. Obviously, if their defense does that good a job. This says, I'm just wondering how many times Brock Ugly will be said once he has a bad game. That's what you want. You want Brock Ugly or Brock, Mr. Irrelevant, Pump Fake Purdy. You want all the bad nicknames to show up, not this kid that Kyle Shanahan has schemed up and protected in a way that makes him look pretty damn good.
When Tom Brady had that New England team that he won his first ring with, and he took the place of Drew Bledsoe, I'm trying to think of that roster. Your boy was a young buck back then, so memory's a little fuzzy, but I don't think they had the same talent overall offensively that Mr. Irrelevant has on his squad. I'm just trying to make comparisons. Obviously, I'm not comparing Brock Purdy to Tom Brady, but just the situation is very similar. And Tom Brady wasn't even a rookie, but this guy coming in as filling in for Jimmy G, who was the second string, and the way this team looks with how good that defense was for New England and how good this defense is for San Fran. Like, the comparisons, they do add up. So Brock Purdy, like you said, the way Kyle Shanahan schemes it up, he does things to where Brock Purdy doesn't have to make the toughest throws in the world due to the talent that he has around him.
Yeah, but then when he is asked to make some throws, he has done a pretty good job so far. Purdy, 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. The QBR is only around 65 or so, but he is completing 67% of his passes. And I'm just looking at some of his splits here. At home, 108.9 on the rating versus NFC teams, 128.2. In January so far, 115.9. It's been good.
Yeah.
He's been good.
He's been all right.
He's been all right. We're getting some interesting scores in here. Dallas 24-9. Wow, that'd be great to see. Niners 34-17. Niners 49-3. How dare you? How dare you? There's no reason to text in such crazy things. Cowboys have a chance, a puncher's chance, But, hey, it is a chance. They definitely, of course.
Right.
And that defense is what gives them that opportunity, I think, gives them that chance. And then can your offense continue to be that productive from last game? I just don't know how much of it translates. They had 35 minutes of time of possession. Could you do that again? Do that, and you got obviously a great chance to win this ball game. But just go back and think to yourself the elements of that game on the other side. Think about what the Bucs offense looked like. Think about it in your mind. Think about how the quarterback looked. Forget names. Think about the quarterback. Think about those routes. Think about those passes. Think about the running game, lack of rushing attempts. Do you think any of it translates to what Shanahan's going to do on Sunday? Because I don't.
Yeah, because if Shanahan says, okay, y'all are stopping Christian McCaffrey, Debo, you're going to get in the backfield. You're going to get more carries. Let's see if they stop him. Because they didn't last year. During this time in the playoff game, Debo went off.
Right.
And they really just had a hard time matching up with him. And in that game, the Cowboys had 0 sacks. Micah Parsons, 0 sacks, 0 hits on the quarterback. If that happens, Cowboys have 0 chance. That just can't happen.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good point. Let us know what you think of Cowboys-Niners this week. Says, I want Maher talking trash on the sideline.
That's what I'm talking about.
Each time Dak throws a pick, the way Dak was when Maher missed field goals. All right, to get to that story, today and tomorrow, they are going to be going through practices and essentially taking a look at Brett Maher. Late in the show yesterday, we told you the Cowboys have signed Tristan Vizcaino, guy they had on the squad back in 2020. He was on the practice squad then, practice squad with the Patriots a little bit, practice squad with Patriots, and actually played with the Cardinals this year. Had a game where he hit a couple field goals. He's like 9 out of 10 in his career, played at Washington. So he's there, but on the practice squad. They have to make a choice. This isn't something where Maher could miss the first 2 kicks and then they decide to bring Vizcaino off the practice squad. He would already have to be on the roster. They have to make that choice and take a roster spot. So, Zay, for the people that have been wondering how they're dealing with it, it's not all the way we believe in Maher because they brought this guy in, but today's that day of put the whole team around Maher. Make him kick it while you're blaring music at him. Throw stuff at him. But also know that Vizcaino's standing right there. Have Maher alternate kicks with him, right?
Just any pressure situation you could think of.
Right, whatever you can think of. 3 for you. Hey, we'll give you 3 kicks. You hit them all, I won't even let him try one. But if you miss one, we're going to give him 5 in a row. Just stuff.
Right.
Mess with him. Because if you're going to go win this, I have enough respect for what the Niners are that I do not think the Cowboys blow them out. That's just a general prediction for the game. Can the Cowboys win? Yes, but I think they have to win a close one, which means they're going to have to hit big kicks, big field goals, and I've already said it this week. If the ball's at the 30 and you have a 47-yard kick, if you don't trust Maher, you got to get somebody else. That's what McCarthy's got to know when he gets on that plane. A 47-yard big boy NFL kick. That's how I define them. 47 and out. That's big boy NFL. But you got to be able to hit 47 and in as an NFL kicker. If you don't trust Maher to do that, you got to do something else. He's got to be able to trust the guy he sends out for that moment because I think that's going to happen in the first half of this game.
Yeah, and the statistics show you for the 49ers defense, you're going to kick some field goals in this game. That's just what it is.
Right.
They're too good. They're going to force some field goals, and Maher or whoever is going to have to go out there and knock them down.
The other thing that worries me a little bit as a Cowboys fan about this game is not just we've seen ups and downs, obviously, with the offense, but we're in this weird spot with this special teams group right now. After being so good all throughout the season, you've seen this weird shakiness show up.
That's right.
The punter started it by messing up, then the punt returner messed up, then the kicker starts messing up. And then the kicker just quadrupled down on his mess up in a playoff game. So are you against a team like this, you got to be buttoned up and you have got to be willing to kick the ball, he's supposed to be a Pro Bowl punter. He better be on Sunday. Maher's supposed to be a good kicker. He better be on Sunday. And Turpin's supposed to be a badass return guy. He better be on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm no doctor, but Maher missing a game-winning field goal to lose in the playoffs can't be good for Jerry Jones' blood pressure.
No. No, no.
It cannot be good for his blood pressure or his health in general.
Yeah, and if it comes down to that, I mean, that's that would be how the theater would play out. That everybody else would get to laugh at the Cowboys or whatever, get to see that moment if it came down to Brett Maher trying to hit a kick. So that's going on today. Early injury reports are coming out today. It does look like Jason Peters is not going to be able to go. With his issues on the offensive line. So maybe look for that. He is not going to be able to practice today. Shout out to Jane Slater of the NFL Network. We saw that tweeted out earlier. And then Jaron Kearse, that's the good side of the news. He should be able to play. Jaron Kearse, I think it's a hip injury, you said. Is that right?
Yeah.
He should.
No, that was just Peters.
Peters is a
hip injury. I don't know what Jaron Kearse is.
Kearse is dealing with something else. We're going to double check on that, but I think he may be able to go.
Jaron Kearse, I heard him in a little interview / presser. He was mighty confident talking about, we're fiending, we're craving to get to the Super Bowl. The 49ers are in our way.
Who said that?
Jaron Kearse.
Okay, all right. It's a
knee. Like that?
It is a knee, by the way. Yeah, a knee on him. So
you like that confidence? How you thinking so long? It's a quick answer. It should be yes.
In theory,
yes.
In theory, I like the confidence.
Okay,
but I have also just seen and heard too many instances of that extra bulletin board material, and I know there's a belief that look, man, forget bulletin board. If you need that, then blah blah blah, whatever. But if you take a team as good as the Niners and just give them extra something to focus on, what do you mean we're in their way? We're the 2 seed. We're hosting this game. We are one of the best teams in the NFC. We've won 11 games in a row. What is he talking about?
But y'all ain't play us.
I get it. I'd lay low. That's just me. I'd lay low and then hit him in the face.
Your PTSD as a Cowboys fan impresses me every day.
That's just the way I would be about it.
That's a quick yes. I love it. Say Mo. Like Debo who? George Kittle who?
See that?
Well, this Brandon Ayuk guy, we ain't even worried about him. Christian McCaffrey, what you trying to play big boy ball? Come play big boy ball. And that rookie, he's a rookie. That's what I'm trying to hear, Jaron Kearse.
You want to take all that talent and just make him focus a little bit more? That's what you want? That's not the kind of, because what do you say all the time? You were saying it about TCU and Georgia and all that. He's gonna say it to him in practice. He's gonna mention it to him over and over again. You don't think Kyle Shanahan would let them know that? Hey, Debo, did you see that comment? Yeah, we're gonna scheme 3 plays for you in the first quarter, and here's what they're gonna look like.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
Kirby Smart made that Sonny Dykes audio of him talking about how weak their Week 10 schedule is in the SEC. He had that as alarms for the guys when they woke up in the morning.
Exactly.
It was Sonny Dykes' voice saying how, in a way, soft the SEC schedule is. 65-7 for them boys.
Yeah, I'm all about trying to lay low and trying to, lay the wood later. But one of our texters says, Chad, just stop talking Cowboys. You're too scared to talk about this game. It's depressing.
They feel the fear. The people feel the fear.
It's not fear. It's not fear.
Fear.
I'm just realistically trying to look at the game.
You have every right to be scared. I get it. It's been 20-something years of just brutal downfall and just
27
without I was being nice.
27 without a championship.
I was being nice.
That's what they're trying to break.
Of being very close.
Oh, yeah. All right. I don't know. Maybe it is that PTSD, that Cowboys stuff. So let us know what you think. Specs text line 337-3776. We've already had Cowboys predicted to win, Niners predicted to win on the text line. Zay and I are both leaning Niners right now, but tell us why we are crazy or scared or both. Up next, we'll talk about a Georgia wide receiver that's done with the Dogs, and Texas may very well be interested, plus some more transfer portal craziness. Hudson Standish, Horns 24/7, coming up at 1:05 to talk about those stories, as well as Junior Weekend. Big Junior Day coming up this weekend. He'll tell you about some of the names that are coming into town for Steve Sarkisian to take a look at. And in the crap bag a little later on, we will talk about those Dallas Mavericks and the lack of defense. Cowboys have some defense right now. The Mavs need some. I'll tell you all about that coming up as well. Hope you're having a great Thursday. Glad you're with us. It's The Horn. All right, this is Chad. Let's talk Twin Peaks. Remember, tomorrow, Cheese Lovers Day. If you love that chips and queso, get over there. Free chips and queso with any $10 purchase for Cheese Lovers Day tomorrow. Also tomorrow, since it is Friday, it would be Bourbon and Brews. Every Friday, 5 to 7, you can experience the lingerie costume party paired with the exceptional bourbons, tastings, and giveaways. So if you're into that stuff, get over there on Friday tomorrow to enjoy it. Also, over the weekend, not only all the NFL action, but UFC 283 is going to be in action there with Glover Teixeira fighting for a belt, and it is from Rio. So if you want to get in there and check that out, get to your favorite Twin Peaks location. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views, Stastny, San Marcos, and Round Rock, TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. I think it's the Scorpions.
Man, that's a layup.
Yeah, babe.
That's a layup for you.
Come on now. Not only is it the Scorpions, it's the Scorpions trying to make you fall in love. It's Klaus singing about love. I think it's called Believe in Love, or I Believe in Love, or something like that. Do you? Isn't no? Is that right? Something about love.
Yeah. Believe in love.
Believe in love. Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was a little mesmerized by. I don't know if this is the video. It's just a concert. That was real lazy back in the day, where concerts were just turned into videos.
Just one more night. See, I disagree. I like the concert videos.
I never liked the concert video.
It is lazy in a way, but I get what you're saying. But it depends on the song too. Like,
yeah, it depends on the song. Good point.
You know, they would get you. They could really bring you in, like pull you into their world, and it made you want to go to the shows too.
Like Wu-Tang, they did a song where, which one was it? It was on the second album, but it was a concert video, but they were also showing what goes on when you're on tour too.
Exactly.
So
right.
It was a little mixture of both, like, show us backstage, popping bottles and stuff.
Go. Show me the
women. Yeah, show me the bus.
Show
We're
me the
still
plane.
making music. Yeah.
There you go. No, that's what it's about. And then with that song there, that's got a little bit of an anthem quality. Everybody would have had the lighters out kind of quality to that song, because you had to have a power ballad if you were a metal band back then. If certain kind of metal band, you had to have the ballads to make sure the girls were at the show.
Yeah.
Because the girls are buying tickets too, and they're bringing their boyfriends, or the boyfriend has a ticket and he wants somebody to go with, and the girlfriend's got to go. So that's what you do there. Scorpions getting us started. Believe in Love. How about that?
So you got that pretty easily. You were a Scorpions fan?
I was a bit of a Scorpions fan. Saw them live one time. Just something about that. I think it was that album I listened to a lot. That's a little bit of a later album. A hardcore Scorpions fan, if they're listening right now, they're making fun of me for knowing that one that quickly, because it's not like, that's not the Scorpion song or anything.
Okay.
That's like a sappy Scorpions ballad from the early 90s that I was still hanging on to the metal thing, and that's why I know that song.
Yeah, because that was a little soft for metal.
Exactly. That's the ballad. That's your power ballad. You got to take a break in the middle.
Right, there it is, yeah.
Yeah. You got to take a break in the middle. Have a little power ballad going on. All right, so Scorpions getting us started today. Lots of talk about Cowboys and Niners. At least one of our listeners is convinced that I am so scared of the Niners, I don't need to be talking about this game anymore, but we will be discussing it throughout the rest of the week. This says, I think it's real simple. Cowboys establish the run game, keep San Francisco off the field. That would be huge. The question is, can they do that? 35 minutes of time of possession against the Bucs. If you could sign me up for that right now, I'll predict the Cowboys right after that. You give me a 35-minute guarantee on time of possession, I will pick the Cowboys to win. I just don't quite think they're going to be able to do that to San Francisco.
Yeah, for that Specs text here, here's a stat for that ass. The 49ers are number one in defense when it comes to stopping the run for yards per carry.
Oh, well, you say that like that's important or something. Is that a big deal?
I'm just saying, we want Tony Pollard to have a big game. It might be a tough one for Tony. This is a game that Dak Prescott's going to have to make the throws.
But here's what I do like about last game, and this is where can Kellen Moore just keep it up. They only averaged like 3.7 a carry against the Bucs. They really didn't churn up that much running game.
Right.
But he stayed with it, and he ran the ball more than he had pass attempts. And if he can do that going in, then the Cowboys are going to have – then they have obviously a great shot to win this game.
On the bright side, I know we got other things to talk about. We'll talk about the Cowboys in a little bit too. Jarrett Stidham hit the 49ers up in Week 18 for 365.
There you go. Okay.
Now, it was Week 18. It's for playoff teams that are already in the playoffs. In Week 18, it's kind of
and he lost.
And he lost. Yeah, you don't know who's locked in mentally. You don't know who's playing, who's not playing. So Week 18 is kind of give or take.
Yeah, that'd be another one. Give me a 368 guarantee on Dak, and I'll predict the Cowboys win the game. I'll do that one for you, too. All right, more football stuff to get into here. We will get into some interesting basketball comments from somebody in the state of Texas coming up in the crap bag. But right now, let's talk a little college football, because the transfer portal is insane right now. But one of the stories, before we get to the kind of salacious one, interesting story out of the champs, Georgia is losing a guy to the transfer portal. We talked about it a little bit yesterday at the end of the show, but A.D. Mitchell, Adonai Mitchell, however you prefer it, he's going into the portal. Only a sophomore. This is class of 20 guy. So I'm assuming Zay, I haven't looked up the exact steps, but I guess that would be maybe a redshirt year, and then he's had 2 years. So he's gone back-to-back national championships, and now he wants to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just wants a bigger role. I have no idea. You can't say winning's a priority. You can't say that,
no,
obviously.
I want to go somewhere I can win more. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so, I mean, hey, we'd love to have him if he were to come to the University of Texas with how this passing game looked this past season, with how the wide receivers looked as a whole. I gave this passing game a C, and that's being nice. If Quinn Ewers didn't get hurt, then it might be around a D, depending on how you look at grades. But yeah, this passing game this past year was just too inconsistent. And even though you got guys like Ryan Niblin and Jonte Cook, and I know Jordan Whittington is coming back, that is big. All those things, Isaiah Nayor, we don't know how he's gonna be. He sounds good, him being healthy, but coming off of an ACL injury, it's hard to ask a lot out of him on just being a top-tier receiver right off the bat. I'm not looking for Isaiah Nayor to go to Tuscaloosa and have like 10 catches for 180 yards. I'm not looking for that. That'd be lovely, but I don't think that's just realistic for a guy coming off an ACL injury. So the wide receiver position, it's still up in the air. And a lot of that was due to Steve Sarkisian and his play calling and just how inaccurate that was at times. But yeah, at the end of the day, they need all the help they could get. And A.D. Marshall is a priority, and they could pull him in. That'll be a big time get for the Longhorns.
Yeah, A.D. Mitchell, 6'4", 190, played in Tennessee, played high school ball in Tennessee, so there's not like a state of Texas connection necessarily.
There is actually. He moved from Texas to Tennessee.
I didn't realize that. Okay, good. So there is so that's sort of what's drawing him back here.
Yes.
Maybe. Okay. So there is going to be some interest there from Texas. 9 catches. Only 134 for the year, but he averaged 14.9 a catch. And if you'll remember, go back to the national title game. Everybody, I know you may have already tuned out by this point, but go to late in the half when it was 31-7 Georgia, and they really went for the jugular and didn't just kick a field goal, and they attacked TCU one more time and threw a touchdown pass, kind of front right corner of the end zone, and the dude made that one-handed traffic, barely get the knee down catch. That's Mitchell.
Yeah.
That's that guy. And I do love a taller receiver, too. Big 6'4" target like that to maybe go with some of these speedsters that Steve Sarkisian loves so much. You already mentioned a couple of the other guys that could factor in. I could see, and maybe Kirby Smart's been real with him on what he could actually expect in that room in Athens. Maybe he's bringing in more talent. Maybe he's like,
there's always talent coming in.
Right. Like, it's all. So maybe it's not as simple as, wait a minute, junior, senior year, he'll just catch more balls and be more impactful. Maybe he wants to go where he feels like he can do even more.
Yeah, we don't know. We like the sound of Brennan Thompson. We like, Savion Red. He kind of showed spurts, and Tyreek Milton did this past year. And, Casey Kane had that big drop, and he showed flashes too. But, we have no idea who the wide receiver coach is going to be. It's kind of leaning towards Chris Jackson. We'll see if the Jaguars get mollywopped this weekend. But, yeah, the Horns need all the help they could get. And, yeah, they could use somebody that's just a little bit different. Maybe not a whole bunch of those 6'4", 6'5" big guys, but maybe just 1 or 2 to throw in there, because you never know what kind of matchup situation you're going to need in a particular situation.
Yeah, I'd certainly like the idea for Texas. I think it is so strange, kind of a product of today, that a guy would win back-to-back national titles and want to go somewhere else. But I didn't think a guy would want to win the Biletnikoff and go somewhere else. There's different ways to do it. I read yesterday there are over 20 guys in the portal just from LSU. Over 20 since December 5th. So it's all over the country, all different guys on the move.
I guess they weren't digging that Brian Kelly accent, huh?
I guess, right? They didn't like the fake accent. He didn't find the right accent for them. Also, we will keep our eye on this Jaden Rashada story. He has been released from his national letter of intent at Florida. This is the kid that reportedly was promised $13 million by the NIL collective at Florida, but then once he signed the letter of intent, they informed him, actually, that whole NIL thing we talked about, yeah, it's going to be a lot, but it's not quite going to be $13 million. So there's a ton to figure out with NIL. One of them is that, Zay. If I'm the kid willing to commit to you, maybe we do need to throw something on paper here, and it doesn't just need to be a handshake. And, like, how do we figure out what actually is there? Because that's not just telling me, hey, we got a lot of pretty girls in town. If you like to go on dates, that's different than $13 million.
Yeah, here we go. This is where it gets slimy in NIL when people start getting promised things and they start reneging on stuff. That's ridiculous. You can't do those types of things. And yeah, I feel for this kid. Like, if he's already out here saying, oh, I'm going to go to Florida and I'm expected to get paid, which $13 million, that's ridiculous.
Woo.
Nobody should be getting that for 18, 19 years old. No kid should be getting that. That's just stupid. But yeah, they shouldn't be promised these things, and he should be able to get out of this thing. And yeah, I don't know if Florida should be hurt by it. I don't know if it has to do with the Gators or somebody outside, but yeah, it's going to get messy. And that was kind of the, bad part of what people thought of NIL. Just, it could get messy like this.
Yep. If you're going to make that promise and then you can't fulfill it on the other end, you are going to have a lot of guys jumping back into that transfer portal. So a lot of stuff to keep in mind there, but keep the name A.D. Mitchell in your brain. The first name is actually Adonia, Adonye Mitchell, but they call him A.D., and he may be, he's definitely on the move, but is he coming to Texas? We'll keep an eye on that story.
Okay, chat. Somebody on the Specs text line said B&E this morning was saying A.D. Mitchell is from Missouri City and has a kid that lives in Dallas.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
So more than just a Texas connection.
And he works out in Dallas.
Okay, very good. So definitely a Texas connection there. That could be really cool for him then coming back to the state, especially if there's a child that he could be closer to at that point. That would be big time. All right, so we'll also ask Hudson Standish of horns247.com about that coming up at 1:05. Up next in the crap bag, the Cowboys can play some defense. Apparently, they need to walk across town and help the Mavericks out. I'll tell you what Jason Kidd said last night on the Horn. I didn't know it, but then he started singing. Now I know it. Now, it could be the band or it could be him, but I'm going to guess it's Phil Collins and not Genesis.
I don't know.
Damn. You don't
It just
know.
says Phil Collins.
Yeah, so it's Phil Collins.
I don't know if it was like a Phil Collins greatest hits. Behind the Lines.
Okay. Yep, there you go. Phil Collins. Phil Collins was a slightly big deal in the 80s, if y'all don't remember that. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And Phil Collins is also the guy, one of the first guys, couple weird things about Phil Collins. First thing we heard about him that was a little odd, but made him a ton of money, still does, I'm sure. When you go see a concert and they have the remote control computerized lighting, you know what I mean? They'll move, the lights will move and they'll change colors and then they'll track back and they'll do the same thing again. Phil Collins apparently was one of the big investors in that computer technology right at the beginning. So then
in the 80s?
Way back then. Yeah, I'm assuming it was sometime in the 80s. Once he started to get big as a solo artist, he invested in that. And so then he ended up making a ton of money off of that stuff. The other weird thing about Phil Collins is he is a total freak about the Alamo. And he has one of the biggest collections of Alamo stuff ever.
Like Davy Crockett, William Travis,
the Alamo
Louis,
in San Antonio.
Those guys?
Correct.
Santa Ana?
He's lost about the Alamo. Yeah.
Weird.
It's a big deal.
Huh.
Yep. So there you go. I mean, I dig the Alamo. I proposed there. I dig it.
Really?
But I don't have that much stuff. I was like, we were in San Antonio, and I was trying to think, where should I propose in San Antonio? And it really did come down to, like, this cheap hotel we were staying in or the Alamo. And I thought, dude, you better do this at the Alamo. Because if you have to drive by every one of those cheap, it was literally like a Motel 6 or something, and it was on the and nothing against the Motel 6, but it was like right on the access road. I'm like, do I really want my wife to remember that for the rest of our lives?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it at the Alamo. So I did.
Wow. I respect that.
So then Phil Collins, he's a big Alamo guy. So Phil Collins and the Scorpions have gotten us started today. We hope you are having a good Thursday. A lot of good predictions coming in for Cowboys and Niners. Also, people reminding us about some of the additional personal information with A.D. Mitchell that we did not realize, that there is a state of Texas connection with him, that he had spent time in Texas before going to Tennessee, but also that he has a recent child that has been born, and that child is in Dallas. So maybe he's just trying to get some family stuff figured out and being able to be closer to the kid. Obviously, if he was at Texas or a school in Texas, he's going to be way closer to the kid than he would in Athens.
Hopefully, in the TCU game, they were calling them all sorts of names. And even though they spanked that ass, he realized, you know what? I don't think I could be friends with you guys. So when Sonny Dykes calls, he's probably like, nah, Sonny, it ain't happening.
I'm good.
I'm good.
By the way, did you hear who Sonny Dykes is getting at OC?
Oh, man, a Browse?
It's a Bryles.
Wow.
It is the one Bryles you're allowed to get nowadays.
Allowed to get?
They'll allow you to get Kendall. You can't get Dad, but you can get Kendall. Kendall Bryles is going to be at TCU. I think there's some Horned Frog fans maybe a little upset about that. And the morality police is on Dykes about that a little bit.
Sonny.
All right. We try not to have the morality police hang out in the crap bag too much. Just a bunch of silliness. And today it's the silly Mavericks in the crap bag. Here we go.
Chad's crap bag.
Crap bag. If you need an easy way to remember it, just think of a bag of crap.
Brought to you by AV Consultations, 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. The Dallas Mavericks played Atlanta last night, in case you missed it. They lost 130-122. And then after the game, Jason Kidd was asked about his team and the performance. And he said, quote, "If it's with this personnel, then you got to keep asking or demanding for those guys to play defense. It's not just the offensive end. Tonight we gave up 130 points and a team shot 57%. It's a shoot-around. In this league, if you do that, no matter if you have Luka or Kareem or LeBron, you're going to lose. It doesn't matter how many points you score. You're always going to be short. So until we put a better effort into playing defense and understanding what we have to do, we're going to score 120, but we're going to give up 130, 140. One night we may give up 150. But we'll be fine because we scored, so it doesn't look too bad." End quote. Heavy sarcasm on that last part from Jason Kidd. So, Zay, this is a team that has some guys banged up that have helped them with defense in the past. They were pretty good at defense last year, up into the top 10, but they've slipped back to like middle of the pack. They're like 15th or something in defensive efficiency, trying to get these guys back healthy. But we've talked about this throughout the season. Luka has to work so damn hard offensively.
Yeah, he ain't going to play no D.
And last night, the guy on the other side happens to be that guy in Atlanta. Happens to be Trae Young. They ended up getting swapped for each other. We all know that story. That's got to hurt a little more for Luka. But, yeah, the Mavericks once again kind of chasing it on the defensive side.
Yeah, if I'm Jason Kidd, you better be happy with what you get because, I mean, the history shows all NBA champions, if your best players aren't really good defenders, you're probably not going to win championships. But, Jay, Steph Curry, they win championships. Well, that's an exception. They might have one of the greatest defenders of all time in Draymond Green. They also have a Klay Thompson, too. But go look at just the list of all NBA championships. Milwaukee Bucks, they have Giannis, one of the best defenders in the league. When the Raptors won it, they had Kawhi, one of the best defenders in the league. I just mentioned the Warriors, who had Draymond and Klay Thompson. The years that LeBron won, they have LeBron, Anthony Davis, et cetera, et cetera. What you going to do? Until you bring in a guy that's going to be locked in defensively, this is what you're going to get.
Well, yeah, and especially when your star, like you just mentioned, your star does not play D.
He doesn't play D.
That's the problem the Mavs had the last star they had. They had to put people around Dirk that were going to help him out that way. Dirk wasn't a great defender.
Yeah.
Dirk wasn't Kobe or LeBron or Michael Jordan in terms of defense. You got to find somebody that'll play D.
And they got lucky. They had Jason Kidd, which is an all-around really good defender. Tyson Chandler was the best center defender that year. Mm-hmm. Sean Marion, Deshaun Stevenson. The list goes on. They had really good defenders on that Mavericks team.
Jason Terry was all right?
Yeah, Jason Terry was all right.
All right on the defensive end? Okay.
And then Dirk was 7 foot, so he could contest something.
Yes.
So, Luka, I mean, you can't knock him too much as what else is around him. Spencer Dinwiddie, he ain't known as no defender. Christian Wood's a horrible defender. Like, they have Jason Kidd's pulling teeth just to get him to get a defensive stance.
Yeah.
So
and this story points out Finney Smith came back last night, but he's just coming off of an injury. Josh Green's had an injury. Maxi Kleber has had an injury that he's dealing with, and he had surgery. So they do have some guys that they're hoping to get back that can help a little bit.
And those 3 guys you just named are probably their best defenders.
Right. Yeah.
Maxi Kleber might be their best defender overall because he could switch out to guards and do a decent job. And, he's a big enough body. But, yeah, I don't know why. If I'm Jason Kidd, I'm Luka, I'm the team. I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. We're not defenders.
See, that's what I'm thinking.
We're trying to outscore teams.
That's what I was going to ask you. If you're Jason Kidd and you know what's going on your roster, why are you doing this? Why would you go to the snarky, sarcastic, man, it's like a shoot-around out there with them? Why wouldn't you just say, hey, yeah, we got to try to make stops with the guys we got on the floor, but we'll be all right. We're going to work at it, blah, blah, and just go on.
Yeah. Remember, this is the same Jason Kidd rumored to, at his stint in Milwaukee, he was running guys, making them do suicides because they had an Android phone, and then it annoyed him when he would text the guys in the group chat and the green message would come up.
What?
Now, these are just rumors.
You're saying
but there's multiple things out there, like Giannis supposedly has a little book where he said a couple of things, and he had a weird little stint in Milwaukee where he just did some odd things that you can't do in the NBA.
Wait, are you telling me he made guys run gassers because he's an iPhone guy?
Look it up.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I'd never heard that story.
That's what I'm saying. So, again, like I said yesterday, if Jason Kidd wasn't on that staff with Frank Vogel and they had LeBron James and Anthony Davis and they won that championship in the bubble, I don't think he'd get another gig. I really don't think he'd get another gig. He's lucky to get his 3rd because it's hard to get 3 and not have no championships under your belt. It's tough. And the fact that he's finessing that, man, I knew he was a dime dropper back in his day, but, hey, having that clipboard in your hand, a little different.
Yeah, in terms of the resume, Kidd was a 4-time all-defensive first-team player and a 5-time all-defensive second-team player.
God, he was so cold.
The man did play D himself as a player, but right now he does not have a whole lot of guys that'll do it for the Mavs.
Yeah, he was so physical, 6'4". You couldn't body him up. Like if he cut you off, especially during the hand check era, if you cut him off, he just used his body and his physicality at 6'4", around 200 something pounds to just move you around. So you weren't getting by him. And then he had great hands. So he would always be like a top leader at steals and stuff and great anticipation. And on the offensive end, one of the best passers ever. So yeah, I think that's what I also said yesterday. Those guys that were Hall of Famers, and when they go to coaching, their expectation sometimes is arrogant. Like, we're not you, Jason Kidd.
Right.
That's why I like those role players that become coaches a lot better. Like, that's Phil Jackson. That's why he was so successful. Like, he wasn't the top dog on those really good Knicks teams. There was Willis Reed and Dave the Butcher and Walt Clyde Frazier. We talked to our guy yesterday, Sam Morrell, talking about Walt Clyde Frazier. Nobody talk about Phil Jackson on them Knicks teams.
No.
But he took up game from all those guys and from his coach, and that, became a successful coach.
Yeah, that's a weird irony in Dallas because the one thing Jason Kidd did not have in his game, Luka. That's what he didn't do. He couldn't just score anytime he wanted to. That wasn't exactly his game. So they're trying to get it figured out in Dallas. They're going to need to make some defensive stops at some point. Up next, let's talk some football. Longhorn stuff. Hudson Standish of Horns247.com. The latest on this A.D. Mitchell story and the big names that are coming in for a junior day this weekend, plus any updates on the wide receiver coach position, or are they just waiting for the Jacksonville Jaguars to finish up? That's coming up on The Horn. All right, this is Chad. Let's talk AV consultations. I just told you they bring you the crap bag each and every day. Tell you a little bit more about them. They've been locally owned and operated since the late 80s. They opened back in 1988, which means that they've gone that long. That means they have satisfied customers. That means they do it the right way. And that means they have all the best stuff. They've got all those smart TVs and Sonos audio equipment that you're looking for. Remember, if it's finally time to get that media room you've always wanted, get that man cave you've always wanted, let AV consultations handle all the details. Let them get the TVs, let them get the wires and the switches and the buttons and the lights and the speakers and everything else you'd want, the setup that you want. You just show them they'll come over, they'll assess the situation, they'll look at the space that you're looking at, and they're going to think of things that you hadn't even thought of. They will answer questions that you have, and they'll make sure you are satisfied all the way through the process. They've been doing it, like I said, all the way back into the 80s. So they've seen all these different changes with the audio-visual stuff. With everything we have now with streaming services and different screen options and all that, you want to make sure that you're getting the very best. Audio-visual consultations will make sure you get the very best. Call 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or go online to avconsultations.com. How about hour number 2 on a Thursday as we get ready for the divisional round in the NFL? We've talked Cowboys and Niners, a little injury report, some predictions. People are texting in. If you have thoughts, Specs text line 337-3776. We've had some good score predictions coming in. Cowboys fans, do you have the confidence that they can get it done? We will get back into that. Also, NFL-wise, the rumors were out there earlier in the week. It's done now. Byron Leftwich is out as the OC for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So can that team put together something that would make Tom Brady want to come back and play there? Him coming back to play is a possibility, but there's talk about other teams, seems like more than the Bucs. It will not be Byron Leftwich at the OC position. So
it damn sure ain't San Francisco. That's come and gone.
Think that's over?
Oh, yeah.
That's probably finished? Yeah, I think Kyle Shanahan might tell you that too. We'll see after this next, see how long the run goes for the Niners. We're also talking about a couple stories around the Longhorns, and that leads us to our next guest. By the way, I'm Chad Hastings, Isaiah Collier alongside as always, and we hope you're having a great Thursday. Normally we talk to Jeff Howe of Horns247.com at this spot. He's such a pro that when he couldn't make the show today, he got us a replacement for his spot. That's impressive. Let's go to the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina hotline. Some would say he got us an upgrade. He got us Hudson Standish of Horns247.com. That's who he got. What's up, Hudson?
Bring in the heat. I love it. I'm ready now. That fired me up.
There you go.
I'm on my A game.
There it is. And by the way, if you're on Twitter, at 247Hudson is where you find him. Hudson, I know you follow a lot of things very closely. Recruiting is one of them. This is technically, I guess, not a recruiting story because the transfer portal is like its own monster. But give me the latest. Give me the latest you're hearing on A.D. Mitchell. I was just kind of recounting one of those touchdowns that he had in the championship game, that incredible one-handed catch on the sideline that really closed the door on TCU at the late first half there. And I was a little surprised to see he was going into the portal. So what do we know about Mitchell, and what do you tell Longhorn fans about the possibility?
Yeah, man. A.D. Mitchell, that was a name we kind of heard floated even before Georgia played in the college football playoff as, hey, this guy's originally from Texas, played some high school ball at Fort Bend Ridgepoint down in the Houston area. If he entered the portal, I think that makes a ton of sense for both him and Texas, kind of maybe wanting to get home. And with Texas, Steve Sarkisian's always looking to upgrade the overall talent at the wide receiver spot. I kind of think it's a perfect fit. I put in a crystal ball this morning. Mike Roach and I at Horns 24/7. I think basically everybody that covers Texas Longhorns football has kind of been sniffing around this one for a while. I love where Texas stands. Obviously, you can never count out USC when it comes to the transfer portal. They're about as aggressive as anybody, but I love where Texas stands with A.D. Mitchell and kind of want to float this out there. To me, I don't know about y'all, he almost is like the offensive version of Jalen Catalon, where the potential and the ceiling is an all-conference potential All-American type of talent. It's just, can he remain healthy for a full year?
Yeah, Hudson, this is a good look for Steve Sarkisian if they could pull in somebody like A.D. Mitchell, and him being 6'3", being a bigger wide receiver. That's not normally Steve Sarkisian's forte. I know Devontae Smith is a bigger, but he's a little slender, and you look at guys like Jalen Waddle, he likes those speed guys. Do you think Steve Sarkisian's going to start just recruiting whoever's good to fit his system? He's going to start going with bigger guys because we know he just normally likes those quick twitch, smaller guys.
So I think it's a good point, but like when Steve Sarkisian goes after a bigger bodied receiver, they're going to have the juice. And that's exactly what A.D. Mitchell has. Isaiah Naylor is kind of a bigger bodied guy, but he had the track background and that, quick twitch, top end gear. So I think maybe that's more it, is that like, if he's going to recruit a bigger body guy, that player's just going to have to, be able to take the top off.
Hudson, you mentioned, you kind of alluded to maybe some health stuff there. Has AD gone through that? When I saw 9 catches for 134, I mean, the average is great, and we mentioned the catching in the championship game, but has he gone through injury stuff at Georgia? Is that kind of part of why he hasn't really been able to, to lock in and be one of their number 1 or 2 guys?
Absolutely, especially this past year where he really only got fully healthy for the college football playoff, and it was something that Georgia fans were really excited about because it's true freshman year, he comes in with, 24 catches, is kind of one of their better targets. They're expecting him to take that jump as a sophomore, but he gets injured, and until the, final 2 games of the season, doesn't have much of an impact. I mean, over half of his production was in the college football playoffs. So that's something to monitor, and I think that Texas fans should be wary of. But at the same time, the tape is so much better than the production would indicate. This is somebody that can win at all 3 levels, win with different ways. And I think that something that will be refreshing for Texas fans is that he's a natural catcher. He catches the ball away from his body. He plucks it out of the air, not afraid to make contested catches. And especially after some of the deep pass tracking issues, that's not a problem for A.D. Mitchell. He can go down the field, 30, 40 plus yards, track the ball, and make it physical to catch.
Yeah, we need guys like that. Hudson, let me ask you about Junior Day this weekend. And the 2023 class was amazing. Those guys are in there now, well, most of them. And we know going to the SEC in a year or two, you're going to have to be up there with Georgia and Alabama when it comes to recruiting every single year just to stack up. Who are the guys coming in Junior Day, and who are the ones that are really leaning towards maybe coming in with the Longhorns, up in this upcoming season?
You never know about who's really leaning towards a commitment until they get at Junior Day. And Texas almost uses this first Junior Day opportunity as like a building block, other than, I guess, some other schools will try to get guys to just pull the trigger quickly, which can work as a successful strategy. But I think that Steve Sarkisian's kind of mastered using this as the building block, and then once we get into official visit season, shutting people down. The guy that I'm most excited to see, because I'll be at the Junior Day covering it, is Jarrett Gibson, the number 1 running back in the country out of IMG Academy. This is a cat that's obviously has all of the credentials plus a 41-inch vertical. And I love the fact that Tashard Choice got Cedric Baxter, in my opinion, the best running back in the country in the 2023 class, and is like, you know what? I'm going back down to Florida, going to get me another one, going straight after Jarrett Gibson, who has, Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, Tennessee all over him. I'm excited about that. Actually just posted an update on Horns 24/7 about 5-star wide receiver Micah Hudson's status. He was expected to make it into the Junior Day, but due to a training session, probably won't. So that's a little bit of bad news for Texas fans, because the Lake Belton wide receiver is the closest thing I've seen to Garrett Wilson since I was a student at Texas and would go down and watch Lake Travis play football and basketball to see Garrett Wilson compete.
Yeah, that is a little bit of bad news there, but a nice comp there for people to remember.
I love Garrett Wilson.
And we've definitely heard that name, Micah Hudson, for a while. And you kind of mentioned it there, Hudson, the Junior Day. I remember, back in the Mack Brown era, it was success was determined on did Mack get 10 guys, from a Junior Day. But now I was going to ask you about that kind of relationship building part. So far for this version of college football, do you like the way Steve Sarkisian has been going about the Junior Day process?
I do. I think that the overall roster construction philosophy from Steve Sarkisian and the entire Texas support staff has been money. I think that they attack the portal extremely well. They have back-to-back top 3 classes going against, some true titans of modern recruiting. I thought the 2023 class is by far the best that I've seen since I've been covering. And, with 24, it's going to be tough to follow, but I have, confidence that they'll get a top 5, top 10-ish class. And, they've already started. They have their quarterback for 24 and Trey Owens, who will be there this weekend trying to get guys to join them. And, like I said, kind of start those building blocks to get guys eventually to pull the trigger for the Horns.
Hudson, any word on Arizona tight end Deuce Robinson? We know that he's leaning towards Georgia and the way that Georgia utilizes those tight ends, what we saw with Bowers this season being the best tight end in the nation. It might be Kirby Smart might already have that locked up, but he still hasn't committed. Do the Horns still have a chance?
It's interesting. I'm never going to say never for this staff, but right now I would be leaning towards Georgia. And you mentioned Brock Bowers, who's returning for another year, and they're sending a guy to the league in Darnell Washington, who probably is going to be a day 2 pick. So even even the Georgia, second tight end is getting developed. It's a tough pitch to overcome, even though I do think that Jeff Banks and the, Texas staff did a really good job with Deuce Robinson trying to sell him on the baseball, their own personal development with Jatavian Sanders. Never say never, but right now leading Georgia, and that's where my pick would be.
Talking with Hudson Standish, horns247.com, again, at 247Hudson on Twitter. Hudson, I saw you retweet Leonard Moore's tweet when he mentioned the offer from Notre Dame. He's a guy we've been following this last year. He's on our all-flex team here on the high school side of things, the Round Rock cornerback. Really been impressed with him. Also impressed, I guess you have to be, with what Coach Freeman is doing in this area. Talk about what Coach Freeman has done. I mean, obviously, with Great House and Westlake and some of these other guys, the Notre Dame influence on Central Texas, kind of interesting.
It is really interesting. I think that Notre Dame's going to be a factor for Leonard. Fun fact, I took Leonard's dad's class at Texas. Loved him as a professor.
Nice.
So I've known Leonard for a while, but honestly, that's somebody who's coming to the Texas Junior Day this weekend, and considering how much this staff loves those long corners at 6'2", it wouldn't shock me if they extended an offer, or at least, started to build on potentially having those conversations later. So Notre Dame is somebody to watch. I think that the, Pac-12 high academic schools like Cal and Stanford will be interesting for Leonard. But, hey, I'm not completely counting out Texas yet, even though they haven't pulled the trigger on an offer. I mean, speaking of just Central Texas guys, somebody like Jelani McDonald is a player that Texas didn't offer until October of his, senior year, and has kind of exploded, and to me is probably a top 5 player in the class. So you never want to count out Texas with the local guys, even if they're maybe a little bit slower to offer than other schools.
Hudson, looking at just the Central Texas area and the high school football circuit, the 23 class, let's not really focus on them, but 2024, 2025 in Central Texas, who are some guys that stand out to you that, when you see them, you could see them playing some big time Power 5 football on Saturdays, hell, maybe even on Sundays one day?
I think Micah Hudson's the easy answer, but I'll go with his teammate. Selman Bridges recently picked up a Texas offer, and as we are going into the modern football where you want length everywhere and guys that can move, Selman Bridges is 6'4" and plays corner for Lake Belton. Basically has picked up every offer in the country over the past couple of weeks, and I think is somebody that will play on Sundays as he physically develops, adds pounds to his 6'4" frame, and eventually, to me, will move inside to nickel or spin up to safety.
That was my next question. At 6'4", does he continue to be a 6'4" corner? But you're saying ultimately he ends up being a 6'4" badass safety or nickel?
Yeah, exactly. But you never know. I'm sure people, when they evaluated Tariq Woolen out of Arlington Heights, probably thought that he would eventually have to spin to safety, but he's stuck at corner, and to me is probably the defensive rookie of the year in the NFL.
Yeah, that's true. All right, Hudson, before we let you go, I know you're into the betting side of sports, and I know you're following football closely. Cowboys fans trying to figure out, can they win? But some people are also trying to figure out, can the Niners cover 3.5? What do you think of Cowboys-Niners Sunday afternoon?
Listen, the most confident I've been on a pick all season was Dallas taking on Tampa Bay, and luckily got rewarded pretty handsomely with the Cowboys getting the dub over Tom Brady and the Bucs. I really like the Cowboys a lot. We talked about it earlier. Not a Cowboys fan, but just watching their team, I think they're peaking at the right time, and I think that the Cowboys defense will actually give Brock Purdy some trouble. He's been fantastic since he's taken over in San Fran. But at the same time, I do kind of wonder, eventually, are we going to have that, turning into a pumpkin moment with him? So I kind of like the Cowboys this weekend, even though it's hard to go against the 49ers who have won 11 in a row.
Yeah, you like the Cowboys plus 3.5, or you like the Cowboys to win the game? Or both?
I like them to win the game, and I'd absolutely take the plus 3.5.
Gotcha. Okay.
What about the?
Well, with football numbers and the way that Money Mar is kicking, maybe 3.5.
That's fair.
Yeah. All right. So, what about these other 3 games, Hudson? Which one would you put some money on? The Jags game for the Jags is plus 8.5, for the Giants plus 7.5. And what's really interesting to me, the Bengals getting plus 5.5 going to Buffalo. You like any three of those games?
My early lean was the Giants plus.
No.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
That's it?
Well,
yeah.
When you talk other NFC East teams, sometimes it cuts you off. I'm sorry. That's what you
As if he calls us back.
You made the mistake, Zay. It's playoff week. You mentioned another team in the NFC East. Sometimes our phone system.
He was saying Giants, though.
You
heard the Giant, and then he got cut out. Yeah.
In fact, he was talking about a game where there's two NFC East teams and neither are the Cowboys. There's no way he was going to get to finish that sentence. The computer and the phone are just going to shut him off there. Hudson Standish, horns247.com. Do you want to see if we can get him on real quick for the last couple or not? That's up to you.
We got to get out.
Huh?
We kind of
got to go.
Yeah.
All right. I'll text him a thank you. Hudson Standish, horns247.com. We appreciate his time. Good stuff on the junior days. And glad I asked about Leonard Moore. I didn't realize Leonard was coming to junior day this weekend.
That's big. I didn't realize Leonard's pops was a professor
I didn't know
at the 40.
Didn't know that either.
Now,
might help explain that Notre Dame thing, maybe?
Because
you gotta
a little intelligent.
Because obviously you got to be a hell of a student, right?
Right. Now, I don't know the rules, but when you're a professor, you can get a little, it's a little less for your kid to go to the university you're at.
I see.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, for him, that would be a different.
It'll be a different.
That's a different discussion because that'll be taken care of anyway, right? I mean, he's looking at a free ride.
Right, definitely looking at a free ride. But I'm just saying.
You're trying to find all the
I'm
angles.
just finding any angle that you could get.
You're trying to provide.
Yeah, he's a talented fella.
If your parent is a professor, you get 3 free cars now with NIL, right? Is that how that works? What's going on?
I'm just saying, like, maybe you could save a scholarship and throw it to somebody else.
I see what you're saying.
And Leonard could get in by, just being a part of the family. Let's say that.
Be the old smart prof kid
right
path.
Okay. Yeah, there it is.
Never know. All right. And we will talk more about Leonard coming up in the flex segment. Interesting offer there. Hudson Standish, we appreciate his time. We'll get you that flex segment coming up. Junior Day coming. And yes, Leonard Moore adding an offer. Could he be adding that Longhorn offer pretty soon? We will get into that. More on the NFL division round coming as well. If you have thoughts on those games, Specs text line 337-3776. Stay with us. It's the Horn. All right, let's talk a little Underdog Fantasy. Easiest place to play fantasy sports, and I've got a pick'em game put together for Cowboys and Niners. I didn't go all higher. I think I went 3 higher and a lower on that one. Picked 2 Cowboys, and I picked 2 49ers. We'll get that one out tomorrow. You pick whether your favorite player will have a higher or lower stat total in this week's game for your chance to win big. Remember, you can win up to 20 times your money in a single playoff game. If mine hits, I win 10 times my money. Pick between 2 and 5 players to build a pick'em entry. You can also make a look into those rivals picks. You can look at the pick insurance option to give you a better chance to win. It is so easy to set up and so much fun to do. Get you a pick'em game going. Also, don't forget about the Gauntlet returns. That closes on Saturday. Playoff best ball. Remember, 8 teams are left, $25 entry, $500,000 in total prizes, and a $75,000 first place prize. You can still get in on that. It closes on Saturday. Make sure you get it done by 3:30 when that first game kicks. Sign up today with the promo code HORN. Get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Visit UnderdogFantasy.com or find them in the App Store. And don't forget to register with my promo code HORN to get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Must be 18 or over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit www.ncpgambling.org. It's the fastest growing fantasy app in the industry. Get you a pick'em game going or get into the Gauntlet returns by Saturday or all of it at Underdog Fantasy. I think this might be the first voice you've played that I'm not absolutely certain of. What's the song title?
Race Against Time.
Race Against Time. He's got a little bit of that Survivor thing to his voice, but I don't think it's him. I don't know.
Spies.
Spies?
Spies.
I've never heard of Spies. All right. Just S-P-I-E-S? Spies.
S-P-Y-S.
Of course. S-P-Y-S. Spies. That kind of spy. Okay. Spies, Phil Collins, and the Scorpions have started us off today. We hope you are having a good one. By the way, Hudson Standish of horns247.com, after he got cut off, he did send me a text that said, sorry, I got disconnected, but Giants plus 7.5 is the pick.
Okay, Hudson, I'll take that.
He likes the Giants with that pick. That is a lot, and you brought it up. It's a lot with the Jags. You can go plus 8.5 with the Jags if you want. And I'm with you, Zay. Bengals plus 5.5.
That sounds nuts to me.
That is a tempting one out there because I can make an argument for both teams winning the game. But if you're going to make the argument Buffalo wins, you think they win it by a touchdown or more? Or is that more of a field goal battle, win it by one?
I don't even think I picked Buffalo to win that game.
Right. And if you're thinking that, if you think you'd pick just Cincinnati outright, then you absolutely just dive into 5.5. Take that all day. So I don't know. We'll see. Tomorrow at 1:05, we'll get our degenerate himself, Brandon Lang, to tell us what he's thinking of all 4 of those games. Last week, Brandon came just a hair away from that 3-team 10-point. I mean, it was really close. He had a couple. And then a couple others he threw out. He got right, and then he hedged on Cowboys-Bucks. He said he was going to bet that one both ways. So he did get the Cowboy part of that one, obviously. We'll get him tomorrow. We will continue to talk NFL division round. We're getting some good texts in on Cowboys, Niners, and we'll continue to read those. Specs text line is 337-3776. And also a reminder that tonight it is the return of Longhorn Weekly, obviously with the craziness and confusion around Chris Beard. That needed to stop for a little bit trying to figure some stuff out. But Longhorn Weekly with Coach Terry.
Okay, Coach Terry, get that debut.
There you go. That will start tonight. I also saw this week that the Longhorn Network show, the LHN show that they've been doing where they break down the film, that cranked up this week with Coach Terry as well. So Longhorn Weekly with Coach Terry, 7 o'clock tonight, and then we get you that Longhorn Blitz podcast replay at 8 o'clock.
So yesterday, I ripped on Coach Terry a little bit, just talked about just him. He should have got a tech. After that Gabe Grill dirty shot to Dylan Mitchell, I just said he should have got a tech.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody on the Specs text line was like, watch out, Zay. You might not get invited to the family reunion. Au contraire. It's Coach Terry that never makes the family reunions because if you're a college basketball coach, you work 363 days a year. You're always recruiting, and Coach Terry is one of the best recruiters in the nation. I ain't never seen Coach Terry at a family reunion.
I see. So you could take that rip because you know he's never going to be right there by the grill.
Exactly.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm good.
Totally fair.
I'm good. And I respect Coach Terry for not showing up to the family reunion. I get it. He's got a job to do.
Working.
He's the best recruiter in the nation, one of the best recruiters in the nation for a reason. So I respect it.
There you go. All right.
Especially if it benefits Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Speaking of benefiting Texas, maybe this story could ultimately benefit Texas, but right now it feels like it could benefit another big dog in college football, and it does come from the Flex world. Let's get you a quick Flex 30, tell you about an offer.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to the Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
So, like it or not, sometimes the offer list for a high school athlete can tell you about that talent level and just some of the schools that are looking, and then it might get your school looking if your school is kind of on that upper level of recruiting. So, the name we'll bring up today is one of the All-Flex team members, and it is Leonard Moore, a guy that probably should have been an All-Flex team member a couple different times. Cornerback and a returner. I think he ended up as a returner and maybe not a cornerback, but in a way, it's unfair.
He made the list.
Yeah, in a way, it's unfair because they just don't throw to him. He's that good. I mean, Leonard Moore is a badass.
He gets the Deion Sanders treatment.
He does. And if you ever watch that Round Rock, if you watch that Round Rock defense this last season, man, they were a nasty, physical, punch you in the mouth kind of defense. So much fun to watch the Dragons. So Leonard Moore, 6'2", 175, cornerback out of Round Rock. He announced in the last day or so he got an offer from Notre Dame. And we were talking about this with Hudson Standish, Zay, earlier from horns247.com. What Marcus Freeman has done in this area has been really impressive. Not that Notre Dame never came to Texas, let's be honest. But he's done a good job of continuing that. You had to wonder if you're a Notre Dame fan, hey, is he going to still be able to continue that recruiting pace that Brian Kelly had going? So obviously with Jaden Greathouse, and there's another guy in the area, and I can't remember who it is right now. There was another big
Braden from Stony
stud.
Point.
Yes. Thank you. That was the other name that he got at Notre Dame. So those two guys in the last class, and now you got an offer to Leonard Moore. So here's the list I got. Notre Dame adds to Oregon, TCU. I see UTSA early on, Washington State, which has had some interest from some players in this area, Kansas State, Houston, and Colorado, but I don't know where the Deion thing factors into that. I don't know if that was early, pre-Deion Colorado, or post-Deion Colorado. But Leonard Moore now has the offer from Notre Dame, and let's pay attention to the Junior Day story this weekend because Hudson just told us he will be at Junior Day. So if the Longhorns are looking for a longer cornerback, Leonard Moore is it. He's definitely my kind of corner. I love corners and safeties.
Oh, me too.
6'1" or taller.
Yeah.
Give me a 6'1" to 6'4", somewhere in there, and give me some serious wingspan. Give me coverage ability. Give me, flexibility and all of that. Obviously, hoping Leonard Moore makes the best decision for him. But I wonder now, we'll watch a lot of these juniors like Leonard. He's now a junior going into a senior as a class of 24 kid. How many more big names will Leonard Moore add to his offer list? Obviously, Notre Dame's a big one.
By the way, Chad, that other player we're thinking that went off to Notre Dame from Stony Point, Cameron Cook.
Cameron Cook. Yes. No, wait.
Was it? Or is it?
No. I thought Cameron was TCU.
Crap, Cameron was TCU.
You got it.
I've got it. It's
Braylon James.
Braylon James. Okay.
That's the guy.
So many kids, it gets confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to Leonard, man. And yeah, Marcus Freeman. I mean, I think what sticks out, Chad, because you're right, Notre Dame's always came to Texas. They're coming to Central Texas.
Right.
And plucking guys right out of the backyard of the University of Texas, which, in the 90s, that wasn't a thing. Hell, even in the early 2000s, that wasn't a thing. It was always either you're a Longhorn if you're a top dog or you're going down the College Station and then a little bit of mix in between. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, kudos to Marcus Freeman. He needs to stop. I wish he stopped.
Right.
But, hey, going to Texas, we've heard, what's his name? LaFleur say that. Not LaFleur, old boy at Nebraska. See all this coaching jumping around.
Whoa, wait a minute, hold on. Rule.
Yeah, Matt Rule. He talked about him coming to Texas and plucking guys, just how they used to do it back in the 90s and early 2000s for the Cornhuskers. So, yeah, that's how it's going to be. That's how it's always going to be. Texas is the mecca for high school football, and if you want a good team, then you should get down here to see some of the talent.
Yeah, we will see if, again, state of Texas-wise, in terms of Leonard Moore, you got TCU, Houston, UTSA have shown interest, but I did not see Texas on that list, and I did not see Texas A&M on that offer list. Just saying.
If he shows out this weekend, that might change.
Never know. Best of luck to Leonard Moore and all the talented guys in that 24 class that are headed into their senior years. Big Junior Day coming this weekend for Texas. All right, a lot of NFL stuff out there. We're getting great text in. This one says, I believe people are overlooking the Dallas offensive line. They're going to keep Dak clean. Dak used 9 different receivers last week. San Francisco has to worry about our weapons, says one of the Cowboy fans.
All right.
How about that?
I dig it.
He says it's obviously different with the beast in San Francisco, but Purdy has not seen a defense like ours. Go boys. That has to be the angle that you go with. If you're a Cowboys fan, if you're picking them to win this week, that's what you got to do. You have got to come out of that game thinking the defense got after Brock Purdy. That's what it was.
Like Nick Bosa had 18.5 sacks this year.
Yeah.
He's going to be a problem. And they're going to be moving him around a lot too, just like Dan Quinn is probably going to be moving Michael Parsons around. So if somebody's having a good day in the first half, then they're going to go in the second half and say, okay, let's see where we can put Nick at where he could be effective. And they're going to keep on doing that. It's going to be a chess match. Like coaching's going to be huge in this game, just like it is in every playoff game. But, just those little matchups like Charvarius Ward and CeeDee Lamb, like that's a huge matchup. Hell, Dayron Bland versus Brandon Ayuk. And then what are they going to do with Trayvon Diggs? Because you can't move with CeeDee Lamb. That's impossible.
Yeah,
He'll be in the backfield and stuff. You can't just mirror him.
Right. No,
So-
it's a good point.
There's so many things you got to look at. There's so many great matchups in this game. And yeah, if they could keep Dak Prescott clean, then that's a huge advantage because Nick Bosa, Charles Omenihu, Armstead, those boys, they going to be looking for blood every time Dak drops back. And we talked about those stats earlier with the yards per carry for opposing offenses trying to get their ground game going against San Fran. It don't happen. They're number one in the league at that. So Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott, y'all better make the best out of every carry you get because it might not be much. And Dak's going to have to make some serious big-time throws if the Cowboys want to have a chance.
More on the Cowboys and Niners coming up. If you have thoughts, Specs text line 337-3776. Lots of different predictions have been rolling in, not on the Niners side and on the Cowboys side today. So let us know what you are thinking. We'll get back into that discussion heavy at 2 o'clock. But up next, it's Where We At in Society with Zay. We will see what he's got for us. It is always interesting, and sometimes it gets me in trouble on Twitter. We'll see what he's got today on The Horn. Oh, we're walking that baseline now. How about that? That's a thick baseline. Not sure who it is yet, but. I think I know that voice. Is that Talking Heads?
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, Dave's kind of hard to miss. David Byrne's voice. Kind of tough to miss. What's the song called?
Take Me to the River.
Ah, yes. Take Me to the River. Woo! Great, unique artist there. David Byrne, Talking Heads. We had Spies earlier, Phil Collins, and the Scorpions. So we got all kinds of good 80s, 90s covered for you today so far. On a Thursday, we got predictions coming in for the Cowboys winning. We got predictions coming in for the Niners winning. We've got injury report, which is not that crazy on either side. The biggest thing you need to know is that Jason Peters did not practice yesterday, and they don't think he's going to be able to go at all today. So he is looking less and less likely to play. The good news would be from Jaron Kearse, who's telling anybody that will listen that he is going to play. He was limited yesterday, maybe the same today. He says he'll play. DeMarcus Lawrence supposed to play with that foot, even though he was limited. Good news. Anytime it says full practice for Tyron Smith, we celebrate as Cowboy fans. So,
For real.
Well done.
He might have lost a step, but hey, he's still, borderline Hall of Famer, or you think he's in?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Man, offensive line is so tough on those arguments.
Tough.
I mean, I'm going to be,
Bias.
I'll be biased and say yes, but
Okay.
I could see somebody if they wanted to talk about is that kind of a boundary line discussion, or just in terms of the basic stuff, I would think that's a yes.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That's obviously a tough thing to get into there. Trent Williams, by the way, non-injury resting, did not practice yesterday. That's what it literally says on the injury report. When you're that big of a badass, it's like, no, man, he's just taking a breath. He'll play.
It's like a bear hibernating.
Right, exactly.
Just getting ready to wake up and eat whatever's in his way.
Yeah, nothing really big on that side of it that I see. I mean, Javon Kinlaw, limited in practice with a knee, and Samson Ebukam, limited with an ankle. Those would probably be the other two things to note on the Niners side of it, but nothing massive there. We'll obviously get updates on that for throughout. Once we get to tomorrow, we'll have all the Thursday practice stuff. And then once you get to the weekend, you'll have the Friday stuff. Once we get into Friday, the tomorrow show, we may get word on which guys are practicing tomorrow. So Cowboys, Niners, all the other NFL games, we'll get back into that at 2. Right now, though, let's see what Zay wants to talk about. Where are we at in society?
Where are we at in society today?
All right, Zay, do I need to go to Twitter?
Nah, you don't need to go to Twitter. I
Nope.
ain't send you nothing, but
All
you
right.
can maybe do your research depending on how you're feeling.
I can't promise anything. Go
All
ahead.
right, I got you.
All right.
John Wall. We know John Wall, basketball player,
Uh-huh.
went to Kentucky,
Yep.
one of John Calipari's first really good freshman groups, has had a pretty good, actually, he's had a really good NBA career. I think he's a 5-time All-Star, maybe made an All-NBA team once or twice. So John Wall's had a pretty good year, or pretty good career. As of late, he's been hurt, but he's having a decent season with the Clippers if you're not paying too much attention to the NBA. So he went on the podcast not too long ago,
Mhm.
and this guy, this is what I'm going to do with you.
Okay.
I'm just going to give you a few topics and a few things that he talked about, and you're going to tell me which one sticks out.
Okay.
Because he's throwing people under the bus.
Okay.
He's saying things that you shouldn't be saying as a current NBA player. When you're long gone, retired, know that you don't have anything to play for, no, you don't have any, people that you've cursed or something like that. Like, he's still playing. This might rub people the wrong way, and it might affect him. So
Okay.
listen to this one.
All
So
right.
when John Wall was being recruited, he was the number 1 player in the nation. 09 class, me and John Wall around the same age.
Okay.
When he was going to North Carolina, that's when Tyler Hansborough was there. They had Ty Lawson, this and that. He went up to Tyler Hansborough, and he's from North Carolina, loves North Carolina.
Mhm.
Went up to Tyler Hansborough, and he said, "Hey, Tyler, what's up?" Tyler Hansborough says, "I don't talk to recruits."
Wow. Psycho T?
Psycho T.
Maybe that's why they called him Psycho T?
Yeah, Psycho T is a real Grady Dick. That's what I think.
I don't talk to recruits?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the best NBA career, so yeah, not feeling too bad about that. All
Now,
right,
that one's not so bad because Psycho T's already out of the league, right? You're not
yeah,
worried about
it's
that.
not so bad,
Not so bad, okay.
but still, just knowing Psycho T is a D-bag, I know that probably rubs others the wrong way, especially in North Carolina.
Especially
faithful.
Carolina people. Yeah, okay.
Okay, how about this? When John Wall got traded from the Wizards to the Rockets, that's when James Harden was there briefly before he got traded to the Brooklyn Nets.
Mm-hmm.
And usually when a big-time player, John Wall's caliber, gets traded, there's a press conference and stuff, and all the other big-time players who are currently on the team, they're there for the press conference.
Yeah.
James Harden wasn't there.
Oh.
James Harden was in Atlanta with rapper / best friend, Lil Baby, working on his album and hanging out with him for his birthday party.
The chicken wing story?
That's Lou Will.
Oh, that wasn't
chicken wing
Harden
story.
eating the chicken wings at the strip club? Well, I thought that was James Harden.
I think that's Lou Will.
My bad. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm mixing it up.
I
Sorry.
mean, James Harden loves the strip club, so
Yeah.
yeah, that's a thing. But yeah, James Harden said he was there, so that kind of rubbed John Wall the wrong way, but that's not very surprising. James Harden thinking about himself, right?
That did not shock me. No.
Yeah, okay.
No.
How about this, which this might be the worst one for me.
All right.
He was there last year with the current, majority of the current Rockets players that are on the team now, like Kevin Porter Jr., Jalen Green. Jabari Smith wasn't on that team. He's a rookie this year, but John Wall was on that team last year, and they said they weren't going to play him because they were tanking. They didn't say that, but they said, you know what, we're going to shelve you and just try to trade you. We know you want to win. We want to play our younger guys and develop them. John Wall basically just said on the podcast, no, they were tanking. We lost 20-something games. We were starting guys. He just threw some random guy I never even heard of on. We were starting guys like him.
So he's flat out admitting he thinks they were tanking.
Yeah, they were tanking. He said that he told Kevin Porter Jr. and Jalen Green, yo, guys, don't get used to this. This is not what the NBA is like. Teams don't tank like this. And by the way, the Rockets this year have lost 12 straight, so they're doing it again.
Mhm.
But he told them, don't get it twisted. This isn't what the NBA is like. And he also said on the podcast, yo, fellas, whatever y'all are doing here, y'all can't get away with this ish at other places. So
He said that to the Rockets
to
guys.
the Rockets guys,
Oh.
Kevin Porter Jr. and Jalen Green specifically. He said it
Wow.
on the podcast. So he's throwing everybody under the bus. And
Man.
yeah, I don't know if he had some Henny or if he had some of that good LA weed out there that, gave him a little more extra gas to
Man.
throw out these fires. But yeah, John Wall, he went crazy yesterday. Which one sticks out?
Oh my God. Probably the tanking stuff.
Yeah.
Anything to do with tanking, anything to lead you down that road. The teams wouldn't want you to say that. And the fact that you're a name in the league and that you're saying stuff about that on podcasts and just flat out saying that you think they're tanking and that you referenced it to other players, like that's to me the one that looks the worst. That one's slightly above the James Harden one, but yeah, it's got to be that.
Coach Silas, he had to answer a question about it last night after they lost 12 straight.
Oh, that's gross. That's gross. See, and that's why. That's why. The fact that his comment, his comment about James Harden is not going to make somebody ask James Harden that question unless you are a really weird reporter. But if you're covering a team that's losing that much and you get that comment, that's going to be a natural thing to recycle. Hey, former player, blah, even if you don't say John Wall's name, you could ask that question.
Right.
And mess with their day. So, yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, because I get tanking this year. Victor Wembanyama, 7'4" Frenchman, best prospect since LeBron. I get tanking this year, but it does form a bad culture for guys that have been there a long time.
Wow. So John Wall. Wall is in his name, but not apparently in his conversations. There's no wall there. It's everything open. If you hear John Wall's going on a podcast, you'll want to listen.
Yeah, they asked Eric Gordon, who's currently on the Rockets right now, and he's been in the league forever. I remember Eric Gordon, he was coming in the same class as Derrick Rose, so it seems like he's been in the league for decades. But they asked him a couple of weeks ago, so how do you feel? Do you feel like y'all are improving as the team? He goes, Trev goes, nope. That's it.
Just nope.
Just nope.
Just nope. How about that?
This is like a 15-year veteran who's been there, done that, played with good teams, played with bad teams.
Yep.
Just flat out, Nope.
That would be bad, like in 4 or 5. You just passed 1 year of anniversary of being married. If you get to like year 5 to 10 and somebody walks up to you or your wife, so is married life treating you well? Nope. And you just walk away. Oh, really? Okay, no. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good. Wow, John Wall. Okay.
Yeah, so Rockets fans, you better pray that lottery ball hits your name for the first pick this year, because if you don't get Victor Wembanyama, and it's a good class this year.
Right, but after all this tanking,
After
and
all
losing.
this tanking, like they don't need another guard.
Right.
Like it's Victor Wembanyama or bust.
And obviously, yeah, then the system is not set up like the ones that the Texans just screwed up.
Right.
It's not just as cut and dry as that. There is a ping pong ball lottery set up. You got to figure out. You got to hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to hope and pray.
You got to have it. You got to hope for a frozen envelope or a
Patrick Ewing situation.
or a Tim Duncan, gift or however it works. You got to hope for one of those. That's what you got to hope happens. Those years Minnesota seemed to get it every year for a while, and it was like it just depends on – you got to have that luck. We'll see if the Rockets end up having that luck. We do that. Where are we at in society every day at 1:45. 2 o'clock hour coming up. Cowboys and Niners will hit those other 3 games as well for the NFL division round. Cowboys fans, do you like your team's chances? 337-3776 is the Specs text line. We've had predictions on both sides today. Where are you? Zay and I are both leaning towards the Niners. We're being told we're just scared. What do you think? It's the Horn. Hour number 3 on a Thursday. We are getting ready for the divisional round in the NFL. Also got a show coming back online tonight. As soon as our normal daily shows are done, we'll get you that info coming up. It's Chad and Zay on this Thursday. I'm Chad Hastings. He is Isaiah Collier, and he's picked out a beat just for you and me. What do you got, Zay?
Currency with Mary.
Oh.
Yeah, Currency. Underground, kind of mainstream at the same time, well-respected, been around a long time. Master P, Lil Wayne back in the 2000s, and then made a name for himself, one of my favorite rappers.
Okay, Currency. And you say with Mary. Is that Mary with
Mary
the,
Jane.
Whoa, whoa. Is that Mary?
No, he's talking about Mary Jane.
Oh.
Yeah, big weed head.
Oh.
Currency loves weed.
I see. Mary is the name of the song.
Yes.
With Mary.
Currency is very tight with Wiz Khalifa. Very tight with Snoop Dogg.
I see. Who all
Other potheads.
who all enjoy the cannabis.
Yes, absolutely.
Appreciate the many benefits of cannabis. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Literally in his picture, he is inhaling the smoke.
It's fantastic. Currency gets us started this hour. There's a lot to get to. We were just talking about the in Where We At in Society, the John Wall podcast that's got a lot of people talking. Apparently, Tyler Hansborough and other people, North Carolina people, reacting to that story and some other things. So there's a lot of interesting, I guess, what would you say, salacious kind of stories out there from that. Did you see the response from Hansborough?
No.
Tyler Hansborough's response to John Wall's claim that Hansborough was the reason Wall didn't go to North Carolina.
Wall is never going to go to North Carolina, though.
The story John Wall told on the podcast did not happen. 100% false. I'm sure the Bank of Calipari had nothing to do with him going to Kentucky.
All right.
Okay, Blue Blood.
I mean, John Wall does say on that same podcast, he was just taking visits just to take visits. Like, he was always going to go wherever Coach Cal went. He was going to go to Memphis. Then Coach Cal ended up going to Kentucky, so he went to Kentucky. Like, he was never going to go to Carolina. So Tyler Hansborough might be right. And John Wall, the way he was talking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are more things that he said in that podcast that we didn't talk about and Where We At today, but yeah, it seemed like he was on the Henny or some type of liquor or something gave him the confidence to say everything.
Yesterday when we talked to Sam Morrill, we didn't mention this podcast, but Sam is a part of a podcast called They Might Be Drunk with he and this other guy.
Yeah.
So John Wall might have been
He
something.
might have been drunk, yeah.
Might have been something. All right, so we got a lot of stuff going today, football-wise, and we'll get back into the NFL discussion. And earlier off the air, we were talking about, I saw this little blurb pop up about Harbaugh, and I mixed it up, Jim for John. It was actually a story about the Ravens and their future in terms of OC and stuff that John Harbaugh had a press conference today. But a couple other things to keep in mind, this Michigan stuff going on right now with Jim Harbaugh, where the co-OC is on leave because the University Police Department is investigating this computer access crime for that guy. His name is Matt Weiss. But then, Zay, I see today that the NCAA infractions case against Michigan will now be prolonged because Jim Harbaugh refuses to acknowledge that he lied to the investigators. So that's just going to continue. There's also weird speculation out there that even though the story came out that Jim Harbaugh is coming back, that Jim Harbaugh has not told the specific right people at Michigan that he's coming back. So
what does that even mean?
I don't even know. Like there's a thought that he does not have a good relationship with one of the key higher-ups at Michigan. And I'm just trying to double check. Okay, it's the
the John Wall. I mean, I'm sorry. Does Jim Harbaugh or John Harbaugh, do he use the middleman? Like, does he have somebody say, "Hey, let them know I'm back"?
That must be what it is because, yeah. So it's the AD apparently Ward Manuel that they have. Apparently, there's some kind of rift, and the announcement of him staying came from the university president's Twitter feed. So
having a rift with the AD is a problem.
Yeah, okay.
Athletic director, that's an issue.
And when Harbaugh made his statement about staying, he mentioned the university president in his statement and thanked him and did not thank the AD.
Petty. That's petty as hell.
Oh, my God. So keep your eyes peeled for Michigan. That story is getting weirder by the second.
Well, if you're the athletic director, every year that Michigan doesn't win a national championship, there's always rumors about Harbaugh being out in the market. Will he go back to the National Football League?
Right.
So if you're the AD, how do you go about that? And it seems like Harbaugh, he's taking interviews, so clearly he's out searching, but you can't go out and look for people. If you're the AD, you can't go out and look for a replacement.
Right.
So you're under his spell. Like, he's got you by the cojones, and the AD seems very prideful. I know he don't like that.
Yeah, even if they do win the Natty, they're going to want to interview him.
Yeah.
You know, he'll still get an interview then.
He'll still get an interview.
He loves that part of it, I think, deep down. That's a good point.
He loves being wanted.
Yeah, keep your eyes peeled for that story. That's just getting weirder by the day. All right, NFL divisional round going on this weekend. How about this for a little update? I see a tweet coming out from @Bobby Belt TX. There is a blue check. I think this is one of the guys. Yeah, this is one of the guys covering the Cowboys.
Be careful about the blue checks now. You can pay for those.
You can pay for the blue check. Good point. Let's all keep that in mind.
$8 a month, maybe 11, something like that.
Keep in mind as I read this. But one report coming out of Cowboys practice today says, with a gusty wind, Brett Maher went 6 for 6, kicking in the portion of practice open to the media. New kicker Tristan Vizcaino went 3 for 5. Now, I'll have to ask as a fan, what's the distance? Did you mean extra points? Did you mean field goals? What was the situation? What did they set up for?
And what? This is just a practice facility?
This is, right, in practice. This is the part that was open to the media. So they did let the media watch 6. And you know what? That's a good idea, too. You got to come up with situations for Maher where you're like, hey, dude, we got to put you in some pressure here. So let's just make sure everything is good. You can tell us you're fine, but you know, it's just been a weird story with the way the Cowboys dealt with it, kind of on one side and then the other.
He's been a good kicker up until now. Somebody that if we take away that Tampa Bay game and we ask this question about Maher, it wouldn't be a question. It would be, yeah, we can rely on him. He'd be able to make the big kick if need be. So with what happened at Tampa Bay on Monday, and just with, bringing a new guy in, there's nothing that's going to give him that game experience. So all this practicing stuff, it sounds nice. Him going 6 for 6, that sounds wonderful. But it's not going to be the same situation and the same pressure that he's going to have to take on when Sunday comes around.
Yeah. You're right.
It's just not.
Right. So,
there was no pressure on Monday night.
No, not one time. Because you could argue the pressure, I could argue, started with the third one. I'd say there was pressure on that third one. When it's 18-0, dude, hit the kick. Then it's pressure the other way.
Yeah, it's like his own mental pressure, not the pressure of, I got to make this kick for our team to extend a lead.
Yep, no pure football pressure on any of those kicks. Yeah, that's true. Now, this is a weird quote. Did you see the Jim Fossil stuff?
No.
Okay, so there's a certain word in this discussion with Maher I would not say out loud. Fossil said it over and over again. He said, quote, I believe in the hot hand and I believe in the yips. Absolutely. And you wonder sometimes how you get into the yips. And you wonder sometimes how you get back into the hot hand. I think keep stepping up to the line and shooting that thing. We missed a couple of, free throws, if you will, on Monday. He had the hot hand. Let's face it, he only missed 6 kicks all season. The yips happen, so I expect a hot hand coming up. Yo, coach, that's a word that the people that have experienced it don't want to say out loud. You go talk to the Steve Sachs and Chuck Knobloch, Rick Ankiels of the world. They don't want to hear
Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons, you don't want to hear that word. Zay, yips isn't a bad day. That's not what that means. Yips is the catcher Mackie Sasser for the Mets years ago that could not throw the ball directly back to the pitcher. Do you remember this guy? You were probably too young for this one. He couldn't throw it back to the pitcher.
Simple ball one.
Correct.
Routine throw back to the pitcher.
He would do a double clutch, and then he had to lob it. So it had to have a big, long arc on it. I actually watched a guy steal a base on him because of it. He was freaked out. Now, once the batter was done, he could throw down to second, no problem. He could throw to first, no problem. He could not throw to the pitcher. Who's the pitcher? Who's the guy that was with the Cubs? Is it Rich Hill? No, not Rich Hill. John, a recent left-handed pitcher. People are going to send me his name in a second. That he couldn't throw to first. Just couldn't do it. If you're a runner on first, you knew you could steal. He'll throw to second, but he could not throw to first. It's not Rich Hill. It's somebody else. John something. But these kind of things, I would not have said that word back to Fossil here. I can't believe he's saying the word yips out loud.
Fossil's better than that. He's one of the more respected special team coaches in the NFL. So for him to say something like that, that's bogus. He should just said, hey, he'll be ready on Sunday. He's a pro.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Somebody said have him kick extra points from 50 yards. I don't know if you could do that. But, Zay, you bring up the great point. No matter what happens, and as Cowboy fans, I hope we hear a bunch of this. Maher was 6 for 6. Other dude maybe wasn't as good. Or even if he was pretty good, Maher was 6 for 6. Then Maher was 4 for 4. Then he had a 55-yarder, and Dak Prescott speared him right after that. Or whatever it was, right? Somebody threw objects at him. They threw their helmet, and it was fine. Jason Peters sat on his back, and he hit a 50-yarder. All that stuff. But once that game kicks, you have committed one way or the other. That's the crazy part. Once that game kicks off, you have either committed to Brett Maher's your kicker, Vizcaino's your kicker, or both of them are available. That's the question.
So now it's just a decision who's that 53rd person that's getting cut.
Yeah.
If you were to put Vizcaino in the lineup.
If he comes in, then who is it? What backup safety, what backup linebacker, what reserve wide receiver? Who's going to be standing there? That's a weird choice to make. But it does sound like if those numbers are correct early on, if it's 6 for 6 versus 3 for 5, maybe it's not quite what you'd want it to be.
Why he only get 5 and Maher gets 6?
I don't know. Good question. See, I told you what I would have done with Maher. I would have told him, as soon as you miss, he gets 3 shots. You don't miss one, he never gets a kick. That's what I would have told him. Just keep going. As long as you don't miss, you're our guy. You got to put some confidence back in him on some level, right? So if he goes 6 for 6, I'd have told Vizcaino to get a drink. You're good. You're fine. You're good. And then maybe later you have him kick on the side to double check, See, they should have worked Vizcaino out Monday at 7 a.m. They should have been working that dude out way before Maher walks back into the Star. And if he did walk back into the Star and see him working out and tries to get mad at you, you're like, no, man, you know what this is.
I think they were just trying to recover for what just happened and say, do we talk to him?
Right.
Go into next week? Because plus just bask in the win in general.
Yeah.
Hey, we just beat Tom Brady. A lot of people had us not winning this game.
And no team's ever dealt with that.
Zero.
No team's ever seen. Since 1932 is what they believe was the last time somebody missed 4 extra points in a game. By the way, let's all go back to there. 1932. That means somebody missed 4 19-yarders. You realize that, right?
Yeah, think about the pigskin back then.
What kind of blocking did you have back then? 4? From 19? At least Maher missed them all from 33.
Well, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. The shoe quality wasn't the best back then.
Well, we are talking about the depression.
We're talking about the depression. Yeah. Dirt field, probably.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
The conditions couldn't have been the best.
Last time it happened, who would the president have been? Hoover in 32? I think I got that right. Somewhere in that era. That's crazy, man. All right, so Cowboys-Niners. Niners by 3.5 is the line if you're looking at the betting stuff. And as we go down the line here, Kansas City, 8.5. Zay, you have a feel on this? Because I'm thinking Kansas City, I'd say lay that one. I think they're going to handle them. Couple touchdowns at least.
Yeah, let's see if Kansas City gets off to a slow start because they had a bye, and sometimes teams could, it could go that way. With the Jaguars, they played in Week 10, and the Chiefs won that game by 10 points. And Trevor Lawrence, he didn't have any turnovers. He didn't necessarily play bad. It was just one of those big-time signature games from Patrick Mahomes. He had 331 yards, 4 touchdowns. Everybody was touching the ball, and think about where we were at the beginning of the season, because at the beginning of the season, I picked the Buffalo Bills to win the whole thing. And I'm just going to ride that out, even though I got them losing this weekend to the Bengals. So I guess that's not really riding that out, but y'all hear what I'm saying. But the Chiefs, at this point, everybody's wondering, okay, they lost Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill, top 5 receiver in the league. He was first team all NFL again this season, about 1,800 yards. What would happen if they didn't have him? And Patrick Mahomes, he went on the presser, and that's what he was asked. And he said, that just means everybody's going to eat this year. Obviously, Travis Kelce's going to eat, but Juju Smith-Schuster, he's going to eat. Valdez-Scantling, we're going to get him involved. Kadarius Toney, that was a huge trade that they got this year. Jerick McKinnon, he's one of the best running backs that could catch the ball out of the backfield. Isaiah Pacheco, I like him too. So Patrick Mahomes, he's going to get MVP this year due to Jalen Hurts missing those games, and he deserves it with not having Tyreek Hill and putting on the performance that he did this season. I get why you think that the Chiefs will just mollywop those boys, but man, if the Jaguars could take care of the ball and not have 4 interceptions thrown by your quarterback in the first half with the receivers they have, I think they have the most underrated receiver core in the league. Marvin Jones, Zay Jones, ATX native, and Christian Kirk. I like Travis Etienne too. I like Ingram as a tight end. Trevor Lawrence has weapons.
Yeah.
So it's all on, if they can keep it close, then it might be a closer game than what people think.
The development of Christian Kirk and Ingram has been so impressive to watch with that team. I like both guys. I thought both guys had been pretty good in their career. They've both taken a big step this year. That's been huge. One big thing I'm watching in that game, too, every time I watch Kansas City play, everybody wants to talk about the offense, and I totally get it. All I do when they play is watch Chris Jones.
Oh, my gosh, he's so good.
That's all I do, because if Chris Jones is affecting plays, the Kansas City Chiefs can win it all, and that's what I want to see. Does he mess with Trevor Lawrence enough where you're feeling that Kansas City defense? Because then everybody feels like a big dog on that defense. But you're right to bring up receivers in that game. That'll be really entertaining with all those guys. Both 1 seeds will play on Saturday, because then the night game is Giants-Eagles. Do you buy Hudson Standish's thought earlier of plus 7.5 for the Giants? Would you go there?
I would.
Yeah?
I would. I know that, I'm kind of riding high with the performance that Daniel Jones has last week, his best performance of his NFL career, especially with the timing in the playoffs. But I think the Eagles might get off to a slow start. Jalen Hurts did not look good in Week 18 against this same Giants team, and those Giants, they had a lot of guys not playing. And Giants, they have a pretty good defensive front that could get after you. So I think this will be a huge game for Miles Sanders. He went over 1,000 yards this year. He's kind of their underrated guy.
Well, they use him in a lot of ways, too.
They do use him in a lot of ways. And when you're focusing on what Jalen Hurts does with his legs, which that's going to be a key to the game, is he completely healthy enough where Nick Sirianni could say, okay, we're going to go back to our OG playbook that's been dominating teams all year long, or is he going to play passive like they did in Week 18? And again, I think Sirianni was smart to where he knew, okay, we might see the Giants down the line. Let's not show them everything. They already know us enough.
Yeah,
let's not show them everything. We can't afford to do that. We can't afford to give them confidence. And with Jalen Hurts playing that bad game, they still won. But Giants not having all those guys is a completely different game. Can that really good defensive front and defensive squad for the Eagles, can they stop Saquon Barkley? If they stop Saquon, I think it's Eagles all day. But man, Saquon, he looked good against Minnesota. I know Minnesota doesn't have the best defense and all, but Saquon gets out in that open field and he starts herkying, jerkying, and spinning on them boys, and he got dudes on their toes, falling on the ground, breaking ankles and stuff. It allows Daniel Jones to get going, and if Brian Daboll uses him as that 0 calories Josh Allen like he's been doing all year long, Giants got a chance.
It's going to be an interesting game. That is Saturday night. And again, 7.5 is the line right now for Philly. We'll keep talking about those games. We'll talk Bengals and Bills a little coming up in Why Today Matters. We'll also tell you a little bit more about why January 19th matters. A legend in country music gets a birthday. We got some serious female talent with birthdays today. And one of my favorite basketball analyst has a birthday today. I want to get Zay's thoughts on him, see how much he likes him as well. That's all coming up. NFL division round is on the way. Cowboys and Niners fans have been texting us throughout the day. If you want to jump in, 337-3776. Who do you think's going to win Chapter 9 of Cowboys Niners in the playoffs? Let us know on the Horn. All right, Chad, let's talk a little Apple leasing. I love my car from Apple Leasing, and my kid likes the car too. She drove us to school today. She's in the process of learning how to drive, got that permit, gonna get the license coming up this spring. And yes, I am terrified, but I'm also the one teaching her how to drive, so if it's gonna be my fault if something goes wrong. But she did just fine this morning. She dug driving the car just like I do, and the leasing way of doing it is so easy. It is the easiest and safest way to get a new car. Any make, any model, any car, any truck. When it comes time for her to get another car, if she's headed off to school, I think Apple Leasing is going to be the way to go there as well. Remember, they get all the same discounts and incentives that the dealers do, so they can pass those dealer discounts, all that stuff on to you, and they keep the dealer hassles for themselves. You don't have to sit in a stuffy dealership and sign documents for hours. You're going to do all that electronically, and they're going to go out. They, Apple Leasing, are going to go out to all the different dealerships, all the different places they have connections with to get you all those different choices so you can save all that time, and ultimately they're going to get you all the best deals. They're going to find all those rebates. They're going to find all those sales that the dealers have, and they're going to pass that on to you. They want to get you into the car you want. Call 346-9977 and get the process started. 346-9977, or just go to appleleasing.com.
All these girls excited. Ooh, you know they like it. I'm so icy. So icy.
Oh, man.
Girl, don't try to fight it. All your friends invited. I'm so icy. Oh, high school was so live.
I got a house around my neck.
All I do is talk. You can even add a couple grand for my outfit.
Oh, wow. That is fantastic. So the entire song is just about how much jewelry
Yeah,
he's got on?
basically.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Do I have any shot at this?
Man, if you were paying attention, they're gonna say.
Oh, they're going to say
They're
it.
gonna say that.
Oh, was that it right there?
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. Okay.
They've already said it,
Okay.
but they'll say the name soon.
They've already said it, but they'll say it again. Yeah, I don't know.
Gucci Mane, Young Jeezy.
Okay. Young Jeezy.
Before they got into a beef, they were friends, got into a beef, then they squashed it a couple years ago.
So this is both of them. This is Young Jeezy and who you say?
And Gucci Mane.
Gucci Mane.
Atlanta legends.
I guess if you've got the name Gucci in your name, the song about being icy is coming, right? Like there's a chance that that's going to happen. Because I know one of the so you say both these guys are from Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay. Because the guy from Atlanta that I have heard a little bit of is T.I.
Yeah.
And T.I. seemed to want to let me know about his feelings about Louis Vuitton
For sure.
stuff.
Yeah. They call Atlanta the Black Hollywood.
He throws some Louis references in
Yeah.
occasionally.
They're flashy out there in that part of Georgia.
They like to show off a little
They
bit.
like to show off.
Nothing wrong
Love
with
their
that.
strip clubs, love their chicken wings, love their jewelry.
I've never been to a strip club in Atlanta, but I hear that I hear they have them.
I just want to go for the food.
Apparently, that's good
That's
enough.
how I don't care about the wings and thighs on the stage. I care about the wings and thighs on my plate.
Good enough to drag NBA talent in there, apparently. If you're that level of talented and rich, and you're going to a strip club for the wings, they have to be good.
Yo, Lou Will got suspended for a game in the bubble because during COVID, when vaccines weren't out yet, and we still didn't know much about COVID, homeboy was in Atlanta eating lemon pepper wings, watching rump shaking,
Oh my God!
and then tried to justify that by saying, I just went for the food. So he ended up getting a nickname, Lemon Pepper Lou. And that was the downfall of his career. He was never the same.
That's
He was an
fantastic.
elite six-man player, and then that happened, and he was never the same.
Who was the dude for the Mavericks that got a DoorDash delivered to the bubble, stepped 4 feet outside the line, and had to miss the game? Was it Porzingis or Kleber?
Oh.
Was it Kleber?
It was a Mavs
Wasn't it one
guy?
of the? I thought it was one of the big dudes for the Mavs. Stepped like 4 steps out of line, literally like across their little electronic boundary, and he had to miss a game. I think it was Porzingis, maybe.
Really?
Yes.
I don't remember that.
To get like a sandwich
Yeah.
that was being delivered.
Wow.
Oh, it's a shame. All right, there you go. Young Jeezy and Gucci Mane. I'm so icy. That's a great song.
Yo, I don't
Oh,
sing
love
much. I
that.
know my singing ain't the best,
Dude,
but that brought something out of me.
I'm gonna
That was a time in my young teen childhood that was life-changing just for that song. It was just a big flashback of greatness.
I'm going to have to jot that down, see if we can make a promo out of that just to torture everybody else. See if we can torture the rest of us with that one. All right. It is January the 19th. We're going to get into a little why today matters, talk some more NFL. We also have big birthdays to get into. Remember, when we're done, Ball Don't Lie with Rod and Harge. Harge back. He was a little under the weather yesterday, but he's coming back today. Always good to hear that.
Yeah, probably from all that yelling and screaming he be doing at the games.
What, is he yelling at his kid?
Not yelling at his kid, yelling at the ref, yelling at his kid, yelling at the play going on in court. I'm like, dang, Hard. You do talk on radio, bruh.
He's one of those parents? Is that what you're saying? Is he going to get...
I'm not saying he goes that hard,
Okay.
but Yeah, you'll hear him. Let's just say that.
Did Harge help the officials find the door at halftime to discuss the first half with him? Is that what he was doing?
No, he's not that bad.
Let me talk
He's
to you fellas. Hey,
he's cool.
Let's go get some nachos. I need to talk to you fellas. 1 second.
DJ's pops was cool.
Okay. All right. Just checking. And then at 7, Longhorn Weekly with Coach Terry. And 8 o'clock is the Longhorn Blitz podcast replay for you. All right. Let's get into why today matters. We'll start NFL. So, Zay, it does sound like you're playing both sides of this Buffalo-Cincinnati game. You said you picked Buffalo to win it all, so you're trying to stick with that. But you said you think Cincinnati wins this game?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like it. Look, there's a stat that sticks out for Joe Burrow, 7-0 when the degrees and temperature is below 40. I think that's what. Do you think it's going to be below 40 in Buffalo this weekend? January?
I think it is.
I think it is.
Yeah, okay, so he's got like the opposite of that Bucks stat. Because when I was growing up, the thing about the Bucks was they could never win a playoff game if the temperature was kickoff temperature below a certain number. They were over. So he's the exact opposite. That's big. The one thing with that, I'm with you overall. I have a feeling about Cincinnati too where I'm thinking, I think this may be them, the ability to get back. Those injuries on the offensive line.
Yes.
We'll have to double-check that tomorrow, but I feel like at least one, if not two of those injuries might mean those guys don't play.
Yeah, that left tackle's out. He dislocated his kneecap.
Yeah, so that one for sure, and I think one of the other ones is in question. We're going to have to see what that looks like tomorrow. That's my trepidation with the game, but I could see why somebody would say Cincinnati plus 5.5 makes sense, because I could absolutely see Buffalo winning a hard-fought, 2, 3, 4 point game.
Yeah, just Josh Allen. He was weird last week. I mean, he had the 2 interceptions. He fumbled 3 times. Just one of them was recovered, but it was recovered for that touchdown that kept Miami in the game. So
yeah.
He's going to have to play better. And after, Davis Mills and Dak tied for first with 15 interceptions, who's next? Josh Allen. So he'll throw a pick every now and then.
He will.
Well, every morning now and then at times, just because he always likes making plays happen.
Here's another quick question here, NFC East related. I keep wondering. So one thing with the Cowboys and Niners, you and I have both picked the Niners up into the 30s winning this game. I got them at 30. You got them at like 35, 38. Do you think we might be underrating the Cowboys defense, and this game could be like a 1st to 20 wins it? Could this turn into like a 20-17, 17-14, just absolute bar fight defensive war? Like, are they that good, both sides? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Am I underselling my Cowboys defense, and can they keep the Niners and a rookie quarterback, can they keep them under 20 and make this a fight in the teens?
I don't think so. I think there's just too much talent for San Francisco.
Yeah, I'd love to think they could.
That sounds nice. You're a Cowboys fan. Yeah.
I'd love to think that a Brett Maher kick to make it 20 could win the game, but I think they're going to need to go find 30. I hope I'm wrong. That's just a question I have. My question about the Giants is, just like with the Cowboys did what they did, but they did it against an awful football team. Minnesota's not awful, but they're not as good as their record says they are. I'm sorry. The Parcells rule does not apply to them. So are we overcooking what the Giants just did? Are we overcooking Jones a little bit? And the Eagles are about to flex out and remind us, hey, we are the number 1 seed, and I am Jalen Hurts. Y'all need to stop, and we're going to show you why.
The difference between San Fran and the Eagles, which both of those teams, not looking at the quarterbacks, but both of those teams, with everything they have around them, from wide receivers, tight ends, running backs, etc., there's a ton of talent there. The difference is with Brock Purdy, he does a lot already, but he doesn't have to do as much as Jalen Hurts. Like, he can throw it out.
No.
He can throw it out to Christian McCaffrey on a swing pass or a screen, and Christian McCaffrey could do the work like we saw last week. He took like a 75-yarder almost to the house.
Yeah.
Deebo Samuel did take a 75-yarder to the house.
Yes, he did.
It's just that easy. And George Kittle's one of the best in the league, yards after catch. Like, he's so hard to get down. With Jalen Hurts, when the Eagles are at their best, it's when he's running, it's when he's passing. So he has to do a lot more for them to be successful. It's hard for Nick Sirianni and that offense to dumb it down to just allow guys to eat if Jalen Hurts isn't 100%. I don't know that. With what I saw in week 18, that didn't convince me that he's back.
Sirianni still says he was feeling it after that.
That's
Still
not good.
Still said he was going through it.
That's not good.
Good point.
And if he's not playing well and this game is close, even with how good the Eagles defense is with all those guys, Hargrave, Reddick, Cox, Sweat, Brandon Graham, those guys, man, like 70-something sacks this year between all 5 of those guys. So if the defense is going to be a factor for the Eagles, clearly, but Jalen Hurts can't move the ball due to his shoulder and can't run the way he, usually wants to, and that limits his throwing ability. Giants have a chance.
Giants-Eagles, Saturday night. We'll keep talking NFL, obviously, as the week concludes. Couple of birthdays to mention today. How about some round numbers? Gene Stapleton would have been 100 today. That's Edith Bunker, by the way, for you old school fans. I love All in the Family, so I thought I'd mention her. She died back in 2013. Janis Joplin would have been 80 today for you music fans and freaks. She died back in 70. And the great Dolly Parton is 77 years old today. The 7-7 for Dolly today. When she hit 7-5, that was when she was supposed to do the nude spread for either Playboy or Penthouse if they wanted her to. But by that time, they weren't even doing the printed magazine anymore. So she did do the little cover tribute to Playboy.
Hugh Hefner isn't looked at the same way that he was looked at when Dolly made that promise.
It was different. I always loved that promise, though. She's like, yeah, if anybody wants to look, I'll do it.
I'll look. I ain't mad. I ain't too proud.
I would have.
Yeah.
I would have been there.
What the hell? Come on.
Happy birthday to Dolly. Also, Zay, happy birthday to one of my favorite basketball analysts. Jeff Van Gundy is 61 today. What do you think of Van Gundy?
The guy that almost got his ass whooped and he was hanging on the legs of Alonzo Mourning.
Correct. That guy.
Yeah, that's what I think of him first.
That guy.
Other than that, yeah, I love him as an analyst. He was a decent coach. I thought he did a pretty good job with the Rockets. I think if Yao and T-Mac would have been healthy, then who knows what could have happened with those teams. But they were never healthy at the same time. So Van Gundy, we never really got to see what those true teams were made of. But I do think he's a better coach than what he's given credit for and a way better analyst than that. Yeah, I like Jeff Van Gundy.
Yeah, I like the analyst too. The fact that he can joke about the Alonzo Mourning thing nowadays, and he can joke about anything you want. I like that about it.
What was going through his head?
I have no idea. I think he's probably talked about it and joked about it.
Especially like
bit.
During that era, I want to be completely out of that.
He probably said, I knew nobody would punch me down there. I figured that was a safe spot to be at that point.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to Van Gundy. Also on the football side, rest in peace and happy birthday to Junior Seau. He would have been 54 years old today. One of the most important deaths in NFL history because the Seau death, he died in 2012. Suicide, but the method of the suicide sent a message. They did get the brain checked out later on, and he was a big, important part of that whole CTE discussion to finally get it really out there. And it was the first massive name where you go, okay, something's going on here.
Yeah.
Can we please talk about it? So Junior Seau, and what a badass he was. USC first, of course, and one of the best linebackers, Hall of Fame linebackers that we have ever seen in the NFL.
Yeah, he was so good at covering sideline to sideline. And, yeah, those Charger teams didn't have much help back then when he was good. It was just about him. And, yeah, so we really didn't get to see him much in the postseason and stuff like that.
The one Super Bowl run, right? They went to the Super Bowl,
That's right.
lost to the
That's
Niners.
right. That's
the
right.
one time.
Yeah.
How about this? Is this guy going to be a Hall of Famer? Jonathan Taylor is 24 years old today. Is he going to end up as a Hall of Fame running back?
Nah.
No?
No.
Okay. This is his 4th year coming up. Feels like he's been in the league longer than that to me.
Does it?
4th year coming, 5.1 a carry, 7.
Coming out of Wisconsin?
Yeah, 7.7 a catch so far. I dig that guy. I just hope that this part of his career is not about to be wasted. A couple of years ago, I would have told you, oh my God, this guy's about to be on badass block and tackle, smack you in the head football teams, and then it just kind of went away.
Yeah.
So
it gives me like an Arian Foster vibe.
Really?
Yeah, like really good.
Okay.
Has really good seasons, but I wouldn't take him to Canton or anything.
I wonder if he's got the Arian Foster vibe in terms of conversation, because Arian Foster could talk you under the table all day long.
Really?
Yes. Remember Arian when he was with Houston, all those great stories? Oh, my God. Highly educated, well-read, talk on
Yeah.
any subject. He'd start doing these interviews, and you're like, what is Arian Foster talking
Yeah.
about?
Oh, when he was good, he was good.
He talk about alien abduction. He talk about all these different things like, whoa,
Yep.
what are we doing here?
Yep. Gotta throw a shot because he fat shamed me. Check it out. Houston Texans versus the Tennessee Titans, one of those Arian Foster years. Juked the hell out of my guy Mike Griffin for like an 80-yard touchdown.
Oh, you're still on Griffin for fat shaming you. I was like, wait,
Yeah.
when did Arian Foster
No,
fat
Mike,
shame you?
Mike fat shame me. He's my guy, but I have to throw the shot at him. Juked Mike out his draws.
Rude. That is rude. Michael,
Yeah.
Michael Griffin, if you're listening, I do not endorse that comment at all. That
Look
is
it up. When you look up
just
Arian
rude.
Foster highlights, it's always there
Happy birthday.
every time.
Happy birthday, Jonathan Taylor. How about that? A Jonathan Taylor birthday got you to mention Griffin. You got to thank me for that one later. Jonathan Taylor, 24 years old today. Up next, Stems and Seeds. Before we get out of here, Ball Don't Lie is coming up on the Horn. All right, let's talk a little sinus and snoring specialist. They can get you feeling better, sleeping better, resting better here in 2023. I had moderate obstructed sleep apnea that I've told you about. I've had the allergy issues that a lot of you deal with. For me, it was that cedar stuff. We just had a big hit of cedar come through, and I felt it a little bit for a couple days, there, but it never hits me like it used to. I used to get 2 big bouts of allergies per year at least, and now I don't worry about that, and most importantly, I sleep so much better. Dr. Slaughter has over 20 years of experience offering the very latest in ear, nose, and throat technology. There's so much going on out there. Don't listen to all this crap about taping your mouth shut. That is silliness, but you do need to be breathing better through your nose, and that's what I'm doing when I sleep now, able to breathe in and out through my nose while I'm sleeping. It's so critical to getting you good rest. They will look at what's going on with you and help you out. Call and set up an appointment today. 512-601-0303 or go to sinussnoringent.com. It's sinus and snoring specialists. Feel clear, rested, and healthy. Just about to wrap up a Thursday. I think I've got this one. This is Fergie.
That's right.
Yes. And I have been a fan for a long, long time.
Yeah.
All the way back to Kids Incorporated. Because when you're the right age, it's okay to have certain thoughts.
Yeah.
When you're the right age.
Yeah.
Because when she was, what was it, Stacy? Is that her real name? When she was Stacy on Kids Incorporated, I was like, I don't know, within 2 years. We're within 5 years of each other, easy. It's probably closer than that if I double-checked her age right now. Yeah, I've been a Fergie fan for a while.
Now, can't fantasize about those moments as an adult now, can you?
No, I fantasize about her now.
Okay, just making sure.
I fantasize about her throughout the process. That's
Okay.
how that works.
Okay.
Just like me and Alyssa Milano.
Ah.
Alyssa Milano and I are basically the same age.
Yeah, you and E. Hogan both have y'all's Alyssa Milano thing.
She's
She was
fantastic.
that popping back then.
Oh,
huh?
she was great. Something about her. Something about that smile way back in the day. Yep. Who's the boss and all that stuff. Still don't know if Who's the Boss is a good TV show. Don't even care.
Yo, Charmed? That's a good TV show.
Don't even care. See, that's the thing. I'm not even into all that stuff. All the mysticism and the witches and everything. Oh, my God. Can't tell you how many times I wake up. You've talked about this one. But I'll wake up in the morning after the late TNT NBA stuff, turn the TV on. I don't even have the sound on. I'll just mute it
Oh, yeah.
and watch.
Yeah.
Just to watch those ladies do their thing. They're so beautiful. So beautiful, so talented. All right, so Fergie rounding it out today. We also had Young Jeezy and Gucci Mane. We had Talking Heads. We had Spies, Phil Collins, and the Scorpions. Now, that's a hell of a mix.
Been a good day.
That's been a good day. And the great Currency beat to start off the hour. Right now, we get you Stems and Seeds, brought to you by AV Consultations, 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. How about this story, Zay? Saints defensive end Cameron Jordan successfully appeals a $50,000 fine. He was accused of faking an injury against the Bucs on December 5th, so he gets the fine money back. But they find the team, Dennis Allen, and the co-defensive coordinator. Did you know they were fining guys for this stuff?
Nah, didn't.
That's hardcore. He was able to prove that it was a legit injury. He had to rehab it the whole next week. Went into the tent and didn't come out for like 4 plays.
So why do these other guys get hit, though?
I don't know. And I don't know if they now get the money back. Like, does the team now get to get their $350 back? You find a team $350,000 for something like that? That's hardcore.
Especially a team with no playoff implications.
Right. No, exactly. That's a great point. Also, we already had one story out of Florida today where Byron Leftwich was fired by the Bucs. How about Miami? They fired their DC, Josh Boyer. They've announced that today. He's been with them 4 years, last 3 as the defensive coordinator. Coaching carousel, turning all over the place. So
yeah, he got lucky he got this year because Mike McDaniel, he could have came in and said, yo, I'm going to bring in one of my guys.
Yeah.
You're out of here. But he said, I'm going to give you 1 chance, 1 year, and clearly old boy failed.
So Mike McDaniel is going to still be there in Miami. Staley's still going to be there with the Chargers. Staley says he never feared for his job. They fired we talked about yesterday, fired the OC, fired the quarterbacks coach. Who's the next guy that gets to instruct Justin Herbert? That's a huge job coming right there in the NFL. Who is the next OC with Justin Herbert? It's big time. Because Trevor Lawrence just got a huge get in this last year to get Doug Peterson to come in there and those guys start to really help him from what he was dealing with. What's Staley going to do now with Herbert? That's going to be interesting to watch. All right, NFL division action coming this weekend. We will continue to talk about that. If you missed it earlier, apparently Brett Maher hit 6 for 6 in a windy practice facility today when the media was watching. Tristan Vizcaino, 3 for 5. So we'll see if the Cowboys are indeed going to take a roster spot for Vizcaino. Sounds like Maher's stepping up so far. We'll be back tomorrow to talk more about those games. Ball Don't Lie is coming up. Longhorn Weekly with Coach Terry talking hoops at 7. 8 o'clock, it's Longhorn Football Talk with the Longhorn Blitz podcast replay. We'll be back tomorrow, including Brandon Lang at 1:05 tomorrow. What does he think of all the games? We'll find out. We'll try to catch up with Jeff Ketchum of Orange Bloods as well at 2. Stay safe. See ya.
Welcome back to another edition of Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. We got a lot to get into, baby. Break it down, the divisional round of the playoffs. Cowboys versus the 49ers. We'll hit it from every angle. Also going behind the burnt orange curtain to talk about some Longhorn news, notes, and nuggets. There are also NFL topics. We got to get into the coaching carousel, who the Texans are looking at for their coaching search. There's lots of rumors about the quarterbacks and the quarterback drama going on in the NFL as it relates to Trey Lance, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers. We'll get into all of it. Before we do, let's introduce you to the rest of the crew. He was a second-round pick for the Montreal Expos, but a first-round pick for the Austin Radio Network. He originally committed to the University of Texas, but decided to forego the 40 acres and chase his dream in the cheese. Pimping ain't easy, but for him it's a breeze, and he's back. Mike Hardball Hards. What's going on, brother?
Man, I'm so glad to be back in here, but if you would have heard me yesterday, you would have been like, no, man, go home. Get up out of here, because your boy was trashed. It was like, ooh, I don't understand how all these people that deal with allergies as much as they do, how they can stand it. But your boy got beat up. But I'm back. I'm back in the mix, and I'm ready to go. Ready to go. But let me tell you about my boy that sits across from me every single day. He hails from H-Town with the Get Down. He's a lifetime Longhorn and a proud card-carrying member of DBU. Legendary Longhorn Derek Johnson said he was the best cover corner he had ever seen. He's the former NFL DB that still has that passion for film study, but he's not a fan of white condiments, but he is a fan of you, the listeners. He is my man and yours, Rod Babers.
I appreciate the intro. Let's not always anytime introducing the real MVP. He is the Idealionaire on the show, one of the hardest working members of the ARN family. He's got a hustler spirit, period. We don't know what he's paid. We do know that he's underpaid, and he's also the owner of Lou, the unofficial mascot of the show. Patrick Davis. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing good, doing good. Ready to kick it off on a Thursday.
Yeah, man. Lots to get into, lots to discuss. Of course, you can be part of the show. You're the most important part of it. Specs text line is the best way to do it. 512-337-3776. It also is New Theme Thursday. My man Patrick, the Idealionaire, comes up with a new theme based on the musical selections. We're supposed to guess what the theme is. We'll see if Harge is as good as he was yesterday when it was absent and still was able to guess magically on the first try. He was able to guess the midweek movie music from the house.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know my boy,
magically.
I heard it. He's like, I heard Rod. I'm sure he Googled over or Shazammed it. I'm like, I don't even have either one of those on my phone.
You ain't got
and
Google?
I was laying on my
Google on your phone.
You gotta type it all in. You gotta search for things. I'm not doing that. I'm sitting there laying in the bed, and I'm like, oh my God, I forgot all about today. Because I was all banged up, so I wasn't even thinking about it. Then all of a sudden that first song hit, and I'm like, oh, this is Kings of Comedy. And you didn't even want to respond to my text message because I sent it right away.
You cannot participate when you were on the sidelines at the crib.
Well, you did give me a shout out. You were like, Harge normally gets this by this is where he really excels, and I excel from the sideline.
But you on the sideline. Hit me. Come on. Oh no, you go. Oh, you got it. I got it. He got it in the crib. No. That ain't how it works. No, you basically. I said, I'm not gonna let this next text line try to get it.
I was like, come on, Rod, come on, man, give me some kind of love. You know I'm good at this. I'm good at this.
We got rules for this thing. Yeah, you became a listener. You're the same treatment as the listeners. The next text line. That's all it is.
I was in timeout.
I know that ironically, the one time you were at the crib and missed a midweek movie music edition because you were feeling under the weather is also the first time you got it on the first song.
As soon as the song hit, I knew exactly. I watched Kings of Comedy like it wasn't nothing. I watched it every single day, and I loved all of the music. I know when they were playing cards, sitting at the table.
Quite a coincidence, though, right?
Man, I was mad because Patrick did it when I wasn't here.
I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out the coincidence. That's all.
What a coincidence!
I'm just saying. So you did technically say, you got it on the first try. But I'm just saying, it's also the first show you missed for midweek movie music.
That is true.
So let's see if you can do as well with New Theme Thursday.
Well, it takes me a while on New Theme Thursday, though, because he always figures somebody's birthday or something's happening.
Yeah, it's gonna be something happening. But no, I'm glad you're back, man. Glad you're back.
Glad to be back, man. I hated missing yesterday because there was so much to get into, but you guys held it down as always. So appreciate y'all looking out for your boy.
Oh man, no doubt. Always, y'all got my back. We got yours, and Patrick's always here. I don't think Patrick hadn't really needed us to have his back much often, but whenever you need it, we got you.
got
We
you.
All right, let's talk about the Cowboys and the 49ers. Then we'll kind of work our way to some of the other divisional round games. Of course, we got tomorrow to break it down as well. But you missed yesterday, but you got a chance to. I'm sure you were thinking about and researching this matchup. How are you feeling at this point about the Cowboys' chances versus the 49ers?
I'm still a little on the fence about which direction I'm going to go, strictly because of the fact that you look at what Kyle Shanahan has been able to do with this offense, especially with Brock Purdy. How Brock Purdy has been operating since he's taken over as the starting quarterback. This offense seems to be a lot more efficient than what it was before.
No doubt.
And one of the biggest things that I kept talking about was George Kittle. George Kittle became more of a factor, which when the tight end is wide open and the tight end is part of your offense, it seems to be beneficiary. Every other position is a beneficiary. The wide receiver position, you look at what Deebo Samuel's been able to do. You look at what Christian McCaffrey's been able to do. You look at what the fullback, you talked about the fullback, Juszczyk on Tuesday. You were talking about him and how he's a major part of the success that they have. And we really hadn't even dove into Brandon Ayuk and what his role is going to be. So when I look at that, I try to figure out where the matchups are going to be, who's going to cover who. And I listened to you a little bit yesterday where you were talking about Jaron Kearse and how big Malik Hooker. They're going to have to play big games this week to kind of slow down that high-powered passing attack that they have.
Yeah, no, I'll say this. Like I said, I'm trying to build all of my research from Cowboys fans' perspective. I'm trying to make sure I give you guys hope in case
there's definitely hope.
Yeah, just in case. I know some Cowboys fans. They're thinking about this thing as that they're not a huge underdog.
Right.
But there's been so much talk about the 49ers and how good the 49ers are, and they have won 11 straight games.
Yep.
But if you go look at it, and I said this earlier, this is the best team I think the 49ers have played while they've been on their win streak. Kansas City was that was the last team that I think was in the 49ers league or better, in their tier or better. And the Cowboys are, I think, near the 49ers tier 2. I think the 49ers are a better overall team. Doesn't mean they're going to be better on that day.
Correct.
But if you go look at all the teams that they've played, Brock Purdy hasn't faced a defense as good as the Cowboys, which we'll get into. They are the number one pressure rate defense in the NFL at generating pressure. The one thing that can make any quarterback look human, to go from Superman to Clark Kent, and Brock Purdy right now, he is playing like the best quarterback in the league. He is not the best quarterback in the league, but he's got the highest passer rating, most touchdowns, highest yards per attempt, and the most wins in the NFL since he became a starting quarterback. But the only thing that is really kind of a blemish on his recent resume is that he has an 86.9 passer rating when he's under pressure. Like every quarterback out there, there's a precipitous drop-off in his productivity and his efficiency when you apply pressure, and the Cowboys are the best in the NFL at applying pressure. They have to have their best performance at generating pressure, and as the late, great Al Davis once said, the quarterback must go down early and he must go down often. That is the start of it. If they can make this pretty pro Purdy look like pump fake Purdy, that's the key, because he hadn't looked like pump fake Purdy since he got into the league.
Right, he hasn't. He's been very efficient with everything. He's been precise, and that's the other part of it. If he knows exactly where he wants to go with the ball prior to the snap, because you can see it. Even if he has to roll out or scramble just a little bit, he has an idea of where the play is supposed to be. I don't know if it's just him feeling comfortable. And we talked about this at the very beginning when he did take over and we did see him go and have success. It was because he's been going against the San Francisco defense. He's been the scout team quarterback. So he's had to go up against a high-level defensive team every single day before he took the job. Now it's kind of scaled back, but he still have that mindset of work, and he's handling his business. But again, you sit there and you talk about the Dallas Cowboys and what they're looking at. I think they're up for the challenge. I think they understand that this is the team that eliminated them last year. I mean, except for the quarterback position, but all those players are back. All those players are in the same position, so they know what this game plan looks like. If they're going to be able to go to the next level, this is the team that they wanted on their schedule. Be careful what you ask for, though. Be careful what you ask for, though.
I will say, I saw Kirk Herbstreit brought up a good point about Brock Purdy that I thought was nice, was that it's because he's a 4-year starter at Iowa State that he has more reps than pretty much most rookie quarterbacks ever have. That this guy's played, and you're like, well, he played in the Big 12, saw a bunch of different defenses, saw a bunch of different pro-style defenses to cover pro offenses that the Big 12 will kind of run that stuff. So he just has a lot of snaps playing. So he's just seen a lot of things that a lot more than rookies have who maybe played 2 years as a starter or played 1 year as a starter.
Yep. Yeah. No, I agree with you, but it still doesn't, and nothing really does explain what we're watching from Brock Purdy. Actually, we have some sound that we can play later of Brock Purdy talking about how it's easier for him at the NFL level than the college level.
Which is crazy.
He's just like, no, it's easier. And honestly, it looks like it.
He's playing like it is, right?
It certainly looks that way. I mean, that's an absurd, asinine thing to say, but it certainly looks like it's easier for him now than it was at Iowa State, and you can't really explain that. So we'll get into that, but that's really the key. There aren't a lot of flaws and weaknesses with that San Francisco offense.
Nope.
Shanahan's been building that thing. Kyle Shanahan's been building it, slowly but surely over the 6 years, and now he's got almost every position, the ideal skill set picked for his offense, whatever the vision was, and it was versatility, multiplicity, and all positionless football. But the only thing that has really that was outside of his control, that really became something that he really did not account for and could not account for, was the quarterback position. Went from Trey Lance, went to Jimmy G, and then now to Brock Purdy. But the football guys are shining on him, and to me, that's where you start. That is not even Shano knows what Brock Purdy is truly capable of. Nobody
does.
Bad or good.
Yep.
Bad or good. Everybody else there is everything else there is pretty proven. O-line's proven. Kittle's proven. Christian McCaffrey's proven. Debo's proven. They got a lot of proven commodities all across that place. The only thing that's not really proven, yes, in a small sample size, he's done really well. But the only thing that's not a proven commodity is Brock Purdy.
Right.
And you have two things that work in your favor that you have proven over the entire season. You're the best in the NFL at generating turnovers. You're the best in the NFL at generating pressure. Yeah. That's what you need to make Brock Purdy look less Purdy.
Got to be able to get
to make him look like pump fake Purdy.
But again,
those two things.
Remember what we talked about last week? You got to get Brady on the ground. It's the same thing with Purdy. You have to get him on the ground. I understand that some of the things, everything that he's been doing right now is unheard of. I mean, you can't go back to any rookie quarterback that has been able to do what Mr. Irrelevant at that. And now he's out there becoming the most relevant player in the playoffs. But I also want to go to Trent Williams as your left tackle. One of the best, if not the best, in the league. And I didn't realize this. I was talking to a buddy of mine. I forgot that Trent Williams was at Oklahoma. I forgot he went to Oklahoma. I was like, what? Lane Johnson, too, who's also in the playoffs, he was at Oklahoma. I didn't realize that.
The Eagles?
Yeah, both of those guys were big-time players at their respective colleges, but they're also two of the best in the league. And Micah Parsons, who we think is on his way to doing great things, where are you going to line him up at? You're going to have to move him around a couple times. You're going to have to find some ways to get him. I saw last week they had Micah coming right up the middle. He was blitzing right up the middle, coming straight downhill. Is that something that you're going to do? Are you going to try to bring a corner off the edge to try to change some things up? You talked about the pressure. It's important that they not only provide the pressure, but also get them down to the ground.
And another thing I'm worried about, and totally agree with you, by the way. And by the way, the Cowboys, I know there's been a lot of discussion about the Cowboys and them actually finishing plays. And yes, it is true in terms of the trends late in the season. They were getting fewer sacks, I should say, and they, were not getting the quarterbacks down to the ground. But their pressure rate was still high. They still finished, the season as the top pressure rate team in the NFL, and they were second in sack rate behind the Eagles, who, by the way, had 70 sacks. The Eagles had 70 sacks.
That was when they were on there. That was when they were on that straight.
So if not for the Eagles
climb.
having 70 sacks, I mean, the Cowboys probably would have led the NFL in sack rate too. So I know there's been a lot made about him, but you're right. It would help if they actually got Purdy down on the ground, and Purdy can move.
Yep.
He has more than functional mobility, and he loves to improvise. That's how he got the nickname Pump Fake Purdy. One thing that also worries me, though, and I love what Dan Quinn and just a magnificent game plan versus Tampa Bay in regards to handling the corner opposite Trevon Diggs. I thought it was great.
Yep.
Because the Cowboys, technically, doing some research, they're last in the NFL, dead last, the worst team in the NFL at defending the number 2 wide receiver. The second wide receiver. They're allowing the most yards per game to the number 2 wide receiver. That's the most in the NFL. And that makes sense, though. I mean, you had Anthony Brown get hurt. You had Jordan Lewis get hurt. That makes sense. There's not a lot of holes on the Cowboys defense either. That's one of the very few holes they have. But in the game versus Tampa Bay, they played a lot of big nickel, which is 3 safeties, 2 corners, moved to run Bland out to the corner, and then Makuamu played really well in the 24 coverage snaps that he played, and he occupied that nickel at times, moving him around, and they basically see him as a J-Run Kerr starter kit, pretty much. And so Dan Quinn, schematically, he figured out a way versus the Tampa Bay Bucks, and at least with some personnel moves, to avoid that second receiver or the cornerback spot opposite Trevon Diggs becoming a liability. That's going to be a bigger issue in this game. But I think the Cowboys I think they're going to go big nickel most of the time with the run Bland out of that corner. And then, you're going to see the youngster. You're going to see Makuamu out there.
I'm not mad at that because of the way he played.
Yeah.
He played well, and he was so effective that every time he was around the ball and they threw it his way, he knocked it down, he made a tackle, and that's going to be the other part of it. How many yards are those guys going to get after the catch?
That's big.
You have to get them down to the ground and gang tackle immediately, because if you don't do that, it's going to be a problem, because what do? They take it to the house. They have guys that if they get into the open field, you saw Deebo Samuel last week, a 74-yard touchdown catch and run? I mean, those are the types of things. And then you got Christian McCaffrey. This is a big opportunity for the Cowboys defense, and I'm with you, man. I am 100% with you. What can Dan Quinn dial up in this game against this type of offense, going up against Shano? You always talk about the chess game between each coaches and how do you adjust after each call is being made. This is going to be a big challenge for them. But the best part about it is LVE. LVE is back, and he seems to line people up, and the defense seems to get better when he's on the field.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's visibly better, but statistically, analytically, it is a better defense with Leighton Vander Esch on the field. They got to re-sign him.
Yep.
They want to re-sign
They
Leighton
are.
Vander Esch the way he's
And
playing.
I never
There's no
thought I
question
would
about
say
it.
that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Never
He's
thought.
one of your defensive MVPs this year.
Yep.
In Week 7, Dak Prescott returned for the Cowboys, and Christian McCaffrey debuted for the 49ers. Since then, the Cowboys and the 49ers are the only 2 teams in the NFL to average 30 points and outscore their opponents by 10 points.
Yep.
Week 7 is also the last time the 49ers lost a game, because that was to Kansas City. We'll get into that matchup a little bit later on, because I think there are 2 games you got to watch if you want to beat San Fran.
Yep.
And you want to beat, if you want to beat the defense. If you want to beat that defense, there are 2 games you got to watch. So I'm going to say 3 games total. 3 games total you got to watch if you want to beat San Fran. Watch their game versus the New Orleans Saints. Because New Orleans did a really good job defensively versus 21 personnel, which is the bread and butter of the San Francisco 49ers. We'll talk more about that later on. Watch the game versus the Raiders. Patrick's Raiders, because Jarrett Stidham and Josh McDaniels lit up the 49ers defense. And
that was the game I was thinking of.
Yeah, they found a lot of schematic little loopholes in DeMeco Ryans' defense. And then you watch that Kansas City game where Kansas City, I believe, scored 30 points in the second half on DeMeco Ryans' defense.
Yeah, buddy.
Put it on them.
Yeah, buddy.
Those are the 3 games. Those are the 3 games that I'm focusing on, and we'll get into it a little bit later on. But those are the 3 games that showed the most vulnerability for San Fran this year. But since
don't forget, they lost to Denver 11-10.
I mean, they lost to the Bears earlier this year.
That's right.
I mean, they're really, but
that was their first game too.
Yeah, they're hitting their peak at the right time.
Oh, that's what it's all about.
That's it's all about getting hot at the right time.
Yep.
And the Cowboys are getting hot. We just said that since Week 7, Both the Cowboys and the 49ers are first and second in scoring offense, and they're first and second in scoring differential.
Yep.
Since week 7.
Love it.
These are two of the better teams, and I think it's the most complete team, not the best team, the most complete team that the 49ers have faced since they got Christian McCaffrey and they become kind of this whole unit. Because Kansas City's got some holes too.
Yes.
Kansas City they got the best quarterback in the league. So
yeah.
That
kind of covers up some of your
It covers up a lot.
Some of your
covers
problems.
up a lot. They don't even necessarily need a number one wide receiver. People thought that'd be a drop off. No drop off.
No.
He's as good, if not better, than he was last year without Tyreek Hill. And by the way, shout out to Tyreek Hill. He's better. If not, he's just as good, if not better, than he was with Patrick Mahomes. That's something everybody was wrong about. They thought, that'd be a drop-off either way. No, there was no drop-off from either one of them.
And he was telling us that, but we thought he was just saying that because he was at a new team. He's like, man, this is the best quarterback I've ever played with. What?
He did say that.
At the very beginning of the year.
We mocked that
Yeah,
dude.
we did. We're like, man, this dude is tripping.
We were like, man, yeah, that's a great point. He did say that. Yeah, but turns out, Tua balled out.
He knew what he had.
I still would take Mahomes over Tua.
Come on, you and me
all day,
both.
every day, and twice on Sunday.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll get back to that Cowboys matchup, of course, and we'll get to some of the other divisional round games and preview those. Health-wise, injury reports, Cowboys look pretty healthy. Jaron Kearse said he's going to play, and Jason Peters is the only concern. It looks like Jason Peters, who didn't practice, he may not be available.
No, he's not going to be able to go.
So,
I'm already counting him out. We just need to develop whoever the next guy is going to be on that line because you know what you up against with Bosa. He's coming. Bosa's coming.
Bosa.
He is coming.
Mm-hmm.
So you best get yourself ready because he is bringing it.
Get your mind right.
Yeah.
I'm with you. That's a
whether
scary
it's
thing.
Tyler Smith, Tyron Smith, or Will Smith, somebody gonna have to block him on the edge.
Honestly, I'll tell you somebody else you got to worry about. No joke. It's Charles Omenihu.
Oh yeah, he's been balling.
Charles Omenihu's been balling, and he had 2 sacks, a forced fumble.
Yeah.
He was balling in that last game for the 49ers versus Seattle. And remember, he was a nightmare for the Cowboys last year when they played him in the playoffs.
Yes, he was.
He wreaked havoc on them. I guess because he's from the Dallas area. And
he's ready to let you know I'm coming to get it.
Texans screwed that one up. I forgot what they traded him for. Texans traded him for.
That is true.
He's like
he
a late
was
round pick.
Yes.
But I know Caserio didn't. He's not signing any long-term deals with anybody. But I thought, he's one of those guys you keep around.
Yeah, he's from
Rowlett.
Rowlett. He's from Rowlett.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's up there.
He's trying to show out when he plays them Cowboys. He's going to get a lot of run. He's been playing really, really well, and they stockpile defensive linemen, and they rotate a good group of them. But like I said, I've been saying it all week long. I think the Cowboys have the raw materials and the necessary components to match up well with the 49ers.
Yeah.
But that's just the first step in trying to beat the 49ers.
Yeah.
You got to out-coach them. You got to out-coach them.
60
you
minutes,
match up
baby.
well with them, so it's about matchups. You got to out-coach them. Then you got to be as physical, if not more physical, than a team that was so physical, every opponent they faced lost their next game the following week. No matter if they beat the 49ers or lost to them, they lost their next game because they're so damn physical. It takes you a couple of weeks to recover from it.
Yep.
So you got to match their physicality. You got to out-coach, damn good coach. And you gotta match up well. I think they do match up well. You gotta have pieces and talent. If you don't have pieces and talent, then you got no shot at all. But that's just the only. Then you got the discrepancy between rest. I believe it's 52 hours of extra rest and time for preparation. The 49ers have over the Cowboys.
That's bad.
Right? It's around 52 hours.
It's 52 hours.
It's over 2 days.
Yeah, because they played the very first game that Saturday, and then Dallas played the very last game on Monday.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't make any sense why they would. Yeah, huge.
Huge advantage.
But we believe in competitive balance, and we want to make sure we're looking out for our players. But like my man Mike McCarthy said, it's all right. We're going to go out there and play. We're going to be ready to play. We don't need extra time. We don't need all of that. We just need to go out there and be ready to play.
Oh, yeah, you can't make excuses.
No.
No, you can't make excuses.
And can I get up to that podium at the end of it and talk about, man, I wish we would have had a couple more hours, couple more days.
Yeah, that's for us, the talking heads. We can bring it up there.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It is, that's another advantage. They're not a huge advantage. They're just small.
Yep.
Small things. And the 49ers are at home. Another small advantage.
Yep.
So just small little things, and it's a game of inches, and small things add up
They
over
do.
time.
Well, not only that, they gotta go from the East Coast
It's
to
what I'm
the
saying,
West Coast.
It's just little tiny things,
Man, I
man.
can't
It's just
stand it.
it's just small
Haters.
little things, and you're hoping that the Cowboys can counter that, and they bring enough of a schematic advantage, and you hope you get big Dak energy.
Oh, we gonna
If
bring
you
it.
don't get big Dak energy, you got no shot. That's what you need. No, number one, first and foremost, you need him to play exactly like he played, if not better than he played in that last game versus Tampa Bay. If he plays like that, oh, you're gonna be in the game.
Oh, for sure.
If Dak plays like that, you in the game. Now, yeah, if Dak now. There's no question. Now he can't. Now, that means no interceptions either.
Yeah, that's
zero picks.
Because what happens when he doesn't throw picks? Cowboys win.
Exactly.
When the Cowboys, if he does not throw a pick, the Cowboys are 5-0.
So yeah, big Dak energy means 0 picks.
That's right.
Yeah. All right, we come back. We'll get into a little Longhorn conversation. There are a couple of topics we got to address. This A.D. Mitchell story seems to be gaining a lot of momentum and steam. We'll talk about that. Also giving Rojo some love. We'll give Demo some love before the NFL draft, before the NFL combine even. They're already getting some of that draft buzz. That's good stuff. We'll get into that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about my friends over at Twin Peaks because, man, actually, right now, you got happy hour going on at your local Twin Peaks. Monday through Friday, you got 2 to 7 p.m. You can go there and have lots of fun and enjoy great specials like $1 off all wine, liquor, cheap shots, and freezing cold 29-degree draft brews. Also, $2, $4, and $6 appetizers available as well. So if you're a baller on a budget like me, you'll appreciate Twin Peaks just that much more. And they have all these great specials for their late night customers, for those late night eats. So if you're thinking about somewhere for lunch or for dinner or those late night eats, don't forget about Twin Peaks. But for me, it's all about the menu at Twin Peaks, the scratch menu. Every delicious dish on the menu is made from scratch. So if you're thinking about a new favorite spot for lunch or dinner, folks, you got to be thinking about Twin Peaks. And also, when I start my Twin Peaks experience, as soon as I walk through the door, got to get one of those 29-degree draft brews. For me, it's all about Bud Light. For you, it can be whatever brew you like to drink. And also, when I go to Twin Peaks, I can enjoy tons of TVs to watch all of your different sports, your favorite teams, your favorite sports, whether it's the NFL playoffs, whether you're talking about college basketball, the NBA. It is a great sports bar, but so much more than just a sports bar. Go check out TwinPeaksRestaurant.com to find out the specials happening at your local Twin Peaks, Stastny, San Marcos, or the Round Rock location. That's Twin Peaks, Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a new theme Thursday. I was kind of waiting for the lyrics to drop, but I figured it must be an instrumental.
There's lyrics.
It's lyrics? It just takes a while, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice chill vibe.
All right. Chill vibe. The songs that are played by my man Patrick, the Idealionaire, are supposed to give Harj and I clues, hints as to what the new theme of the day is for New Theme Thursday. And Harj yesterday. No, so what? You were yesterday for midweek movie music. Although he wasn't here because he was under the weather.
Hole in one.
Thank God he's feeling
Hole in
exactly.
one. Yep.
Thank God he's feeling good. He's feeling better. We're all happy about that. But he got midweek movie music, which was original Kings of Comedy, on the first selection.
As soon as that beat hit.
First time he had ever done it, by the way. It was also coincidentally first time he was not in studio for it. But that's just side
just,
nugget.
it's
there.
arbitrary.
That,
Yeah,
yes.
it's arbitrary.
But yeah, I think I agree with Patrick. It's like that, like a hole in one, but nobody was there to see it. It's like
It's an albatross.
I hit a hole in one. It's like, well, who saw it? Oh, it was just me out there on the golf course. Well, I gotta tell you,
That squirrel in the tree.
I don't know if you're gonna get credit for that. You get credit for the hole in one nobody saw. If a tree falls in the wood, nobody's around to hear it. Does it still make a
Still
sound?
made sounds.
It still makes a sound.
Still
Okay,
makes a sound.
just making sure. All right.
I have zero on this sound.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I
am
have
lost.
zero on this
I was
sound.
hoping that you were gonna help me out, but
No, I
got
have
nothing.
no chance
I don't
on
even
this
know who
one.
it was or what it was.
Yeah, so give us a
It was
clue
cool.
on who it was.
Sound
It was
like-
the Beatles.
Oh, beautiful.
But you know,
Okay.
those are
I
Beatles.
like that. That was fantastic. I
Beatles,
did like
new
it.
theme music.
That's what it explains why I liked
Yeah,
it so much.
it's
I was
the
like, oh, that
Beatles.
feels
Okay.
good. All right. Oh, put the spec sex line down because then they're gonna spoil it.
They
for
start
you.
guessing. Just
Yeah,
random.
yeah.
Taking 30 guesses in a row.
Well, the spec sex line, they're smarter than us a lot of the time, so they'll get it before we do, and then spoil the whole.
Did somebody get it
game.
yesterday?
I think definitely by
You
the third
got
one.
it, Harj.
No,
you
I'm
got
talking
it.
about on spec sex line.
No,
Oh.
I don't think. I think it was the third one when people started to get it.
Okay.
No, Harj, no. You get what? Because you are the champion.
I
Harj.
was the champion.
Like I said, just
I
because
was.
nobody saw your hole in one doesn't mean you
I
didn't
mean,
get it.
I did.
Yeah, I know. I believe you.
He's hopped up on all those allergy meds.
I'm telling you.
He
I
got
sat here-
clairvoyance.
I was laying in my
He
bed.
could see my screen.
I was laying in the bed and I was going, I know he is not gonna believe, but I got King Kong. I sent it to y'all right away.
I did get
then
a
I
text.
and then I sent you the screenshot to show you the time to let you know, because you got to remember, if you're listening on the app, it's like
It's a little delay.
It's like 8 to 10 seconds
That's a
later.
delay. That's a delay.
So there wasn't no
Yeah.
time for me to be in there. You was already into the next thing.
Just
And I was
saying.
like, yo, man, I
Yeah.
got this. man.
Just saying it could have been.
Hole in one.
No Shazam?
Nobody
No
saw it.
Shazam
I
on
don't
your
even.
phone?
I have zero Shazam.
You don't have Google either? You can't Google?
No, I don't think I do. I don't even know where to go. But I
You're an
don't-
old man now.
I am.
Now
I'm-
you're Bucky Godboy
I'm
all
like,
of a sudden.
let me
Can't
see if I even
work
got a Google on
technology.
here.
No, he just got his Rolodex. He's going through.
Oh, I love it. I love it. All right, New Theme Thursday. We'll try to do better next time. All right, let's try to get to some of these stories here. Big one, the biggest story in the Longhorn Nation right now has to do with the transfer portal. You actually, Harsh Knock Life. You
That's
don't
right.
know transfer portal.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk
topic.
a little bit about the transfer portal and how it's changed the game so much, which is it's a good thing and it's a bad thing. It giveth and it taketh away. So we'll talk about it a little bit in the Harsh Knocks Live.
All right. Yeah, because it does. A.D. Mitchell, who is a transfer from Georgia, he has officially hit the transfer portal. There were rumblings of this yesterday.
Yep.
But it's official. He is in the transfer portal. A lot of people believe because he's got roots in Texas. He actually is from H-Town originally. Played high school football there in his early years in Fort Bend. I believe it was like Ridge Point, somewhere like that. And then moved to Tennessee for his last 2 years, a junior and a senior. Then in Tennessee became one of the highest ranked and rated receivers in the country, and actually was offered by Texas. From the Tom Herman regime, was offered by Texas, but decided to go to Georgia instead. But he got offers from, all the top schools pretty much. He had the pick from the who's who, if you will, of schools. He chose Georgia. He has been at Georgia for 2 years, his true freshman year. He did have multiple starts. I mean, he had a lot of starts. He only had 29 receptions for 426 yards, but he ended up getting a lot of playing time in his true freshman year. Had an ankle sprain or high ankle sprain this past year, and this past season, I should say. And now with 38 career receptions, has decided he's entering the transfer portal. 6'3", 195, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Got a nice frame.
Very nice frame, and during the playoffs, he was a big factor in what they were having so much success. He was their go-to guy. You know, they love the tight ends at Georgia.
Yeah, they do.
They loved going to the tight end, but this wide receiver has an opportunity to come to the University of Texas, and one of the biggest things that Texas was going through last year was finding that number 3 wide receiver. That was the biggest thing. Everybody was looking for that number 3 wide receiver. But I told you this the other day, Rod. I still believe that Texas needs to find a way to use Jay Witt more and, of course, Jatavian Sanders. You look across the league, you look across the NFL, you look across college football. Some tight ends are leading their teams in receptions, and JT's that special type of player that if you give him enough touches, he stays involved in the game. I think during the season where things started to fade off, he started fading off. When he wasn't becoming the feature, he wasn't trying to become the feature anymore. I think his blocking kind of went downhill a little bit because he wasn't involved. And you know as well as I do, if you get a guy like that the ball early in the game, he's going to give you everything throughout the game. Mm-hmm. But when you don't get him involved, then he's just running around. Some people can't handle that. Some people's energy changes.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost Patrick was talking about that yesterday, but with Texas basketball, how to keep guys invested both ends of the floor.
For sure.
They got to touch the ball. They ain't always got to shoot it.
Exactly.
But it was like they got to touch it, and there's some of that in football too. And I'm with you on that. It's just when it comes to the skill position guys. I agree with you 100%. And one of the I don't know, this is something small, but it could be big. A lot of people are looking at the social media hints and clues here, and he started following Quinn Ewers on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
I know. But these days, stuff like that matters.
Just to let you know that I like you, dog.
Yeah, you change your social media profile.
Yep,
you take all the team signage off your social media profile. That matters, that kind of stuff. And also, I like that this is Isaiah Nayor Insurance, I think.
For sure.
If you get him.
Yeah, if you get them.
If you get them. It's Isaiah Nayor Insurance. Remember last year, totally changed the entire complexion of the offense when you lost that deep ball element that you thought you were going to get with Isaiah Nayor, and then you had to typecast your top receiver, X-Man, Xavier Worthy, into being a deep threat and your feature receiver in your passing game, and that was just too much of a burden on him. We saw that he regressed under that burden. So I'm with you. I like that. You know, first of all, I like the fact that now they have JT Sanders as basically their number 3 receiver. It's disappointing they couldn't get a number 3 receiver from the actual wide receiving room, but JT Sanders should be that guy. I mean, he should be. He's that much of a talented receiver down the field. You can move him around, and I've always agreed with you about Jay Witt that he's underutilized. And both of those guys actually can help you minor, maybe not major, but minor in positionless football because Jay Witt and JT Sanders, both those guys can move around the chessboard a little bit too. Getting to some other topics for Longhorn fans here. I saw this from Pro Football Focus. There was actually 2 articles from Pro Football Focus I want to bring up. Both of them are draft related, so we got a while before we get into it, but I just thought it was interesting before we forget all about it. So they were ranking their 10 most underrated players coming out in the draft, and guess who makes it? Rojo.
Of course.
They say, I love this, they said that Rojo, if you look at, he is one of the most powerful runners in the class, averaging an absurd 4.28 yards after contact per rush. To put that into perspective, Bijan Robinson averaged 4.1 yards after contact per rush. So he averaged more yards after contact per rush than Bijan. Remember, I told you guys earlier this year, actually last year, I should say. I told you guys late last year, right around the bowl game, that Roschon Johnson actually had a higher broken tackle rate than Bijan Robinson over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Strangely enough, it was a higher broken tackle rate than Bijan. So he actually did more damage after contact.
Yeah.
And being able to avoid contact than Bijan. That's freaky to say, but that's what kind of class he in. So he's going to be a diamond in the rough for whoever finds him. I don't know where he's going to get drafted, but he's going to fly up draft boards because he's going to test really well. But then once they start talking to him and do more research on him, they're going to like him even more. The only thing hurting Rojo is the running back position and its value, which has dropped off the map in the NFL.
Well, just consider this, too. We're talking about the impact that he's going to make for some team. But this was a young man that was coming to the University of Texas as a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And he sacrificed and said, I will go play running back for you if you just continue to let me play it. And he got his opportunity, stayed in that room, became an unsung leader on that football team. And now he's going to get his flowers when he gets to the NFL. I'm a huge fan of him. I think he's going to be an impactful player for whatever team he's on. And I think he's going to be – he may not get that contract early, that big one, in the draft, but he'll get that big second contract because he's that valuable of a player.
He's a professional.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to make a roster. He's going to stick around for a few
long
years.
time.
And then whenever he decides to hang it up, there'll be some Longhorn businessman who's a multimillionaire who's like, oh, I'd love to have a guy like that work.
That's
for
my
me.
representation right
No
there.
question. And he deserves all that. DeMarvion Overshown also going on to the NFL draft. There was a article written about the top 10 linebackers coming out in the NFL draft, and I was happy to see that DeMarvion Overshown was number 5.
Yeah, buddy.
On this list.
Athletic, man.
Yeah, they got him as the 5th highest rated linebacker coming out. I love how they say his play style is pterodactyl.
Ooh.
And I really do. I hope that catches on. I like that. They talk about how he's kind of a new age linebacker because he is a hybrid player that's transitioning from safety, but he's got a lot of raw materials. He's got a lot of great athleticism, which in this day and age, really that's what you want. Somebody who feels comfortable in space. He can fly to the football. They'll probably have to put some weight on him, and they got to teach him how to take on blocks better. They can do that at the NFL level.
No doubt.
But he might end up getting drafted higher than Longhorn fans think if they got him as the 5th best off-ball linebacker. Also a position that hasn't been overvalued, so he's going, even if he's the 5th highest rated linebacker, he'll still probably drop a little bit in the draft because I don't know how many of those guys are drafted high.
Well, the other part of it is, too, another player that came to the University of Texas at one position and moved to another and made a great move for themselves, and he played the position well. I remember, and I'll talk about this all the time, first spring game, he was on the field wearing number 31. Mm-hmm. Casey Thompson was running to the goal line, and he popped Casey. And I was like, who is that? Very next play, Casey tried to do it again, and he popped Casey again. And I was like, first off, you're not supposed to be hitting the quarterback. Number 2, if he wants to run like that, he's going to pop him like that. And he was one of the top safeties coming out of high school, and he was able to make that transition. So proud of him, and I've always been an Agent Zero fan. Told you before, I got the shirt. You do have the you got the yeah. I've been a fan from day one, so I'm very, very impressed with him, and I hope that he does get to that next level and really shines there.
I'll be interested to see what team really likes DeMarvion Overshown because I think his utilization and compatibility with the defensive system he goes to is going to be key for him early on. So that's important. All right, that's our kind of behind the burnt orange curtain segment. We'll get back to some more Longhorn-related topics a little bit later on in the show. And, of course, talking a lot of NFL today. We got the flex coming up on the other side. I heard something today about one of my favorite high school prospects. Had me giddy. We'll talk about that on the other side and also talk about what's going on the flex right here on Ball Don't Lie, 104.9 The Horn. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. New theme Thursday. My man Patrick, the Idealionaire, plays songs for us that are supposed to give us clues and hints as to what the new theme of the day is. And although I like the songs, I will admit, I do not have a suggestion.
I might. King of the Road. What was the first song by the Beatles?
It was the Beatles.
I know, but what was
Not going to tell you the name of the song.
Oh.
All right, so I'm going to go Road Warriors, Dallas Cowboys going back-to-back road trips.
No.
Okay.
That was a good
Incorrect.
guess.
It's a good guess.
That
Not
was a
sure.
great guess.
Good guess.
That was well done. I like that. Okay.
All right.
That's yeah, okay.
Who sings this, King of the Road?
Roger Miller.
Roger
Miller.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll see.
I think you were on to something though, Harge. I think
I'm
you're in the right area code, I should say.
Okay.
You're right there. Might
Well,
be
if I'm the king of the road, I need to know all the zip codes too.
I was saying you're in the area. I don't know if you're in the right zip code. You got the right area code. That's what I mean. Got to pinpoint a little bit better. But all right, new theme Thursday.
Somebody drop a pin.
All right, let's get to the flex. FLXATX.com. FLXATX on all your social media platforms. You can go to FLXATX.com and they have the hoop schedule for all of the local Central Texas teams or the higher ranked teams, I should say, in their rankings. Classifications, yes, in 6A and 25-5A. 24-5A for the men and the women. So you can go check out that schedule if you want to go catch some high school hoops action. And that's tomorrow's hoop schedule is up there at FLXATX.com. And shout out to one of our local flexers who made our all flex team, who I heard Chad talking about it too. So shout out to my man Chad for hipping me to it. But I follow him on the Twitterverse, and I saw it via Twitter on his Twitter account that Leonard Moore, the Round Rock cornerback, got a Notre Dame offer.
Nice. You said it.
But Marcus
Remember
Freeman
you said it
said
earlier.
he's coming down here, man.
Said it.
Marcus Freeman has said that he's coming to Texas. He's telling all of his boosters and donors he's coming to Texas, and he's coming down to take the big-time recruits. And he's already got a couple from Central Texas.
Yeah.
Got Jaden Greathouse. Who's the other one? Braden
James. Yeah.
Got him, too.
Yep.
And I don't know if they're going to get Leonard Moore, but he's one of the best corners in the area. He did not make our all-flex team as a DB. It was as a returner. But if Leonard Moore, his people are listening, hey, Rod B, I pounded the pavement for you, brother.
Yeah, he did.
I pounded the table for
Yeah,
you.
he did.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he did.
I thought he just didn't get enough love because they didn't throw his way.
Yeah.
I mean, he had 18 total targets in 2022.
Yeah, it wasn't like they were
18
trying to go
targets.
after him because they knew better.
He had 18 targets, and basically, how about this? 18 targets, and 12 of those ended up being an interception or a PBU.
Because he's round the ball. My man make plays.
The man
That's
allowed
what we did.
3 receptions all year long. And then as a corner, I understand that because that's the kind of respect you want. And then when you don't get the stats, then people don't want to give you accolades. But you got to watch the film. You watch the tape. That's the best corner in Central Texas.
Yeah, you said that from day one.
Yes,
and when
it
I
is.
walked in, I told you I was going to the Round Rock and Westwood game. As soon as I walked in, he had taken a punt to the house. Like as soon as I walked in the door, I hear all the screaming.
Yeah.
And I walk up the steps, and he was halfway to the house already.
Yeah. No.
So he's one of those electrifying type of players. The one thing that I'm disappointed in it, but it's going to change. They've got him as a 3-star right now.
That's all right.
Which is like, huh?
That's ridiculous.
We seen it. We watched it. You know what it looked like.
You know, it's the same thing I told Jalen Gilbert, who was the safety there.
Yep,
who,
that's right.
Recently committed to Vanderbilt. Well, committed to Vanderbilt after decommitting from other places, but he didn't have an offer when I first met him, and I was like, "You ain't got an offer?" He's like, "No," and I was like, "Don't worry about it.
Don't worry, it's gonna change.
Yeah,
It's gonna
they
change.
just, I don't know. It just takes them a while. It takes them longer than us because it doesn't take me long to watch and go, "Oh no, that guy can play at the next level, at the Power 5 level." Same thing with this guy too. I thought they had one of the best defenses in the area too.
Definitely one of the best secondaries.
I thought it was the best secondary as well with those 2 guys in it. But either way, congrats to one of our flexers on that offer. I thought that was really cool.
Yep. Special shout out to the new coaches in the Pflugerville ISD area.
Shout out.
Weiss has hired Vernon Hughes, who was the assistant coach at Weiss, and now he's been elevated to head coach. 36-year-old now head coach at Pflugerville High School. And Pflugerville Weiss, excuse me. And now shout out to Charles Burton, who has now become the head coach at Pflugerville. Connolly, the father of Caleb Burton. He was once the coach over at Dale Valley. Then he transferred over and was coaching with Lake Travis, and now he's back in the Pflugerville ISD at Connolly.
Nice. Congrats to all those coaches. Nice shout out there. I like that. All right, go to FLXATX.com. Go to FLXATX on all of your social media platforms. We come back. Speaking of coaches, there's a coaching carousel happening in the NFL. We got to get you updated on that. Texans and their coaching search. We'll talk about that and the latest with Sean Payton. The contract extensions potentially for some young superstars, some young phenoms in the NFL, and also news, notes, and nuggets about Greg Roman moving on, Miami Dolphins making coaching changes, and what's going to happen in the rumor mill with Lamar Jackson, Trey Lance, Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk about the quarterback drama and all of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie 104.9 The Horn. New theme Thursday right here on Ball Don't Lie. Right here, we try our best to guess what the new theme of the day is. The Idealionaire Patrick Davis plays songs, selections that are supposed to give us clues and hints as to what the new theme of New Theme Thursday is. And, oh, man, I got to tell you, I got nothing. Harge, go ahead.
Well, it seems that King is involved in all of these songs at some point. So is it Martin Luther King? Is it Martin Luther King?
Well, it's not Martin Luther King and just entirely, but we had Martin Luther King Day on Monday.
Right.
We had the Kings of Comedy on Wednesday. I thought, why not keep the Kings going for
There
another
it
day?
is. All right.
And all these songs
All right.
Have
okay.
King
have
in
King
it?
in them.
All
The
right.
first song was called Sun King from the Beatles.
Okay.
Okay. There you go. That's nice. I like that. Okay.
I like it too.
So the King thing.
It's
King.
the King thing.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. Well done.
Do we have some Kings that will be on 512 Friday? I'm sure you're gonna find the
King
East
thing?
Side Kings.
Yeah.
There's some East Side Kings.
See, Harge, you were right. You were in the area
I was in
code.
the- I was.
You
You were
was in
right.
the area code. You was
You were
right.
right.
You was right around there. You was sniffing around.
I
it.
was hovering.
You was sniffing around
I
it.
was
Yeah.
hovering.
All right. So the King theme for a new theme Thursday. You can be a part of the show. 512-337-3776. That is the number to the Specs text line. You also can hit us up via Twitter. I'm at Rod Babers in the Twitterverse. My man Harge is at Hardball Harge in the Twitterverse. Patrick Davis, the Idealionaire at It's Patrick Davis. There's so many NFL topics, guys, that they're out there. We can go rapid fire because I know there are a couple of topics that you guys want to hit. Let's start with the Greg Roman move because I think that'll lead us to the Lamar Jackson conversation. And then that's a conversation I think that's worth having because it has been one of the hot topics in the NFL, even during the NFL playoffs with the Ravens out and with Lamar Jackson not playing. Be a lot of discussion about the future of Lamar Jackson. We've talked about it a couple of times on this show. But this is a story from Ian Rappaport. The Ravens and the offensive coordinator Greg Roman are parting ways.
Mm-hmm.
So the Greg Roman, which runs that system that he is famous for, it is his calling card. He ran the same system when he was with the 49ers with Colin Kaepernick, ran the same system with Lamar Jackson. It is a great system for a specific skill set. But now the Ravens are moving on from the Greg Roman and from that system, which begs the question, what does this mean for their future with Lamar Jackson?
It's an interesting take, right? So you change it. Lamar's been going through the injuries, but you said it when he was with San Francisco because he was with San Francisco, Greg Roman. He used that same offense with Kaepernick, though, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it looks like he is trying to – the only way he can be successful with that offense is with a mobile running quarterback. And this is something that I'm looking at and saying that's not going to be good for what Lamar Jackson is trying to become. It's almost like the Russell Wilson effect. Remember, Russ stopped running, and his game totally changed. Lamar was trying to make everybody understand, I can throw from the pocket, but he never really had the time to throw from the pocket because he was always running. Now, the biggest question is, how is Lamar going to react with his guy being gone? Because Lamar really hadn't been under another offensive coordinator. So the biggest question is, what's going to happen for Lamar moving forward?
Well, first of all, they got to get the contract or at least his status settled, whether that's a franchise tag or whether they're actually going to sign him to an extension or they're going to
if they
sign and
franchise
trade.
him, I'm not coming back.
Franchise. I mean,
If you franchise me, I'm not coming back.
And I always said, and this is the thing about the franchise tag. You can franchise a player and then still sign an extension while you have the franchise tag, but there has to be an understanding between you and the player because you're right. A lot of players, they get offended.
Yep.
My comparison, my analogy is always, it's like dating a woman for 5-6 years, which I dated a woman for longer than that. And then after all that dating, giving her a promise ring and saying, I love you, girl.
Yeah.
It can be a diamond promise ring and be a really nice one from Diamonds Direct. That's not what she wants. She wants that diamond. She wants the ring. She wants the world and everything in it. She wants the commitment behind it and the promise behind it. And that essentially is what the franchise tag represents. Yes, you get paid a lot of money for that 1 year, but there is no investment and there is no commitment from the team. And that's ultimately why the players who have been playing for that franchise, giving their heart, soul, blood, tears for 4 or 5 years with that team, depending on what they did, 5th-year option, franchise tag, whatever, decide, decide, you know what? Like you just said, Harge, I'm not playing for this team again.
I'm not.
After everything I did, y'all gonna treat me with a franchise tag? You gonna give me the promise ring?
MVP.
Yeah.
And this is how you gonna treat me?
Don't give that woman that promise ring.
No.
Just in that case, just don't give her
don't
anything.
even talk about it.
Don't give her anything. Yeah,
Exactly.
don't give her anything. Before you give her the promise ring, trust me, don't give her anything. I never gave her a promise ring, but I was smart enough to know not to do that. Because like her, she might have been like, I'm done with you.
Yeah.
You are sorry.
What? What you mean?
Exactly.
You said you wanted to be together.
Because what does the promise ring represent? It's you not
Holding
being
tight.
considerate of what her feelings are.
Correct.
And what she wants.
I'm holding it down for you.
You worried about yourself.
Exactly.
You gave that promise ring.
All right, girl, here. Just stick around for a little
take
bit.
the damn ring.
Come on, I know this is yours. Here.
Yeah.
Damn. Been bugging me about this the whole time.
Gave it
well, here
begrudgingly.
you go. Yeah, exactly. And that's how Baltimore is right now. Baltimore's looking at them like, hey, man, we got your back. Do you? Do you? Because you could have nullified all this conversation that people were having about me not being on the road trip, not being at the game. You could have had my back and said, Lamar is hurt. But you never went out there and said that. You never publicly had my back. So what trust do I have in you that you're going to give me? I will say this, and I was talking to somebody about this not too long ago. If Ozzie Newsome was still there, that deal would have been done. I have no doubt in my mind. If Ozzie Newsome would have still been there for Baltimore, that deal would have been done because Ozzie was the one who put his neck out for Lamar, and he ended up being an MVP in the league. I have no doubt that would have been done.
Great point. I agree with that.
Yeah, and I mean, especially if you're talking about Lamar Jackson being his own agent, a relationship is a huge factor into this.
Yep.
That, yeah, I could definitely believe in that. I mean, for me, it comes down to I think this might just be the Ravens kind of hedging bets that they can now go to Lamar if they do franchise tag him, could say, well, you get to help pick out your guy, and then you'll get an OC, and well, we're doing this, so we're doing this for you, so you can come back and play now. Because look, we went out and got you a guy you wanted to get, and now we come back and play for us another year, and then we'll worry about that contract later. I could see that, and then hedge their bets of, well, if he's gone, we get a guy that wants to throw the ball anyway.
That can run a different offense, that can attract, that's more suitable, compatible with other skill sets.
And this is the one, and I think this is the most, if I'm hiring an offensive coordinator this year, I don't really care about talking to many people until I talk to one guy, and it's Eric Bieniemy. And it's Eric Bieniemy has last 2 years signed 1-year deals with the Kansas City Chiefs, so he can actually make a lateral move. He can. It's once the season's over, he's off his contract. He can go interview wherever he wants to. If he thinks, hey man, I'm not getting calls for head coaching gigs. And I think he's got the Colts maybe. I think one team reached out to him so far this cycle, but not as many as his name's slowly falling further and further away from it. And he used to be the hot name, but he's somebody that if you say, look at what he did with Patrick Mahomes, look who he's done there. Even though people are believing it's not him and it's Andy Reid, you still say, what if we bring him in? If we bring him into Baltimore, all of a sudden, you tell me receivers don't want to go play for Eric Bieniemy?
Yeah,
that's a good point. And that he's an Andy Reid guy. John Harbaugh is an Andy Reid guy from Andy Reid coaching tree.
So I could see that making it a little bit of a change where Lamar Jackson might be more inclined to play for an Eric Bieniemy to say, hey man, he made Patrick Mahomes an MVP. He makes him a prolific passer. Maybe he can make my passing game more, where I still can run the ball, but I don't have to be that guy. I could see that. I also like Eric Bieniemy and the Chargers just because I think they could put up prolific numbers. But if I'm Baltimore, that's somebody that I definitely want to talk to because I think that makes a lot of things a little bit easier of the hurdles you've had with Greg Roman at OC.
Yeah, I don't disagree with your point about Eric Bieniemy. I've said it for the last couple of years. He has to leave the side of Andy Reid. He has to get away from Andy Reid. Andy Reid at this point it's obviously a great data point on his resume that he was been Andy Reid this long, but now it's starting to have the inverse effect. It's hurting him. He's basically in the coaching friend zone. Everybody keeps bringing his name up when there's an opening, but nobody believes he's ever getting the job. Nobody. Nobody. No, everybody knows at this point he's not getting that job. It's like, no, he's not getting that job. He's just going to get an interview, but he's not getting the job.
Yep. Yeah.
And he's basically become kind of a Rooney Rule fail-safe for teams. And he's got to get the hell away from Andy Reid, man. He has to. He has to. It's the only way he's going to ever be able to be considered for a head coaching job. Because right now, even though Andy Reid himself has said he calls plays, he's never going to get credit for it.
Nobody believes him.
Nobody believes him.
Nobody believes him.
Nobody believes him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got to get away from him.
That's why I say if you go to the Los Angeles Chargers, who just fired the NFL Films kid.
Lombardi.
Lombardi.
The
NFL Films kid.
Hey, man, that's a legacy in the league.
No, but if you get Lombardi, like if you get in there and he goes there and makes that a prolific offense, they make a playoff run, then everybody now looks at Eric Bieniemy differently because they know Brandon Staley had absolutely nothing to do with that, right?
Yeah.
So he gets a look of like,
That's
oh,
true.
no, this is
Good
a
point.
great offensive mind.
I agree
And
with
if he goes to the Ravens and he takes an offense that's doing okay, but then brings Lamar Jackson back to NFL prominence, keeps him healthy for a season, gets them wide receiver, they go, well, look what he just did with this team that was good, getting him over the hump.
Yep.
I think both of those are options he could go to and in one season make himself back to a very desirable head coaching candidate.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think he's got to do something. That's interesting. I don't know what's going to happen with Lamar Jackson, the Ravens, but there are events unfolding that may very well have an effect on his decision, whatever that's going to be, or even their decision, whatever that's going to be as it relates to Lamar Jackson. Speaking of quarterbacks, let's stay with that because there's a rumor that is circulating about Trey Lance already, and 49ers fans are all over this thing. Since Ron Carthon got the GM job with the Tennessee Titans, who was an executive with the 49ers, once again, going back to social media, on Instagram, Trey Lance posted 3 crossed fingers emojis on a story about Ron Carthon getting the GM job with the Tennessee Titans. And now there are a lot of people that believe this is some type of clue or hint that the Tennessee Titans, who need a future quarterback, they need a future franchise quarterback.
What do you mean about Malik Willis?
Malik Willis ain't working out for him, exactly. And it doesn't look like Tannehill is going to be the answer for them, even though they got a lot of money invested in him. There's a belief, just a rumor mill, that one of the big moves, or the first big move he's going to pull when he gets there, is he is going to pull out his contact list, call up John Lynch, and try to arrange a trade for Trey Lance. And you know that the 49ers will be willing to listen because it looks like they got a bit of a conundrum as to what they're going to do, because Brock Purdy may very well lead this team to a Super Bowl. I know you hope that's not the case, Cowboys fans, but if he does,
You're right.
And they've already pretty much stated several reports that he's the starting quarterback right now, even though Jimmy G is starting to get healthy, that no, this is not a competition. It is Brock Purdy's job.
So let me ask you this. So, I mean, I know it's a week-to-week league, and it seems to be a minute-to-minute league nowadays. With the changes that happened, they gave up a bunch of picks to get him, which is why they
3
can trade
first-rounders and a third.
That's why they're probably trying to get some of that back. They're trying to recoup a little bit of that. But at the end of the day, you went from this is our guy, this is going to be our guy, to Brock Purdy got hot for a minute. But we all know that in the NFL, once people get tape on you, what is this now? Week 7 for?
It'll be his 7th game.
Seventh
start.
game.
Yeah.
Going into next year, there's not going to be a surprise. Brock Purdy's not going to shock anybody. We could say the same thing for Trey Lance. I thought them trading to get Trey Lance was a far reach because the guy didn't have a lot of tape himself. But you said it. He's what did you say? He's Shano's like he loves the reclamation project, the ugly girl in the room or ugly guy in the room.
He's like that friend you have that is attracted to bad men. Like she's just guys who are just a-holes and D-backs. They're just not good
Or
for her.
terrible girls.
Terrible girls, whatever it may be.
Yep.
I think he's got a bad picker when it comes to quarterbacks. I do. I think it's just something you can rectify. It's not just a flaw; it's just a blind spot. But I think he's got a bad picker when it comes to QBs.
And now we're sitting here saying,
but he makes him
this
look
guy,
good. He makes him look good though.
Now you're sitting here saying, "Oh, I'm already done with this guy. I'm already done with this guy. Let's go ahead and move on. Let's get some of these picks back. I'm gonna ride with my man Brock Purdy. I think he's earned it throughout this time. So let's do that." And it's amazing to me how quick we get off of somebody. The same thing with Malik Willis. Malik Willis, you thought that was your guy. You went up, you drafted him high. Everything looked to be promising. He needs to sit out. He needs to develop. Let Tannehill go and do his thing for a little while, and we'll develop this guy, get him up to speed. Well, Tannehill gets hurt. He has to go out there and play. And then we're like, oh, no, he's not ready for the speed of this game. Now, all of a sudden, let's go trade and go get Trey Lance, who pretty much can be the exact same Malik Willis.
A lot of people are saying that he's pretty much, and I don't disagree with this, a Steve McNair starter kit. Steve McNair starter kit. That he's got a lot of the raw tools to be a kind of a Steve McNair starter kit.
Steve was dope when
I
he
know.
came out.
I don't disagree with that.
he didn't have that. That
I
little
don't disagree with
swing.
that. I'm just telling you the comparisons that have been thrown out there about
Yeah.
it from Tennessee Titans fans because they're the ones who are hoping this trade is made.
And then, I mean, if you look at it from the 49ers, you talked about this before, Rod, that quarterback scouting and guessing who's going to be good in the NFL is really hit or miss.
Yeah, there's
so
no
like the whole thing of Mr. Irrelevant 8 weeks in, you're like, can Mr. Irrelevant do it? And you're like, it's a fun story, but we can stop pretending that everyone just kind of missed on that one. There's a lot of teams that wish they could have a do-over and take him in the 7th round before the last pick.
Yeah.
So we know, all right, that's it. And we know that Trey Lance, probably they wish they hadn't traded everything for him. Even though we think he's good, we probably wouldn't have gone full all in if we knew it was going to take this many years to develop him and he wasn't still going to be ready. That all being said, we can wipe it clean, and Tennessee doesn't know what they're doing. They don't necessarily have the people to evaluate new people. So if they go and make a trade, and if you're the 49ers and go, we have Brock Purdy on a 4-year, $3.7 million contract. So our window for signing new guys before we have to pay Brock Purdy, and we'll give him like if he wins well in 2 years, he's getting an extension because he's just going to sit out and go, I'll miss out on the $2 million. But like to have that window just fly wide open of we're not going to have to pay Trey Lance, we'll get rid of him. We have Brock Purdy. We don't have Jimmy G. We can pay all these guys in our defense and all our weapons and make sure we keep McCaffrey. And we just paid Debo, and we'll just build up this team and try and go win 3 in a row and then worry about paying Purdy.
He's got to win it, though. For me to have that type of confidence
I
to
get
go
it.
all in on Purdy, he'd have to win it all.
But I don't think
if they even come short of it by the NFC title game, I can't go all in on Purdy just because I agree with Hart to a certain extent. Once the film is out, there could be a regression to the mean. I don't know how hard that regression is going to be. So and if he wins it all, I'm with you.
Now,
you just go.
But what
all in.
if they lose because they allow 50 points to the Cowboys?
It's still,
they lose 45-50.
But my point is, you got to the NFC title game with Jimmy G.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, the whole point is if Purdy gets you over the top, you go all in. He ain't getting you. You go to the NFC title game. He did that already.
Yeah.
You already been there with a guy.
You don't have to go all in. I mean, you're just trading away Trey Lance and recuperating because you don't necessarily think he's the guy either.
But that would be, since going on, because you would lose your insurance policy. You have to go get another insurance policy. And I don't know which one you want to go get Jimmy G. I guess you can re-sign Jimmy G if you want to.
And you could go draft somebody else with one of the picks you get from the Titans.
You could do that too, but then, like we said, quarterback evaluation inexact science. You could draft a guy in the 2nd round, end up being a bust until, I don't know, like Geno Smith, 5, 6, 7 years later, and end up having his best year. Nobody knows what the hell they're doing when it comes to QBs. Nobody. So, I mean, I'm with you. So, to that point, you should do exactly what you are theorizing, but you also can have some, you can have some pause about that as well.
Yeah, and you can just drop. You can go ahead and trade during Trey Lance. Put Brock Purdy back and go sign Tom Brady for a year.
You could do that too. But you really honestly, I don't hate on anybody's quarterback decisions anymore because I know that everybody's pretty much throwing blank at the wall and seeing if it sticks when it comes to QB. Yeah. Everybody's trying to fake like they actually know. And some guys have a little bit more acumen or a better evaluation process, but it's still pretty much an inexact science, guys. Come on now. Yeah. Look at the GOAT. Hell, Daniel Jones was a walk-on at Duke.
Yeah.
A walk-on. Yeah. And everybody thought he was a bust until Brian Daboll comes in and turns him into a good quarterback. Like, guys, nobody knows.
David Cutcliffe got him first.
As a walk-on.
And then he created him.
That's what I'm saying. Because nobody missed it. Everybody missed on him. He had to walk on to Duke because Duke wasn't even after him. They were like, you can walk on. We'll see what you got. I mean, I'm just saying, Josh Allen, right? Yep. Nobody wanted to give him a scholarship. Wyoming, the only one that offered.
Yep.
So he went. Nobody really knows. Yeah, and everybody thought Josh Allen was going to be a bust. And honestly, everything pointed to bust for Josh Allen until Brian Daboll did the damn thing.
Oh, you mean? Yep, that's true. Yeah, he's got both of them.
He's got both. He's getting credit. He's getting credit for both of their success stories because right now there's a little bit of a regression. in terms of the recklessness that Josh Allen plays
Stability
with.
at the quarterback position because he
Exactly.
doesn't take care of the football.
And then you turn Daniel Jones, a high-risk quarterback, into a low-risk, high-reward one. A lot of people loving Brian Daboll right now, man. Give him a lot of props for quarterback resurrection stories.
That's a great get right there. That's a good nugget right there.
Great get. Okay, let's get to Harsh Knock. We'll get back to NFL news, notes, and nuggets. There's some Aaron Rodgers rumors out there we got to get to. We'll get to the Texans coaching search and the coaching carousel. I promise you. And also, good story coming up. We got to get to this too. Guys, there are going to be record-breaking contract extensions signed this offseason. For wide receiver, Justin Jefferson broke all the records for any receiver through the first 3 years of their career in NFL history. And for Joe freaking Burrow.
Joe Burrow is the one. I mean, I'm cool with the Justin Jefferson because he deserves it and what he became. That Joe Burrow one is going to be ridiculous.
If it ain't fully
from
guaranteed,
a cheap company, I mean, from a cheap team too.
That's true. But if it ain't fully guaranteed, like Deshaun Watson's deal, then we just got to crown David Mulligetta at this point. I mean, come on, man. If Joe Burrow
they
can't get a
turned
fully
their back on
guaranteed
him. It ain't happening.
Right?
It ain't happening. Right? Nothing to see
and
here.
you're right. He's going to be trying to get it from one of the cheapest owners in the NFL.
The cheapest owner
How's that
in the
gonna work?
NFL.
That's scary.
If
you're a Bengals fan, this is a little scary.
Carson Palmer retired to get away from it.
Exactly.
A cheap billionaire.
It is prime.
Yeah. And there are a lot of cheap billionaires. I would say the sport with the most cheap billionaires has got to be baseball.
Very true.
The cheapest billionaires.
Well, and that's guaranteed too.
Exactly. That's why they're so cheap.
That's why they're cheap. They're like, man, we are not giving this dude guaranteed money, man.
So he's a cheap billionaire, and that's why baseball, you'll get superstars that are leaving teams as quickly as possible because they want to get away from cheap billionaires.
Gotta go. That's right.
Cheap billionaire can be dangerous to a fan
base.
They
go and disappear for the the Anaheim Angels.
Exactly.
They go and disappear.
Great point. Yeah. So we'll talk about that. I think that's a really interesting story coming up in the offseason for the NFL. So we'll get to that coming up in the 6 o'clock hour of Harsh Knock Live coming up. What you got for the people?
We're going to talk about the transfer portal and how NIL and the transfer portal are now 1-1, but sometimes a lot of guys go over in that transfer portal.
Oh, yeah. It give it, then it take it away.
No doubt.
We'll come back. We'll talk about the transfer portal and all the elements that come along with it. All of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Recently, I had a friend of mine who told me that they were looking for work, any kind of work that they could get. And I actually told him, I said, hey, man, strangely enough, I do a live for my good friends at Iron Workers Local Union 482, and they've been hiring for the last couple of months. And they're hiring like 3,000 people. He said, hey, I'll look it up. I said, go check out ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org to go check it out because that's exactly what's going on. Iron Workers Local Union 482, who've been around forever. They've been helping shape Greater Austin since 1935. So you see the labors of their love all over this great city. Iconic landmarks like DKR Stadium and the Pennybacker Bridge. So as the city continues to grow and thrive, so does Iron Workers Local Union 482. And that's why right now they're hiring 3,000 plus people for a huge project. And you can become a member of Iron Workers Local 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of this great city. So if you're frustrated with your work choices and you want to change in your career, just look up ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Welcome back to the, what is this, the movie theme Thursday?
New theme Thursday.
New theme Thursday. I wrote it down. I'm like, what does this say? New theme Thursday edition of Ball Don't Lie. We're talking about kings.
Yeah,
We're dealing
right,
with
baby.
the kings, the king of the road, king of the hill, and the king of rock. There is none higher. But you can follow me on Twitter at Hardball Hard. You can follow my man Rob Babers at Rob Babers. And you can follow the man behind the glass that is in charge of all our themes throughout the week at It's Patrick Davis. We also love it when you're a part of the show. Hit us up on the Specs text line 512-337-3776. And as we know, the transfer portal closed as of yesterday, which is why all the information was coming out about A.D. Mitchell and the fact that people believe that Texas is the leader in the clubhouse to receive his services at the wide receiver position. But there's so many things that have happened throughout the time since the transfer portal and NIL started. Since 2018, the transfer portal has giveth and it taketh away. We've all been a part of it. It's been fascinating to watch all the changes that have happened with the transfer portal and, of course, NIL. It's changed the landscape of the NCAA as we know it. We've seen the numbers skyrocket, and we've seen people go out and crash and burn throughout this process. And I was interviewing a prospective employee yesterday, and it was funny because she had mentioned, the reason why people change jobs is because they always think the grass is greener on the other side. Yep. And it took me back to when I first started getting into this industry and people going from this station to that station, moving to different markets and doing different things. Some of it's been great. Some people make great decisions, but then you always see other people saying, man, I wish I wouldn't have done that. I should have been at this. I've been at that. And that's kind of what she was saying to us yesterday during the interview. But I found it kind of interesting because we can look at it the same way in the transfer portal.
Yep.
And you start looking at these numbers in 2020, 10.6% of the FBS starters were transfers. 10.6. Well, in 2022, it almost doubled. It was 20.9%.
It doesn't surprise me.
Of the people that have transferred from school to school have made that jump, and you're still trying to figure out why, how, what does this mean? What does this do to the game? How is this going to change? And there's no loyalty anymore. There's no, I give you my word, I'm coming to this university. It's the same for coaches. Coaches are going to jump and go and do what they need to do, and there's no repercussions. And that's why I was definitely happy when the NCAA said, hey, if this kid wants to transfer, they can be eligible immediately. But then as you start to really dive into some of the numbers and you start looking at what has changed so much, you go and look at what Oklahoma went through.
Yep.
Lincoln Riley gutted them. I mean, he took all the players jumped in there, and most importantly, he took a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback away from them. Right. And you know as well as I do, the quarterback position is the most important position on the team. If you have a good quarterback, you're going to be in the mix for whatever division you're in, whatever conference you're in, you're going to have a chance to go there. Nearly 30% of Oklahoma's starting production was taken from the transfer portal. 30% of it was gone. And that is why, Brent Venables tried to piece it together and make some adjustments. And people are like, why are you talking about Oklahoma? Why are you talking about Oklahoma? Well, I'm just giving you an example because it's close to home. Mm-hmm. Well, then you look at what Georgia did. They're the two-time defending national champion, but only 98% of their starting productions were players that they recruited. They didn't have to go out and lose players. They didn't have to go out and get more players. You know why? They recruited well. They had depth.
Homegrown.
They had all that homegrown talent, which is why you start to look around and see what's next for some of these kids. More than 2,500 players have entered the portal since it opened on December the 5th.
That's nuts.
Think about that number.
That's wild.
And how huge it is. And then you start thinking about all the schools that are out there. If you're going Power 5, it's rare that you would be able to go from one Power 5 to the next Power 5. You have to be a 4 to 5 star athlete that is going to get that. And you probably were a player that had playing time on the field, not one that was sitting on the bench trying to figure out what's next for you.
Yep.
So we were talking about this the other day, Rod, when we were talking about Ovie Oghoufo. He's one of those kids that went from Notre Dame to the University of Texas to now to LSU. JT Daniels. He's another one that went from that's been at four. He's been at 4 Power 5 schools and is going to get an opportunity to play at that highest level. But then you also have to go and look at what happened today when we saw that Spencer Sanders, former quarterback at Oklahoma State, who is on his 27th year in college, is now getting an opportunity to go to Ole Miss and getting a chance to play for Lane Kiffin. The interesting part about it to me, though, is how do you start ranking all of these teams and what they've been able to do? We're talking about this wide receiver, A.D. Mitchell, having a possible, move to the University of Texas. And a lot of people want to believe that it's because of NIL opportunities. Yep. We could talk, he's from Dallas, he's from Houston, he's from Missouri City. We got a family in this city, got a family in that city. But the fact remains, everybody believes it's a financial move for this young man. Mm-hmm. Well, another story that came out today, and a financial move as well, was the story of the quarterback that was at Florida. The NIL deal.
I saw that story.
Yeah. And you start to sit here and you think, and his name is, I got it right here.
Crazy
Jaden Rashada.
Yeah.
Graydon Rashada. And so what he was talking about, he was a $13 million recruit where the collectives, as we've all known and heard about throughout this time, they were saying that he was supposed to be the guy that they're supposed to give $13 million to throughout his recruitment. And it's like, how do you even make that happen? How do you even come up with that number
exactly
to where it's like, oh, yeah, you come here, we're going to get you all this, we're going to pay you all this. But why?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why would you put yourself out there in that situation? I understand it's the haves and the have-nots. I totally get it. It's what are you going to make for the university? Is this kid going to be your savior? Not necessarily. There's so many different things, and I'm not knocking the kid. If that's what the offer is, then I look at you kind of crazy and say, bro, you should have got that and been able to do that, and I'm not mad at you for that.
Fool, man.
But now, because the money didn't hit correctly, he's asked for his release out of his scholarship. So what does that look like for the kid? Now he's got big arm talent. He may be one of the most talented quarterbacks on the market. And we just talked about it. If you don't have a quarterback, what chances do you have of being competitive? So now you have this opportunity, and it says, okay, I'm going to go out and get this kid. Now, what if that money's not right at the next spot? What does that look like for you as a recruit? What does that look like as your family when you're going through this? Is this somebody that we could trust throughout this process? This game has changed so much that it's not even about what's happening on the field anymore. And we can use the example of the rumors. I'm not going to say this was true, but we go back and look at the rumors of what was going on with X-Man.
Yep. It's rumors.
I need this. I need that. We don't know that for sure, but when the man scrubs everything off of his social media and you start paying attention to that, and you mentioned it earlier, you talked about the wide receiver following Quinn Ewers. I mean, you can see some of the writings on the wall, but is that something that you want to deal with every single day? Every moment, if a kid is upset about something that was said at practice, if the kid was upset about something that happened at practice, what if it was just walking across campus and something happened?
Hey.
Is that where we are in athletics today? And I go back to the fact that when this came out, although I'm glad that the kids have the opportunity to move around and do what they need to do because of coaches leaving or a bad situation, it's created a monster when you start to look at the finances of it all. Again, not knocking it. The NCAA dropped the ball at the very beginning of it. But it seems like every single day these college coaches, recruiters, and everybody that's now involved in this situation, it is a 24/7 occupation that before it was not this serious. I mean, it was always serious, and there were things that were happening that we all know that were happening before. But now that it's open market and open game and it's free market, I'm all for the free market. But the NCAA dropped the ball at this point because now people are scrambling every single day trying to figure out how do we keep this person happy when it used to be about, are we going to win ball games?
No, I mean, that you have to hire basically an entire new department now just devoted to the transfer portal to recruit it, number one, but also you
to
have
make sure your guys aren't in it.
Yeah, to make sure that you are re-recruiting your players who are thinking about going into the transfer portal. At least you're keeping track of the guys who are going into the transfer portal. So you're essentially hiring a personnel
brand new personnel department
just about transfer portal stuff. Because it's, to me, right at this point, I think it's such a big part of the college football equation. You can't ignore it.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's inextricably linked to NIL.
Well, yeah, no doubt about it, especially when you hear about this guy who's $13.1 million were part of his recruitment, and the money didn't show up. So he's asking for his release out of it, and now he's going to bounce to another school with the possibility of the same amount of money, same type of situation, but who's able to do that? Who's able – and it doesn't mean he's going to stay for all 4 years.
Nope, doesn't mean that at all.
So he can move again right after that.
Yep, exactly right.
It is a wild, wild time in college athletics, and these coaches, these staffs, these universities, these collectives. I mean, we've talked to the people at the Texas One Fund, and we get it. We understand it, but it's still such a difficult task to manage all of this.
Yep.
And especially if something was promised to a kid, and nowadays these kids hold you to your promises.
Oh, yeah.
And then they will burn off on you.
I was about to say, but now, now they actually have means.
Yes.
And they do have a way to, see if what their market value is. That's via the transfer portal.
Yep.
And, they can go see if the grass is greener.
Yep.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it
it's
ain't.
not.
Yeah.
And then we've talked about numerous kids that have entered the transfer portal from different schools, University of Texas included, where some of them don't even find a home, and it's not at the same level. So you can't go from a Power 5 or a big market and then go to a smaller school to where you believe, hey, man, I think I can do it. Well, the money's not going to be the same at a smaller school from where you just left a big primetime school.
Yeah.
It's a totally different market. So your opportunities, because not only are you trying to go there, they're also looking at another player that is your equal or maybe even better to try to come there as well. So now you're still competing against the money market.
Yep. Totally agree.
So it's going to be interesting to watch, and I'm definitely going to be paying more attention to this kid, especially Jaden Rashada, who's a quarterback who was committed to Florida. It looked like it was the right thing, but now he's like, nah, let me out of my scholarship because this isn't working for me.
Well, because and we don't
and his
know.
His dad played at Arizona State before.
Yeah, we don't know these numbers that are thrown out there. We have no idea where they're coming from.
Right.
If the agents are representatives, they're the ones throwing it out there. If the boosters and the donors are telling the players this, or the collectives or the directives, or they're the ones putting it out there, we have no idea where the numbers are coming from. And I believe the perception is reality here. And even if the numbers aren't actually real, like 13 million, say it's being overblown, say it's like, I don't know, 3 to 4 million.
It's still a lot of money.
It's still a lot of money, yes. But it's definitely in somebody's best interest, and probably a few of those entities I just mentioned, that the numbers be inflated.
Right.
And they're definitely being inflated.
Oh, yeah.
We know
it's
this.
marketing ploy.
We know this.
Yeah.
We know the numbers are being inflated.
Negotiating
We're talking to the people in charge of the collectives, and it's like, no. These numbers are being thrown out there. There are some people getting those numbers, but that is not as frequent as social media would have you believe.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So it's going to be, it's definitely going to be interesting, and I'm going to continue to pay attention to all of this and see exactly how some of these young men and women, men and women, how they end up with this newfound success, but I want to see what happens later on when all of the glory is kind of changed for them.
Yeah.
Are they doing the right things once they get the dollars?
Yeah.
Are they invested like Connor Stroh? He invested in land. That's what he wanted out of his collective. The Pancake Factory, some of that stuff.
Yep.
He's like, nah, you know what I'm gonna do? I want a house. I want some of this stuff because that to me is bigger than a car. He said, I can't fit in a car. I don't like jewelry. So why not find myself something? And I thought that was smart.
Yep.
Because I wasn't thinking about that.
No, you're right about that. No, you can be really creative with this
Yeah.
stuff, too. I think
Yeah.
that's part of why regulation has had a hard time trying to keep up with it. But also, the state's laws don't really want to regulate NIL. They've made the laws vague and gray intentionally. So there's a lot of loopholes and a lot of wiggle room so that their universities can get the upper hand on other universities.
No doubt.
So, and Uncle Sam, and God bless Uncle Sam, has got better things to worry about than
doubt.
NIL right now.
Yeah.
We all agree.
I wish he quit looking for me.
Oh, never. Uncle Sam always got time for you. Could you send that W-2 over when you get a chance, Hard, please? Thank you. All right, we'll come back. We'll get into Off the Record on the other side right here on Ball Don't Lie.
Mike Harge here for Allstat Beer. Allstat is born in Fredericksburg, Texas, right in the heart of the Texas Hill Country. They have a beautiful state-of-the-art brewery. The brewery prides itself on its award-winning German-style beers. The Great American Beer Festival just awarded the Allstat Lager a gold for the second time. They also have a fine dining restaurant and a tap room where you can go in there and try multiple flavors. Plan a tour today and see it for yourself. Great beer, great food with great friends. On the weekend, the brewery also has live music. So plan a trip today. Go to allstatbeer.com to find a local watering hole where you can enjoy some or where you can pick some up on your way home. Whatever you do, make Allstat your beer of choice. Allstat beer is made with 100% German ingredients. That means German hops, malts, and yeast, and of course, that natural spring water. Allstat beer, no impurities, no regrets.
Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. We got a kind of a smorgasbord of different topics here. We don't have a ton of time, so just kind of throw these topics to you guys rapid fire. So I saw this story, and I have a question for you guys from this story. The story is not that relevant. It is a crazy story. Taylor Swift, apparently, who has just become a pop sensation, apparently has now her own Taylor Swift themed breakup bar that's going to open up January 27th through February 26th at Electric Garden. This is in Chicago. It's going to be a Chicago pop-up bar.
Oh, okay. All right.
That pays homage to Taylor Swift. And it's going to happen for basically a month. It's going to be a month-long pop-up bar about Taylor Swift. And apparently they want this to catch on and start happening around the country.
Well,
all
of her songs are about breakups, so it'll be perfect for a place.
Is this like Taylor Swift? People were, open up lines of credit, selling stuff to get tickets.
Yes.
Are people be ruining like long-term good relationships just to go hang out and be like, Taylor, I broke up my boyfriend of 6 years because you're coming to town. I gotta go to your bar.
No, but it's crazy. But you were right about those tickets. I still had friends who were trying to get my wife was in a group that was in the Taylor Swift ticket group because apparently you have to wait like hours in a waiting list line.
And then
stuff.
people were paying.
And you have to pay with, yes.
It's not a car payment. Like, I've done a car payment for a ticket before. I've never paid a car for a ticket before.
No, my wife did not get a ticket because she did not get one. That's just all. It didn't happen. But either way,
not taking the bus to work so you can go see Taylor Swift.
No, but you're right though, man. So this is my question I have from it because this is stuff that shows obviously she is a pop culture just icon and sensation at this point. Is there a bigger music celebrity right now than Taylor Swift?
I don't believe so. I mean,
I think there's somebody who's close. I think Harry Styles is probably pretty close.
You're right. Harry Styles is up there. My wife went to go see him when he was at the
Yeah,
movie.
because I know that he
played
did
like 3 times or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm
like
saying.
that.
He can go, like,
Sold
he
out
did
every
it.
time.
When they do weird stuff like that where they're like, well, I'm not going to do a bunch of shows. Like, I'm not going to go tour Texas. I'm going to come to Austin and do 5 shows in Austin. So I can get a big setup and do all that, but I'm not going to go tour Texas.
No, he didn't tour anywhere. He picked like cities around the country. He said, I'm just going to do these cities, but I'm not going to tour everything. I like these cities. I'm just going to these cities.
What, 8, 9 nights at Madison Square Garden, something like that?
And everything was sold out.
Everything sold out. So I think he's up there in that level, but Taylor Swift is just...
What about Adele?
No, because she's doing Vegas.
What about Beyonce? I'm a Beyonce
I think
fan.
Beyonce was.
She was, but she's taking a little time.
Yeah, I think she got
Swift
kids now, and so she doesn't.
Yeah,
she's done.
Yeah, she's not pumping out the albums as much as Taylor Swift is. That's true. But yeah, you're right. I don't know if there's a bigger star. That's basically the question I had. I know my man Patrick he's in the know when it comes to music.
Yeah,
because you look at like Madonna back in the day. Where it was like there was that period where it was she was on everything and they're like, well, you want to be in movies? She's like, I don't act. Like, cool, we don't care. Like, you're that famous that we need you to be in movies because you're that famous.
And she still didn't learn how to act.
Yeah.
By a league of their own, she had gained a little bit of acting chops.
Remember
a league of their own?
Oh yeah.
Well, she
there's no crying in baseball.
Something about there's
no crying in baseball, man.
Something about, I forgot her character. Something May.
Yeah. All the way May.
All the way May.
All the way May. Little did we know she was really that girl. She took that. Hey, I took that personal.
Yeah. What was the movie she was in where basically she just played like it was a lot of sexual content in the movie? What movie? She did play one. It was like really a lot of freaky stuff going on.
Well, she put out a book that was just...
No, I know which one you're talking about.
Right?
I know which movie you're talking about.
Freaky Madonna movie back in the day, and I can't think of what it is. But kids, don't be looking at it. It probably ain't freaky by today's standards anyway.
But it was a trendsetter.
Madonna was freaky.
Yeah, for sure. She still is, unless... If you get a chance, follow her on Instagram.
She's still freaky like that?
My goodness, but you wouldn't know it was her. You wouldn't know it was her.
She don't look the same?
Not at all.
Yeah, that's
She
true.
is so plastic right now in her face.
But remember, she
is not Madonna.
She got around like Tupac, and ironically with Tupac.
Yeah, then she...
Dennis Rodman, Jose Canseco, Alex Rodriguez.
She picked up a British accent somewhere along the way.
Oh, yeah, that did come
And then
along.
I think she wears grills now sometimes.
Yeah.
Is she really?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's a whole
Oh, someone says desperately seeking Susan. Maybe that's what I'm thinking about. I thought that was a sexy Madonna role. Maybe I'm just thinking about Madonna, period.
Yeah, that was it.
She used to be sexy.
Somebody said that they bought Taylor Swift tickets pre-sale for $250 a piece. Same section is going for $800 to $1,000 from the ticket.
I believe it.
Yep.
Whatever my wife told me, I was like, that's insane.
Yes.
I cannot believe that.
You know, this is sad. While I watched too much Seinfeld, because we asked that, I was like, Rochelle?
A young woman's journey.
Erotic journey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it right there. Truth or Dare. Truth or Dare was the movie.
Oh, was that it? Okay,
Yeah,
I knew I remember a
Thanks,
freaky
BD.
Madonna movie in my head.
Yeah,
But I never forgot it. I'm 42.
Yep.
And that was a long time ago.
Yes, that was that
was
puts
a
you
long time
out
ago.
there. Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. We'll get into some Cowboys discussion, Cowboys versus 49ers, also other divisional round previews. Raj ran the day in the 5 o'clock. All that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie, 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about Hot Cat Tequila. You've probably heard me bragging about it already. It's already my favorite new tequila. The cat stands for cinnamon, agave, and tequila, and the recipe is just as simple, brilliant, and delightful. It's just cinnamon, agave, and tequila. That's why it's so light. That's why it's so smooth. Hot Cat Tequila is a tequila lover's dream, and if you're not a fan of tequila, Hot Cat Tequila, it'll make you a fan of tequila. It turns any event into a party. Every party feels like a celebration, so celebrate and turn up with Hot Cat Tequila. Once you try Hot Cat, you won't ever go back to that old cinnamon whiskey or that cheap tequila you were ordering rounds of when you were just trying to get the party started. Turn up the party and turn up every event you hang out at with Hot Cat Tequila. So no watch party is complete without Hot Cat Tequila. It's a perfect way to pregame for your concerts, festivals, or a night on the town with family and friends. Hot Cat Tequila is best served cold for a quick round of shots or a sip on the rocks. So visit cattequila.com. That's cattequila.com to find a store near you that sells Hot Cat Tequila or to find a bar near you that serves Hot Cat Tequila. Toast and turn up this new year with Hot Cat Tequila. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. New theme Thursday, and it's a King theme. Thanks to the Idealionaire, my man Patrick Davis. He's a lot more creative than we are, but he put it all together. Yesterday, Original Kings of Comedy was the feature for midweek movie music. We did celebrate the birthday of Dr. Martin Luther King earlier, and then you had another King. Didn't you throw some other King out there?
No, I think I was just those. It was the two kings.
You know what?
So I
That's
said
enough.
I'll keep the king roll. Yeah,
That's enough, damn
we
it.
had 2 days of kings.
That's all you need right
Yep.
there. So appreciate the King theme, my man Patrick. Specs text line wide open for you. 512-337-3776. You can reach out to us via the Twitterverse. Harge is at Hardball Harge. My man Patrick Davis at It's Patrick Davis. I'm at Rod Babers in the Twitterverse. All right, I do want to get to some of the other divisional round games and preview those, but of course we're going to do a little Cowboys preview here as well, and then we'll get to some of the other games and see how everybody's feeling. We'll make our official predictions tomorrow, but we made our Super Bowl predictions, so I guess they got to line up with our Super Bowl predictions, but you can always, you retain the right to waffle.
That's right.
Yeah, you know what?
That's right.
And I agree with you, Harge. I've always said this, and this is why I will support your right to waffle. Even though I try not to do it,
Right.
I've waffled before. Because with new information, you should always be able to change your damn mind.
Exactly.
You should always, if you're enlightened and you're educated on a topic, you should be able to go, you know what? I was wrong about that.
That's right.
I changed my mind because I'm now educated, I'm more informed about the topic. So hopefully that's the case for everybody in all aspects of life. So yes, if you would like to waffle, you can. I respect and support your right to waffle.
Thank you.
Because it's a man who's just operating with new intelligence, with new information.
Yeah, that being said, he did flip a pick when you told him he wasn't allowed to waffle. He had to flip his pick. Immediately, no new information entered.
That is true. As soon as we
Appreciate
said
that. Thank you.
that he can't waffle, he waffled there. It's all right. It's all good.
I was like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
It's all
But
good.
then I was like, wait a minute. We ain't got a chance to watch them play yet.
That's a good point. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yep.
you watch Philadelphia and then we watch Kansas City and, like, man, they look real bad and rusty out there.
Exactly.
And, yeah, you reserve the right to change your mind. I get
right.
that. No question about it. All right.
Appreciate that.
Okay, so I've been doing some research on the Cowboys, and I've been trying to figure out how the Cowboys can beat the 49ers. So what I did, I went and got a chance to watch Patrick's Las Vegas Raiders versus the 49ers, and I went and watched that Kansas City game. Kansas City versus the 49ers, because they scored 30 points on them Niners, and they did that just in the second half. I mean, they lit the 49ers up. So here's what I found doing some research. Let's go to that Raiders game first, because Jarrett Stidham, this is why the Raiders game is the best game to watch, because it was a quarterback who came into that game. Hell, I think that season, Jarrett Stidham had only played a little mop-up action in that New Orleans game, and he was 8 of 13, 72 yards passing. But his 2 seasons with New England, he had a 46.4 passer rating, 2 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, nothing special. 50% completion percentage, nothing special at all. But in that game versus the 49ers, his first start of the season after benching Derek Carr, he goes 23 of 34, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 365 yards, and a 108 passer rating.
Yes, sir.
He lit them up. Now, they probably were sitting some guys because of injuries, stuff like that, getting ready to get into the playoffs. I get that. So, save that. But I want to get into the specificity of what they were able to do successfully against the 49ers. And the reason I think, and this is crazy because I think the number one thing I found just watching it, they threw the ball deep early and often. Now, Patrick might remember this game because he's a Raiders fan, so he probably remembers watching it live at the time. They threw it deep. They threw it deep early and often. You're talking about a 60-yard reception by Devontae Adams, 24-yarder by Waller, 27-yarder by Adams, a 24-yarder by Waller, a 20-yard reception. But that was actually a yak reception, so it wasn't a deep ball. 24-yard. These are all deep balls. 21-yarder. 45-yarder. Then they had a pass interference on a deep ball and an interception on a deep ball. So in all, I counted 11 deep passes they threw in that game for Stidham. Out of the 34, he had 11 deep passes. You're talking about damn near a third of his passes were 20-plus yard passes down the field. Now, one of those ended up being the pass interference call, so I kind of took that out of the equation. But remember,
I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. That's to me, that's a good play for the offense.
That's a great play.
So that's one positive for the offense. But essentially, you have Jarrett Stidham going 6 of 10. So 60% completion percentage on those deep balls. 2 touchdowns, 1 interception on deep passes, 1 pass interference call, 245 yards passing on deep balls alone. 24 yards per attempt. So you want to throw it deep. Chicks dig the long ball. Well, Cowboys fans, y'all need to dig the long ball this weekend against the 49ers. I know it sounds crazy.
I was going to say that's a little risque for the Dallas Cowboys because that's risque. Not their type of play.
I'm telling you, but it worked, and somebody else who did it too, Kansas City. Yeah. Kansas City, where he was complete the deep ball against 49ers. So I'm just telling you.
No, I like it.
I'm just telling you what worked. I know it doesn't sound like, oh, man, that sounds like that would be very dangerous. I'm not saying it ain't dangerous, but it is something you can do. They had basically 8 explosive pass plays against the 49ers. 6 of those were 20 yards or more through the air. I just pointed out the 6 of 10 on deep passes. And also they did it on first down a lot. Out of the 11 deep passes, 7 of them were on first down. We're talking about early down pass rate. You can still run the football successfully, just meaning you're not going to always run it on first down. So they were really deliberate about throwing the ball on first down and taking shots on first down. 7 of the 11 deep passes, like I said, came on first down, and 6 of your connected completions of deep passes down the field all came on first down when the Raiders were playing the 49ers.
Well, and it's interesting that you say that because I think both sides of the ball have to be effective on first down. For the Cowboys, being able to move the ball early, taking those shots like you said. But on the defensive side, they have to make it second and long, third and long for Brock Purdy to get uncomfortable because of the fact that he's used to being in second and 5, second and 2. You know, the whole time that he's been at starting quarterback, they haven't been behind the chains much. That's the biggest challenge for him. If they can make him get behind the chains, that could be something to be looking for. But going back to what you were saying about the Dallas Cowboys and being able to stretch the field, there's not very often that they do that. They had one big play, and T.Y. Hilton dropped the ball, and that was against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They had that opportunity, but they didn't connect.
Nope.
So if you're going to take those chances, you have to hit on those deep balls. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm glad you pointed that out. But the biggest thing for me, still staying in rhythm, still being able to get the ball down the field. I'll take a 15 to 20-yard pass, but 25 to 30, I don't think that's where Dak's strengths are. Yeah. I would have to make him, I would have to look at that long and hard for Dak to be able to connect on that.
Nobody thought it'd be Jarrett Stidham's strength, but it worked against the 49ers.
Facts.
Of those 8 explosive pass plays, 4 of them were via play-action pass, which we know Dak Prescott has been much better, much more effective with play-action pass than without. He is completing 63% of his play-action passes, but only 7 touchdowns, 1 reception, 102 passer rating, and an 87 passer rating without play-action pass. So Jarrett Stidham was able to eat the 49ers alive with play-action pass, and they did it on early downs when the 49ers expected them to run. That's why they got a lot of those chunk yardage plays, because they got the 49ers safeties and linebackers cheating up. So early down pass rate, throwing the ball on early downs, throwing it deep on early downs, using it play-action pass on early downs to fool them. And something you'll also like, Harj, they used a ton of pre-snap motion.
Yes.
The 8 explosive pass plays they had in that game versus the 49ers, pass plays of 20-plus yards, 6 of them were plays that were aided by pre-snap motion on that play, what my man Brian Harsin used to call funk. Well, if that's the case, they got to make it stank on this weekend. They got to make it stank when they play the 49ers, man. Lots of pre-snap motion. It really does confuse the 49ers defense, and a defense that's really, really aggressive like they are. They fast flow. They over-pursue to the football. You can get a lot of leverage with your pre-snap motion. Something else that helped them out. This is good for Dalton Schultz. Delayed releases. Waller was unbelievable. He had 5 targets in that game, 3 receptions for 72 yards. Every reception was a 20-plus yard reception for him in that game. And 2 of them were delayed releases. We would block down and then release upfield. That could work a lot with Dalton Schultz, especially for a defense that's really aggressive. So once they read their keys, they over-pursue, fast flow to the football, forget all about those guys that are blocking. Dalton Schultz were out the same.
Right.
Delayed releases. So that's what I got from watching just that Raiders game for the Cowboys.
One of the other things that I'm going to look at, and that's some great scouting right there, because those are some things that I hope that the Cowboys have looked at and going to implement in the game plan. Another thing that I was looking at is making sure that you're rolling out
I like that.
of the pocket. Get yourself out of the pocket, because if you sit back there and think you're going to drop back, Bosa's going to get there, Armstead's going to get there, Omenihu, who you brought up a little while ago. That's so important for the Cowboys, because Dak has proven that once he gets out of the pocket, he's been throwing the ball well on the run, but it also gives him that run-pass option. If things aren't there early, he can get out of there and get some positive yardage. That is the main thing for me. As we talked about before, when the Cowboys run motion, they use play action, and Dak gets the ball out of his hands. Those were all great combinations, and that is what we saw last week against Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, we understand Tampa Bay's not the 49ers as far as that the quality of their defense, but they were a very affordable defense. Now Now the Cowboys are going up against the best defense in the league. The errors and the room for error is minimal, and you have to make sure you take care of the football. On the other half, if you can finally get Brock Purdy to turn over the football and make him uncomfortable, whether it's from blitzing, whether it's from pressure from the outside, whether it's, as Rob, my man, likes to say, breaking tendencies, this could be a big, big weekend for the Dallas Cowboys defense.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, that's really going to set the tone for them. If the Cowboys defense doesn't come to play, this game's over from the jump. They got no shot. But I think that defense will have, I said, matchup-wise, they do match up, I think, pretty well with the 49ers, as well as you can, considering what the 49ers are. But I also think that the Cowboys, just based on their strengths align with at least where you need to attack the 49ers. So we'll get to that a little bit more in Rod's Round today. I want to talk about what I saw in the San Francisco-Kansas City game, where this was the first game that Christian McCaffrey was added to the roster for the San Francisco 49ers. So you can keep that in mind, too. But Patrick Mahomes just lit up that San Francisco defense, man. And once again, the tight ends. If you're going to beat the 49ers, your tight end's got to have a big day. Just talked about how Waller had 3 receptions for a touchdown, 70-some yards, but every reception was over 20-plus yards. He had 5 targets in that game when the Raiders almost beat the 49ers in overtime at home. When the Chiefs beat the 49ers, Travis Kelce, 6 receptions, 98 yards. That was big. But listen to all the chunk yardage plays that the 49ers defense gave up versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Jerick McKinnon had a 34-yard reception. Valdez-Scantling had a 57-yard reception. Kelce had a 27-yard reception. Juju Smith-Schuster had a 45-yard reception. You going to beat the 49ers, you need explosive plays in the passing game. Yes, you can dial them up with yak yards, but most of the time it's just going to be the deep ball downfield and being able to connect downfield on that deep pass against the 49ers DBs. And that was something that Kansas City figured out late in the game. Kansas City also, a lot of the same elements that the Raiders used to exploit the 49ers. A lot of pre-snap motion, lot of play-action pass, and a lot of RPOs. And something else, and this is actually, if you're a 49er fan, it's a little bit bittersweet. Jerick McKinnon, who used to be a 49er, who was drafted by the 49ers to be a part of that positionless football blueprint for my man Shano. He is now with the Kansas City Chiefs. He had a 34-yard reception against the 49ers, and he is now basically one of the key weapons for Patrick Mahomes in the passing game. They don't even really use him in the running game. I thought they'd use him they don't even really use him in the running game. It's all about how they use him in the passing game. I saw this little stat about Jerick McKinnon, just kind of getting off topic for a second, but we're talking about the divisional round, so I guess it still relates. He actually extended a historic streak in which he caught at least 1 touchdown in 6 straight games. No running back since 1970 had ever done that before. His 9 touchdown receptions this season is tied for the most since 1970. So he's playing his best football he's played. My point is that his skill set, you know whose skill set it reminds me of? Tony Pollard. The way that Kansas City uses him as remember the web back that he was drafted to be, Tony Pollard by Jason Garrett? Don't say that fast. Say that very slow. But he's an explosive back that really does have a burst, and they use him in the passing game out of the backfield, motion him into the slot. He had a big game. He had three targets and 2 rushes versus the 49ers. He averaged 12 yards per touch. Tony Pollard, who's fresh right now, 25 total touches over the last month, 16 rushes, 9 receptions in the last 3 games. Harge, that's the guy who got to build that offense around. He's so explosive. He actually can break away from 49ers defenders. He's a hybrid going up against a hybrid defense, so I think it matches up really well too. And he's only played 50% of the snaps all season. This is the game where he should have career highs in touches and rushes.
I couldn't agree with you more. And this is the time where you start to use him as your Christian McCaffrey. You use him as your Deebo Samuel. This is where Kellen Moore, this is it right here. This is where your game plan is going to be put to the test, Kellen Moore. You had a great game plan last week. We were singing your praises. I came in here and ate some humble pie. I ate some humble pie because my boy Rod told me I can't have it both ways. Wasn't a Burger King. I couldn't have it my way. Couldn't go at Dak and be mad at Dak, but love Kellen Moore. I couldn't do both. So I'm going out there this time, Kellen Moore, draw something up. Use your best athletic player in those situations. You can do the same with CeeDee Lamb. You can put him in the slot, move him around, line him up in the backfield, get him in motion. You can be creative. Why not? Why not do that? We talk about the tight end position. I'm a big fan of Dalton Schultz. But my man Ferguson, I told you from very beginning, Jake Ferguson was somebody that I truly believe was going to be a big factor. He only had 1 catch last week, but it was a big play. It was a big catch. And if you put both of those guys on the field at the same time where you can confuse some people, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. But to your point, be very creative this week. We know how good that San Francisco defense is. Number one of the best that has been out there in a very long time. They fly to the football, and they're healthy. But you got to be creative to nullify Nick Bosa coming up the field. I wanted to call him Joey. Nick Bosa
I wish
coming
it was
up.
Joey.
Yeah, because he'll mess up
Exactly.
and get
We wish it was Joey.
So it's very important for us to be very creative this week.
You brought up CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb's going to be big, and one thing that's also a good matchup for the Cowboys, CeeDee Lamb leads the NFL in slot receiving yards with 826. That's key because in this game you want to get your best receivers matched up on their safeties if you can. That's why tight ends have big gains versus the 49ers. Their safeties are really aggressive. So you can catch them with their eyes in the backfield. You can catch them getting a little bit distracted, and that's what you do. That's why the play-action game plays a big role. So expect CeeDee Lamb in the slot with your play-action, with your pre-snap motion to play a huge role, getting him matched up on the right defenders. All right, so
are you number 1 CD? Are you number 1 wide receiver?
Hey.
Let me CD rolling. Let's go. Let me CD rolling.
CD rolling. Hey, if you get CD rolling and you get big Dak energy,
Ooh.
you got a shot because that's what you got last week. That was big Dak energy, man. We don't get that very often, but if you get that along with what do you call them?
CD rolling.
CD rolling. I like
you
that.
CD rolling.
Maybe a couple little T.Y. Hilton deep shots there.
There we go.
Hey, I'm down with that. What's Kellen Moore's nickname when he's calling a good game? K-Mo? What we call him?
Nah, we're going to just leave him over there.
Oh, come on.
I'm not going to give him everything.
Can Kellen Moore get a nickname when he's calling a good game?
All right, let me get you a nickname.
He's got a lot of nicknames when he's calling a bad game. I call him lots of names when he's calling a bad game.
Those aren't nicknames.
Hey, that's just my pet name
That's not
for
what we
him.
call them. Those aren't nicknames.
I can't say him on the radio, but
I don't know if you want to call those nicknames. All right. So we'll get to some more divisional round discussion. As a matter of fact, I will talk about it in Rod's Round of the Day. I want to talk about the 2 things that often end up winning football games and winning the chess match, rather, within the game for coaches. Making adjustments and breaking tendency. We saw it in the wild card round. I'll talk about how that won some games for teams. I'll talk about how it can win this game coming up for the Cowboys versus the 49ers. All that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn. Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. If time is money, my friends over at Apple Leasing, they're in the business of saving you both. They're going to save you time and also save you money. It's a brand new year. You may be thinking about a brand new you. Well, a brand new you needs a brand new car, a brand new automobile. My friends at Apple Leasing can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want. And all it takes is one phone call or one click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. Apple Leasing's simple interest, easy lease makes everything simple. Gives you a lot more flexibility, which is going to give you a lot more possibilities and options to help you find the vehicle that fits you best, but more importantly, the vehicle that fits your budget best. Inflation is out of control. It's through the roof. It's never been more expensive to buy a new car, buy a used car, or buy anything for that matter. So leasing actually makes more sense than ever. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using. So call Apple Leasing today, 512-346-9977. That's 512-346-9977. And let them see how much money they can save you, because Apple Leasing gets all the same discounts and all the same incentives that the dealers do, except my friends at Apple Leasing, they pass those savings on to you, the customer. So what are you waiting for? Give them a call, 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com. All right, welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. And you guys are doing a terrible job of coming up with Kellen Moore nicknames. I don't like it. Someone said Kellen Moore, killing more softly. No, none of these work. Those are not.
I mean, I actually like all of those.
Those are not complimentary nicknames. That's like what Patrick was talking about. That's when you're mad at Kellen Moore for calling a bad game. Talking about Kellen Moore when he's calling a good game. That's what we want. We want to have a nickname that we can call him when he's actually like he was last week.
That's right.
Tampa Bay.
He was great.
He was fantastic. It's the first time I've heard my man Harge actually give him a compliment. So we're looking for a complimentary nickname for him. But anyway, getting back to it. Oh, and earlier I did mention, I think in my rant, that Jerick McKinnon with the Kansas City Chiefs had been drafted by 49ers. He was acquired by them in free agency, drafted by Minnesota. Just throwing it out there. Shout out to my man Raul Alegre, El Presidente, who brought that to my attention. Let's talk about what teams can do, and I think it relates to the Cowboys, what teams can do to give themselves a competitive edge in the playoffs. Two things I really look at in the chess match within the game are making the major adjustments that are made and how teams break tendency. There's so much in-depth film analysis that is done for these games in the playoffs and postseason because you got so much sample size. You got, these huge sample size of 17 games to kind of comb through the film, find tendencies, weaknesses, patterns, strengths, all these different things. And when teams figure out what they think your tendencies are on certain downs, distances, situations, whatever the circumstance may be, then that's how they build their game plan based on whatever those tendencies are, your rates, your percentages of doing whatever that play may be or executing whatever that play may be in that specific situation. And that's why breaking tendency is really important because they're building their game plans based on those tendencies, and you got to break them. But you got to figure out how to break them at the right time and then making adjustments to whatever the opposing game plan may be. And it takes me back to that Super Bowl between the Patriots and the Rams. And I remember that Super Bowl. I remember people talking about how terrible the Super Bowl was because there's only one touchdown scored in the entire game. And I remember coming on the air talking about how much I love the Super Bowl. It was fantastic. It's one of the greatest chess matches within the game of football that I'd ever watched.
I hit every quarter of that game.
Did you ever?
Yeah, I had squares. I got pictures of it to prove it, too.
Straight cash only.
Straight cash only.
But it was a game about adjustments, and it was a game about breaking tendencies. So in that game, remember, one of the reasons that Sean McVay had his advantage on the rest of the league is because he would essentially, use the coach-quarterback communication system to adjust the calls based on whatever the defense was showing, and they would cut it off at 15 seconds. So he would, force his offensive guys to get to the line of scrimmage as quick as they could, all right, so that he could see the defense, talk to Jared Goff while Jared Goff was making his pre-snap diagnosis. And that way he can go, hey, Jared Goff, that guy's the middle linebacker. Okay, you see that safety? That safety's definitely coming down. Look at him. Okay, you got to watch the blitz on the other side. Okay, I'm cutting off. See you guys. You know what I mean? And that was it. That's basically his secret sauce. And it was brilliant because nobody in the NFL was doing it at the time. They actually accused him of cheating. He's like, I'm not cheating. It's in the rules. Y'all just too dumb to try to maximize it and figure out the loophole. And he figured out the loophole. And Bill Belichick, it took to the Super Bowl for Bill Belichick to say, all right, well, if they have the 15-second communication cutoff, I'll just present a different defensive look prior to the 15 seconds. When they cut off the communication, we'll totally change our defensive formation and our defensive coverage. Everything will change. That's basically what they did. Every play they sent in a pre-snap shell disguise, 15 seconds cut off for the headset communication. They would change the look. Jared Goff discombobulated. That's why they didn't score any touchdowns. They also, the Patriots, they played more zone in that game than they had played throughout the entire playoffs. They were mostly a man coverage team, but breaking tendency at the right time. They played mostly zone in that game. Totally threw off the Rams because they expected a lot of man. So they baked in a lot of man coverage beaters in their game plan. And here's the best example of breaking tendency I may have ever seen in a Super Bowl game, period. I'm not BSing about that. I'm 42, so it goes back beyond me. But in that game, the Patriots scored the only touchdown of the game on a 22 personnel package, 2 backs, 2 tight ends. They went empty formation. With 22 personnel. And basically, Wade Phillips admitted later on, he said, man, I hadn't seen that, so I really didn't know how to prepare for it. We did the best we could. And he was right. There were only 11 instances of teams using 22 personnel and going empty formation All right, 11 instances of it happening the entire season. Every team, all 32 teams, all 16 games, it only happened 11 times. How the hell are you supposed to prepare for that as a defensive coordinator? You can't. The Patriots did it 3 times in the fourth quarter, 16.3 yards per play. Essentially, that won the Super Bowl. And turns out they put that package in the day before the game. The jumbo group. How about this? This comes from Pro Football Talk. The Rams didn't expect that adjustment. Tight end Dwayne Allen told Peter King after the game that the Patriots didn't have it ready to go either. He said, it was a pretty amazing thing. Hats off to the Rams. They really knew us. They played us great. But football's about in-game adjustments. Josh told us on the sideline, we did not practice this at all coming to this game, and I realized that. But this is going off in my head, and it's something I think we need to do. They put it in as a part of their walkthroughs. They didn't even really practice it. And they had to break it out in the game. Essentially, won the game. They talk about breaking tendency at the right time. It only happened 11 times the entire year. There was no way Wade Phillips and the Rams could have even prepared for it. They couldn't have, unless you had done some serious rabbit holing. And those are the types of, it's a game of inches, right? Those are the kinds of decisions that are going to be able to win you games in the NFL. And we saw it last week in the wild card round. To take the Bills, right? Take the Bills beating the Dolphins 34-31. I mean, they barely pulled it out. And talk about the chess match within the game. I was looking at the Bills and the couple of the big plays they made in the game. How about this? They used 10 personnel, 1 back, 0 tight ends. That's just 4 wide receivers on the field. They used it 4 snaps versus the Dolphins. They had used it 7 total snaps the entire season. The entire season. And 2 of those 4 snaps versus the Dolphins were explosive third down receptions of 15-plus yards. They don't get those plays. They don't win the game. They don't get those third down 15-plus yard receptions on those 4 snaps. They don't win the game, guys.
That would be a different conversation.
Right?
Yeah.
That's coaching. That's it in a nutshell. You got to know exactly when to break that tendency. Those 4 snaps were crucial. If he'd have played those 4 snaps at 10 at the wrong time, they've been SOL.
Yeah.
Been a huge upset we're talking about. But that's part of the coaching and the game within the game, if you will. The Jags. Oh, man, the Jags and the Chargers. You think about the Jags at one point were down 27 points to the Chargers. And how about this? The play that basically sealed the victory or essentially gave the Jacksonville Jaguars the victory was that T formation. Remember that T formation was 4th and inches, and they decided to go with 3 backs in the backfield, and then they handed it off to Etienne around the corner.
Yeah, we saw it just a little while ago.
Yep, they play it again. It is a great play. On that 4th inch, the Jaguars offense lined up with 3 players in the backfield. It was the 6th time an offense had lined up with 3 players in the backfield on 4th down all season long. The Jaguars accounted for half of those attempts. Breaking tendency. Nobody else in the league do it. We got to do something nobody else has done, something they haven't seen because they're diving so deep into the film. They know all about us. They know everything we're doing. They know our underwear size. They know the women we date on social media. They know everything about this team. You got to break out your bag of tricks.
Yeah.
Right?
They letting you know.
You got to break. If you don't break, you got to dig into your bag of tricks. Hey, you're going to be in trouble. And that's what they did. And speaking of adjustments, Jacksonville, one of the things they did in that game, that was just a simple adjustment. They went no huddle. They went no huddle and up tempo, and essentially it really did change the game. The Jags ran 3 plays of no huddle in the first half, 12 in the second half. They had 0 explosive plays of 20-plus yards in the first half when they only ran 3 plays of no huddle. In the second half, when they started running more no huddle, because they were down by 27, so necessity is the mother of invention. They had 4 explosive plays in the second half. 3 of those came in no huddle situations. Got to make the adjustment. You better break tendency, or you're going to lose that game. Same thing. We can go to the New York Giants. I mean, these examples are everywhere. They're all around us.
They're right there.
The clues we need are all around us.
Pay attention.
Wink Martindale, who is known, his reputation precedes him. He is known for being a guy that wants to play man coverage, aggressive man coverage. Nobody probably plays more 0 coverage than Wink Martindale with the Giants. They love playing man coverage. And they love to blitz a lot too. When you blitz, usually you're playing man coverage, or else you're going with a zone blitz or a simulated pressure. 51% blitz rate by the Giants and Wink Martindale in their first matchup with the Minnesota Vikings. You want to know how much they blitzed in their playoff matchup versus the Vikings? 15%.
Wow.
Soft zone. And doubling Justin Jefferson a ton, Adoree Jackson shadowing him. You got to change it up.
Why? Change tendencies. Rogue tendencies.
You got to break tendencies, and you're going to have to make adjustments. That's what I get on Sark all the time about, right? I need you to make better adjustments, and I need you to break tendency. But not just break a tendency, break it at the right time.
Right.
The timing of it is crucial, right? It was, that Travis Etienne play on 4th and inches. Mm-hmm. That's when Doug Peterson said, all right, this is it. I've been waiting on this play. This is the play. Yeah. This is the time to break tendency. When the Bills break out their 10 personnel for 4 times, and 2 of those on 3rd down for 20-plus yard receptions on 3rd down, 3rd and long, got to know when you got to break that tendency. Now is the time to do it. The Patriots knew in that Super Bowl, 22 personnel going empty. It's only happening 11 times all year long. You think it'll work? Well, hell, man, ain't nothing else worked. We might as well try it and see if it works. It did. Won them a Super Bowl. Got to know when to break the tendency, and you better be making adjustments real time in game.
Quickly.
So this is a big game for Kellen Moore. Big game for Kellen Moore, big game for Dan Quinn, big game for Mike McCarthy.
Big game, Cowboys. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm not gonna say let's ride because that's something.
Yeah, you know what?
Don't want that on us, man.
You don't want to wish that bad
order your
on you.
Danger Witch for the party.
Yeah, no more of that stuff.
I'm feeling dangerous.
But I will say this: last week I saw that in Kellen Moore.
You did.
I've seen it in Dan Quinn all season long, but I saw it in Kellen Moore last week, man.
Well, they got you some new names. They got you Kellen it. Kellen the felon.
Kellen it.
Kellen offensive killer more. Killer more.
Killer more. I
Killer
like that
more.
one.
Killer more for less.
Killing more for less. Okay, this is much better.
Yeah.
Much
They
better.
stepped
I like
their
this.
game up.
Kellen more. I like this much better.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. We appreciate that stuff. Well done. Kellen the felon.
Kellen the felon.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
You know what? Thank you. I will write those down. Hopefully, we are using one of those nicknames when we celebrate Kellen Moore and the Cowboys next week.
Oh, yeah.
All right. We come back. We'll get a little bit more off the record on the other side right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104.9 The Horn.
Mike Harge here for Allstat Beer. Allstat is true German beer made with 100% true German ingredients. It's brewed right here in the Texas Hill Country, right up the road in Fredericksburg, Texas, at the Allstat Brewery right off of 290. The brewery prides itself on its award-winning German-style beers. The Great American Beer Festival just awarded Allstat Lager, a gold for the second time. They also have a fine dining restaurant and a tap room where you could try more of the flavors. Plan a tour today and see it for yourself. Enjoy some great beer with some great food, and of course, bring some great friends with you. On the weekend, the brewery also has live music. So plan a trip today. Go to allstatbeer.com to find a local watering hole where you can enjoy some or where you could pick some up on your way home. No matter what, make Allstat your beer of choice. Allstat beer made with 100% true German ingredients. That means German hops, malts, and yeast, and of course, that natural Hill Country water. Allstat beer, no impurities, no regrets.
Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a King theme for a new Theme Thursday edition of Ball Don't Lie. Thanks to my man Patrick, the Idealionaire. You can be a part of the show. Specs text line 512-337-3776. Always better with your participation. Chance says Kellen Killzone Moore. That's good for him. But this might be the winner, ladies and gentlemen. Might be the winner here. Ghostface Keller.
There it is.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
He better be Ghostface when he comes out there.
Ghostface Keller.
Yeah.
And Patrick mentioned that if you're going to stay with the nickname of the real Ghostface Killer, then you have to have the UH.
You got, yeah.
Was it
AH.
AH at the end? You got to go with the AH at the end. There you
Killer.
go. Killer.
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 Killer. Killer.
So, Keller, you don't want the hard ER. We talked about
No, don't do
You
that.
stay away from the hard
That's
ER
dangerous.
at the end. Yeah.
That's really
So,
dangerous.
Yeah, you want to go with Ghostface Killer.
Yeah,
Kind of like
figure
that.
that one out.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Thanks for the kind words, the compliments on the Specs text line too about the rabbit hole I just went down in Raj around today. I appreciate those kind words. Talking about making adjustments and breaking tendency. Definitely the Cowboys going to need to do both of those things to get a win over the 49ers coming up this weekend. Okay, guys, it's a sad story to talk about. We've been meaning to get to it for a while, but just hadn't had the time because just so much stuff going on. But this story about Darius Miles, the Alabama basketball player.
Yeah.
It's still details coming out about it, so I don't want to get too far into the actual story and in terms of what happened, because now you're talking about federal charges being brought up, serious charges being brought. But investigators said that they now believe former Alabama basketball player Darius Miles that he provided a handgun that was used in a murder. They provided a handgun to another suspect who was accused by police of firing a gun and killing a young woman near the university's campus, just according to court documents. And he's being charged with capital murder. So as a result of that, he's 21 and he was a former member of the team, and he was actually a pretty good player too, from what I hear. He wasn't a bad basketball player, but obviously that's not the discussion. That doesn't need to be discussion right now. There are much more serious things at stake here.
Right.
But I saw this story. Nate Oates, who is the head coach for Alabama, he said he spoke to Nate Oates. Told this news station, that he spoke to Ray Lewis in wake of the Darius Miles arrest. Quote from him, his daughter went to Alabama a year and a half ago. He went through a similar situation in Atlanta. He played in the NFL. He told me what he thought guys needed to hear.
Yeah.
I thought that was a fake story when I saw it.
Right.
Real story.
That's
What are your thoughts? I don't know if I'm against it. I mean,
I don't know if I'm for it, because we still
exactly.
don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if I'm against it. I don't know if I'm for it.
I
That's
was
true.
like,
That's a fair point.
Are you having OJ come in and talk next? I mean, what are we doing? I mean, he's still out there looking for him, huh?
Looking for that white
Yeah,
suit. For
exactly.
Ray. Where's that white suit at, Ray?
Where's that white
Ray.
suit at?
Who loses a white suit?
Sugar Ray.
Come on.
Exactly.
Yeah, nobody loses a white suit, Ray Lewis.
Yeah,
Where's that white suit at?
So I'm trying to figure out where exactly that is as well. But, I mean, if you're going to have somebody come in and talk about some things, he seems to think he's a motivational speaker.
I always, he didn't talk to the team. I guess he went through. Yeah.
That's an interesting take.
That is,
nonetheless.
That it is. I don't know if I'm against it, but I don't know if I'm for it.
Right.
I'm not really sure how I feel about
exactly.
it. I can't really hate on it because he's trying to get some counsel in a situation that is unprecedented. He just wants somebody who do you know has been through a murder trial? Unfortunately, I know a couple of people, but that's beside the point.
Exactly.
Most people don't know people who've been through a murder trial.
Exactly. That's not everyday walk in life, and I don't think Mr. Oates, the basketball coach, I'm pretty sure he ain't been around that situation
and
before.
You ain't supposed to. Good.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
it just seems a weird thing to make. Hey, Ray, so we know you didn't do anything wrong, Ray. Saying you didn't do anything wrong.
But word on the street believes.
But you went through this.
Right.
But Ray, you did not. Ray, I want to say so many times you did nothing wrong in the start of this phone call.
That's right. That's like, let me know what an innocent man accused of murder would do, Ray.
Because you.
Exactly.
It was just, I thought that was, like I said, I thought it was a fake story. Turns out it was real. But you know what? Nate Oates just trying to get some. I mean, he's probably at this point just starved for some type of counsel and advice because everybody he talks to about is probably like, honestly, man, I don't even know what to tell you.
Right.
I've never had to deal with anything like this because they've never had to deal with anything like this. Because you just don't get capital murder charges against your former players. That doesn't happen every day, thank God.
Just randomly popping up and wanting that to happen. Yeah,
it's a horrible story.
It's definitely a bad one.
Yeah, I haven't read a ton of the details, but that is a really, really bad story. All right, I was gonna throw in something else, but we don't need to follow that topic up with anything else. Let's get to the break, and we'll come back. We'll get to the NFL coaching carousel. We'll get to the Texans coaching search as well. Contract extensions, probably record breaking. It will be record-breaking contract extensions for Joe Burrow and for Justin Jefferson. We'll talk about that a little bit on the other side. And Aaron Rodgers, what is wrong with this dude? Why is he still playing hard to get? They just signed him to a contract, and now he's talking about playing elsewhere or winning MVPs elsewhere.
Yeah, that's the part that is. Yeah, that's the answer.
He
right
likes
there.
drama. He's like TNT.
He is definitely TNT.
We'll come back and talk about Aaron Rodgers, the latest drama, having to deal with him as well. All of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie. 104.9 The Horn. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. New theme Thursday, and leave it up to my man Patrick to come up with a theme when I didn't even think there was a theme. The King theme. We celebrated the birthday of Martin Luther King Jr. We had MLK Day, and also yesterday we had, for our midweek movie music edition of Ball Don't Lie, the original Kings of Comedy. Turns out my man Harge guessed it on the very first song yesterday. He just wasn't here, but... He did though.
I did do it.
Giving you your props.
I did that.
He wasn't here. He's a little under the weather. Thank God he's not. He's feeling much better.
Yeah.
He's back with us, and things are a whole lot better when my man Harge is back in the seat. You can follow him via Twitter at HardballHarge. My man, the ideal United Patrick Davis, at is Patrick Davis. I'm at Rod Davis.
I will say, I always love. I love themes where I can play stuff like Beatles and Tom Petty, along with Run DMC and Kendrick Lamar, and just keep it separate. We just keep it everywhere.
And who was this?
That's Kendrick Lamar.
Kendrick.
That was good.
That was good.
Yeah, I actually I'm not even familiar with that Kendrick Lamar. That's pretty good. I like that. And that does not even sound. It sounds like I'm agreeing with Harge. That's more like a Bruno Mars.
I thought it was Bruno Mars.
That was a
in the
weird
beginning.
little. Yeah, that's a very strange tone from my man Kendrick Lamar. But I'm a fan, and I agree with Patrick. That very eclectic mix for this theme. I don't know if you could get this group together.
Exactly.
Yeah, like Roger
kind of
Miller, the Police were in there. A lot of different stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
no
it's
doubt.
perfect because Kendrick Lamar, the Police, they all go together.
I like that. Well done. Okay, let's get to a couple of NFL news, notes, and nuggets, gentlemen. Let's start with Aaron Rodgers. How about we start there?
Yeah, please.
Because Aaron Rodgers is at it again, and he doesn't waste any time. As soon as his season is over, Aaron Rodgers is on some podcast or he's on some show.
Yeah.
He's talking to some journalist and telling them exactly how he feels. And these days, he gets deep into his emotions, especially after the ayahuasca. And by the way, he says he's going to do the ayahuasca again. He says I'm going to do the ayahuasca
It's
again.
my off season.
He loved, he loved that the soulful journey it took him on, and I'm props to him for that. But he was recently, I think it's on the Pat McAfee podcast. It's not a pod, it is a podcast, but it's also a show too. But he was on with Pat McAfee, and this was the quote that got everybody a little amped up. He said, "Quote, I think I can win MVP again in the right situation. Right situation is that Green Bay or somewhere else? I'm not sure. It's got to be both sides actually wanting to work together moving forward, and I think there's more conversation to be had." Didn't they just sign him to an extension?
That's what I don't get.
After he did the exact same thing the last offseason, I think he's like, some women are like this. They just like to play hard to get, even after you actually get them. We're supposed to be in a relationship. Why are you still playing hard to get?
I'm like, don't we go together?
I thought we were together. Why am I still chasing you?
Right.
Am I still playing these games? I thought we had already decided that we was together. That's how I feel about Aaron Rodgers. He's always playing hard to get, even when the team thinks they already got him, which the Packers do.
But which is crazy to me. But the biggest part of that story was that, and I hope that, there was other questions that were asked prior to that led him to that statement. Mm-hmm. But why does it have to be about the MVP? Why can't it be about, I think I can lead whatever team I'm with to a championship? Because you've got all these MVPs, but you have one Super Bowl. You've been the best quarterback in the league during that time, but you have not gotten your team to the Super Bowl. Since that 1 year didn't they win it in Dallas or something like that?
Yeah,
I think that's when
they were a wild card, I think, too.
Right.
They won it.
And they ended up winning it in Dallas. That was the ice Super Bowl where it was freezing in
That's a
Dallas.
great point. You are right about that.
And ever since then, you haven't done anything. You haven't done what we would think an MVP should be doing. Go back and look at what Tom Brady did during his MVP runs. He was winning championships.
Titles.
That is what it's all about. And even Gronk even came out and said, "Bro, why is it about the MVPs? You should be thinking championship. Championships are 5 times better than an MVP." Because people remember you as a champion.
Well, it's a team award.
It's yes.
Instead of a individual
It's an
award.
individual. You're talking about individual achievements. You're not talking about, I'm going to do everything I can to get my next team, even if it is the Green Bay Packers, who, to your point, Rod, paid them a lot of money.
Ton of money.
To now you're going to be saying, wherever I go, I think I can win an MVP. No, bro. It should be about championships. It should be about taking your team to the finish line. because everybody signs up for it. Not everybody signs up to be the MVP. Everybody wants to play to be a champion, though.
Amen, brother.
When I walk into the room, I want to be recognized as Super Bowl champion multiple times. Mike Harge. Not, I'm Mike Harge, I got multiple MVPs.
Yeah.
But what did your team do, Aaron? Oh, nothing. We lost in the first round. We didn't even make the playoffs this year.
I will say, those are not mutually exclusive things. You can't say, hey, man, I'd love to compete for a championship, and I think I can win another MVP.
Put it in the same sentence then.
He did say it in the interview. I will say he did say he did want to win. He didn't still want to win.
Okay.
He just
that's what I said. I hope he did.
No, he did. It's not. When he said MVP, it's a better quote to take. But he does say it. But he is this guy. Aaron Rodgers has always been the guy that is. If I do my part, then I did my part.
Yeah.
So the rest of you are the who lost the Super Bowl. I didn't lose the Super Bowl. I won MVP. I did my job. I threw the ball. Y'all didn't do yours. He's always been that, which is not a great team leader.
Not at all.
But we saw, and I mean, he somehow willed the Packers they willed themselves to the playoffs this year when he said, no, I think we're still good. We can still do it. And everybody goes, you're out of your mind, Aaron Rodgers. And he got back. Now, once you get to the playoffs and you have to, run the ball into the end zone and maybe take another hit, that's where Aaron Rodgers steps back from
selfishly.
it. But, yeah, I mean, and I think the whole concept with the Packers is he's going to go back in that room and go, are you guys going to actually go out and try and get some guys on offense, or are you just going to do the same thing you do every year, which is tell me you are, and then not really do it? And then it's like, well, then just send me somewhere else, like, because you don't want me here either.
Right.
You know what they need to do? Bring back Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah.
I know it sounds crazy, but
no, that doesn't sound that crazy.
It sounds crazy, but bring him back. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers likes the guy. Bring him on back, and maybe you can try to conjure up some of that old magic. But, yeah, I mean, he even talks about how in the interview, he talks about how he doesn't want to be part of a rebuild. A reload is fine. He talks about some of the guys he'd like to see come back who are glue guys. So he brings up the Packers a little bit. But, yeah, I do think it's in his nature naturally that Aaron Rodgers, he's got a little – he's a bit of a me guy. He's got some me guy in him. Nothing wrong with that. All right? Got some me guy in him. But we know that he's also an extraordinary generational talent. And, yeah, he's right. He can go somewhere and win an MVP. But he also can go somewhere and win a championship, too.
Yeah.
So I think that the breakup between he and the Packers – at one point, it's inevitable. It's part of the quarterback circle of life. At one point, you're gonna go somewhere like Tom Brady did, and in the twilight of your career, you're probably gonna end your career in another place. The old Seinfeld quote is, breaking up is like knocking over a Coke machine. You can't do it in one push. You got to rock it back and forth a few times before it goes over.
Yep.
I feel like we're in the rocking process with him and the Packers. I feel like he's rocking this thing back and forth every offseason because he basically wants to go over. And sooner or later, it's going to end up, you end up pushing over this Coke machine and it's going to be over. I just don't know what offseason the Packers are going to decide, all right, man, we're done. Okay.
Right.
You got your wish. You can go.
Yeah.
Like, go wherever you want to go. We'll trade you. We'll cut you, whatever you want. But we're tired of it every offseason. You playing hard to get and us having to chase you and re-recruit you and woo you every offseason. It's like, are you with us or are you out?
You're trying to get an NIL deal.
Exactly.
And I think there's part of it too with Aaron Rodgers where he's like, yeah, I want to break up, and they go, cool, and they go, we keep the house in the car, and he's like, all right, well maybe we don't need to break up right now because they're going, we'll trade you. We want 2 first, and we want that, and he goes, well, I don't want to go to a team you're giving up everything.
Exactly.
I want to go to a team that win a championship and win an MVP, and y'all want to take everything when I. No, you can't take everything from my new house.
Yeah, it ain't happening, bro.
Yeah, I don't think, like I said, I
There'll
don't
be
think
some furniture moving up in here.
I don't think it's this offseason, but it seems like he is either positioning his way to retire or get away. And I don't think he wants to retire. I think he wants to go somewhere else and give it another shot, especially after watching Brady.
Well, because isn't his contract up after this year, right?
Yeah, he's got the 2, the extensions, the short-term
And so I
extension.
think that could be the point where if it doesn't happen this offseason, which it doesn't look likely to happen, just because I don't think anybody's going to give up a lot for him and take on that massive contract and everything else, knowing all that's bad. And there's only a couple teams that could. And again, that's the Raiders and like teams that may be willing to go, hey, we're all in on a quarterback this year.
Yep.
But I don't know if there's a bunch that would just go like, yeah, we'll just wait one more year. Why don't we just wait one? And then like if we still need you, we'll call you. But we're going to have to give up a pick. So we're giving up our future and a ton of money to maybe win now.
Yeah, and Texture points out, makes a good point. He has a no trade clause. I think he's right about that.
Yeah, but he can pick and choose where he goes.
He'll pick and choose where he goes. So,
you're not trading for him if he doesn't want to play there because he'll retire.
Yeah.
Also true. Yeah,
he's got
a
no
lot of
trade,
leverage.
and I mean he's got a no play clause in his mind with the Green Bay Packers.
No trade clause in contract, no play clause in his mind. So
Yes.
he's got all the leverage.
No play clause. I
well
like
done.
that.
Well done, Patrick. Well said. Okay, moving on from Aaron Rodgers and the rumor mill there. Let's talk about something a little bit more substantive that is definitely coming this offseason, gentlemen. We got contract extensions happening for some of the young superstars in the NFL. First time they will be available to be extended. And Justin Jefferson is one, and Joe Burrow. Let's start with Justin Jefferson, who set NFL records in his first 3 seasons with 324 receptions, 4,825 yards, 25 touchdowns. It is the best start to a 3-year career for a receiver in the history of the NFL. And we know that inflation recently hit the wide receiver market. And now you have, I'll get the numbers, you have like 20, no, maybe it's like 12 to 15 receivers now making upwards of $20 million or more. Oh, sorry, now I have 13 receivers making $20 million or more. And you had 10 receivers sign extensions worth $20+ million in the recent calendar year of the NFL. So we know inflation has hit the wide receiver market, and Justin Jefferson is going to take huge advantage of that. So I don't know how much he's going to get paid. Right now, the highest paid receiver is Tyreek Hill at 4 years, $120 million. He got $72 million guaranteed. That's the starting point for Justin Jefferson.
That's some. Look, a wide receiver setting the market like that, and for what he's become for the Minnesota Vikings. But the biggest question is, do the Vikings have that type of money to pay him?
They better. If they don't, he's gone.
And you think about Kirk Cousins and his contract and how he was betting on himself each year. But Justin Jefferson is a difference maker. He changes the way that defenses has to be played. He changes the way that game plans are formulated. He's a big-time wide receiver. But my question to you, Rod, is you've been talking about this. The wide receiver market is something that is out there with a bunch of people. There's wide receiver depth all over the place.
It is. I think it's the deepest position in football at any level. But like I said, strangely enough, it's not following the law of supply and demand.
Correct.
You would think with more supply coming via college, it has been true. It's been over and over again. I can give you the numbers, but you go look at it. Last year, 2022, you had 17 wide receivers drafted in the first 3 rounds.
Right.
You also had 17 receivers drafted in the first 3 rounds of 2020. And those receivers are playing really well, by the way. Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, they're balling out of control, these young receivers. And so there are more receivers being drafted and more receivers being drafted higher in the NFL draft. And also those receivers are more productive earlier on in their NFL careers. All of those stats, those trends would point to not paying a receiver big time money, not overpaying for a receiver. That's the supply, the law of supply and demand. You got so much supply that it should kind of drop the value of these receivers down a little bit, but that's not happening. Actually, the value is starting to become inflated. So you got more of a supply of receivers than you ever had before. You have more quality receivers than you ever had before. You have more young receivers making an impact earlier than you've ever had before. And yet the value, the price of receivers has never been higher. None of that makes sense. That is not following the laws of economics. It does not make any sense at all. So I don't even know how to really describe it for you, but it's not stopping anytime soon.
Well, don't forget, Christian Kirk started this whole monopoly with the wide receiver position. And we all looked at each other like, what in the world is happening that Christian Kirk is getting that amount of money? He went out and earned that contract. He played well this year. Yeah, he did. But Justin Jefferson was way better than Christian Kirk from the jump. So for him to ask for this much money, or for him to go out and try to set the market for the wide receiver position, you're going to have to come up off something to make sure that dude doesn't go anywhere else, because somebody's going to pay him.
And you know who's going to be laughing all the way to the bank after Justin Jefferson signs a what is likely to be a 4-year, $128 million deal with $32 million per, $75 million guaranteed, right above Tyreek Hill, Jamar Chase.
I was just about to say Jamar Chase.
And you know who's going to be advocating and banging on the table for Jamar Chase to get signed is Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow, who's about to set the market as well.
Who's about to reset the market for quarterbacks. So
don't forget history, though, with the Vikings is when Stephon Diggs played there, they said, we're not paying you, and traded him off.
Great point.
So history with the Vikings is we're not paying you. Now, I think Justin Jefferson is doing even more than Stephon Diggs did when he was there.
Correct.
Stephon Diggs, clearing at wide receiver 1, great wide receiver. Justin Jefferson looks like he could be a generational talent at wide receiver. So this may be the one to go, hey, man, we're not going to get anybody better. Like, we got lucky again. But at the same point, they did say Stephon Diggs, who is a number 1, they were like, cool, let someone else go pay you.
Yeah, no, remember that we talked about this at the time it was happening. We noticed the trend of inflation with the wide receivers. There are some teams that were drawing a line in the sand and saying, no, I'm not. The Cowboys were one.
Right.
Like, no, I'm not going to keep paying these wide receivers these ridiculous rates, the ridiculous prices. That's another one. Minnesota, great point, Patrick. The Kansas City Chiefs decided, no, not happening. Sorry. We're going to go all in and invest on our quarterback.
Yep.
We're not paying a quarterback and a receiver to be the highest paid at their positions. So I think some teams are deciding, nah, we want to invest in that wide receiver. And you know what? It was a really good investment for Buffalo.
No doubt.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Stephon Diggs, that was a brilliant investment by them. So it all depends. I mean, Devontae Adams for the Raiders, was that a good investment for them?
Nah, it sounds
I don't know.
Well,
he was great. No, he's fantastic
he was
this year.
great.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
But if you're the Raiders, part of that was Derek Carr and his relationship because they were BFFs. And now you don't got Derek Carr and you don't figure any quarterback. At least you got a good wide receiver. But was it worth it? I don't know. Yeah.
Well, we're gonna find out soon enough what they do next.
Yeah.
It's what the Raiders. What are they gonna do next? Are they gonna get themselves a quarterback? Maybe Aaron Rodgers. Maybe Tom Brady. And then it may end up paying off for them. It depends on who they bring in to be that other quarterback.
It's a good point. And getting to Patrick's point about sometimes ownership and leadership, they decide on a lot of these extensions and these potential record-breaking contracts. You got a cheap billionaire in Cincinnati with the ownership there.
Cheap.
Yeah, and cheap billionaires are always problematic. You have Joe Burrow, 26 years old. He's older.
Yep.
For a quarterback
he was,
in his first contract, signing his second contract.
Right.
But he's 26, so he's a little older. So I wouldn't doubt if Joe Burrow's like, no, I got to get my money now.
Yeah.
I'm signing my second contract, a little later than some of these other youngsters. Like,
Yep.
I want to get myself now. So I wonder if you start looking at things, you are looking at it. He's definitely going to set the market. He's already the winningest quarterback in postseason history for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yep.
Already.
Yeah.
In the history of the franchise.
They didn't have a lot of success early.
The fans are going to riot if you don't sign this guy.
And he's an Ohio kid.
Thank you. Even more so.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
And he's an Ohio kid.
You whatever he asked for, and if he doesn't get a fully guaranteed deal, then nobody is ever outside of Deshaun Watson going to get a fully guaranteed deal. If he doesn't get one.
Ever.
I will say this is the one, but he missed a full season pretty much.
He did.
And they go, all right, we got that reconstructed knee and all that. All right, so are we going to give you guaranteed, or are we going to go with what every single other owner is saying now, which was screw the Browns and what they did? No one else is allowed to do that. Please, no one else offer that contract.
I could see that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think has happened.
Collusion.
Yeah, that is the pure definition of it right there. There's no way that any other quarterback that had their opportunity to get that amount of money did not sign it, starting with Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray should have been banging on that desk talking about guarantee.
Agreed.
Well, yeah, but there's all the reports of the Kyler Murray wanted that money, and he was like, cool, see y'all later.
Yeah.
I'll be back to renegotiate in a few years.
Yeah, he's going to go play baseball. Still had that.
No, I mean it's and they had the weird
Go
stipulation about film study in a contract. That was strange too. I still agree with Patrick's theory that they put that in there because they didn't want him to sign it.
Yeah,
he signed it anyway.
Yeah. Well, that was a one clause, but they said there was other weird clauses in there that they had to take out too, because it just did not seem like a contract they thought was going to get signed, and that was a negotiation point of, well, we'll take that out if you don't want that more money, but we'll take this clause out and this clause out to negotiate, and then he just, pay me, cool.
Bad agents, man. So that was a bad agent deal right there. No question about it. Okay, let's get to some Texans news here because the Texans are still looking for a head coach. And there was some rumors about the Texans and them essentially zeroing in on Jonathan Gannon. I know that recently they like Jonathan Gannon, the DC from the Eagles, but there's been nothing that I've seen substantive that would say they've zeroed in on a candidate. There's also another kind of more of a rumor than anything that they've already made a trade offer for Sean Payton. That they're just waiting to hear back. That they've already said like, "Hey man, you want a first? Then here we'll oblige. We'll send you one of our first round picks." Remember, they got multiple first round picks over the next 2 years, and I hope that is true that they've already made an offer. What are you waiting for?
Exactly.
If Sean Payton is seriously considering your organization, what are you waiting for? Send the offer to them, then ask him what his number is or at least his agent, what his number is, what he'd like to sign for in terms of per year salary, and get that in order to, and give yourself the best chance to get Sean Payton. I know that it's a long shot. A lot of people are saying that Sean Payton may decide to take his name off the market, period, because he doesn't like the options in this round of the coaching carousel. And I totally understand that too, because these are not necessarily ideal spots.
Right.
But I think out of all of these openings right now, and by the way, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN said the same thing in a recent column, that the Texans are by far the most attractive for a coach like Sean Payton because he can kind of rebuild the whole damn thing in his own image. So I hope it happens, but right now, that's the leader for me. Right now, if I could say my second favorite choice for the Texans, I'd probably go with DeMeco Ryans right now.
That's who I like
behind Sean Payton, but Sean Payton's by far.
Well, he's the whale, right?
Yeah,
he's the whale that everybody's looking for.
Yes, he's your Moby Dick.
Yeah, but I'm looking at DeMeco Ryans the same way. I think he is very impressive. I love the way he's gone about his professional business on the sideline, being a defensive coordinator. I heard you talking about the fact that everybody believes that he's the next great coach that is waiting for his opportunity.
People, yeah.
So I'm down with that. I think that'll be a class move, and I think people will respond to that.
Yeah.
And I'll say this. I think I'm with you, Harge, and I love to see that. From reports, and this is just reports, and you never know about stuff, it seems that if Caserio gets to make the hire, it's going to be Gannon.
Yeah,
and if Cal McNair makes the hire, it's Sean Payton.
Oh, you know what? I hope Cal McNair makes the hire then.
But that's what it's because Caserio doesn't want to hire Sean Payton
because he's
done. He knows he's done. So, but if he makes a hire, he wants to bring his guy where he's now the leader of this franchise and he's the leadership. Sean Payton is the leadership if he comes in.
Yep.
So but it just seems like if you go that way, Gannon has seemed like the guy that Caserio really likes.
I agree with that.
And Caserio is making the decision. So if it's not Sean Payton, Caserio is the only one that really talks to Cal McNair anyway, right?
He's going to make what he said. This is what he said. He said he's going to make the recommendation, what's best for the team, like you said, what's best for him.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Then Cal McNair is going to, based on that recommendation, he's going to make his choice what the hire should be. But it will be largely based on the recommendation, I believe.
Yeah.
So you're right. Jonathan Gannon, he liked Jonathan Gannon last year, though.
Yeah.
He was a big John. He said Jonathan Gannon was a finalist last season, and Jonathan Gannon won't discuss his head coaching interviews anymore. He has said, I'm not discussing that anymore. So apparently he's tired of answering questions about it.
At least during the playoffs.
At least during the playoffs, yes. There you go. But I'll say this. I read these yesterday, too, just really quick. I know we're up against it. But, yeah, if you go back and do research about DeMeco Ryans, there are numerous stories throughout the years of coaches, even before he has now been considered to be a head coach, saying he's got what it takes to be a head coach in the NFL.
Yep.
In 2017, when Shanahan first took the job and brought him in as a quality control coach, Kyle Shanahan said that he predicted DeMeco Ryans would be a head coach at that time.
Yep.
This is when he brought him in as a quality control guy. He said, quote, it's a matter of time before DeMeco is a coordinator in this league. Then he hired him as a coordinator. And then he said...
he knew that.
He said, and then it's just a matter of time before he's a head coach in this league. Remember, Shano knew him as a player going back to when he was an OC with the Texans, and he was a middle linebacker for the Texans at the time. And speaking of that time with the Texans, Matt Schaub, who was the quarterback back then, said he remembers being hounded by DeMeco Ryans as a young player, trying to get clues as to what the offense was trying to achieve. He said, quote, in the locker room, in the mirror room, on the field, on the side, when our reps are over, he said, he would ask me often, hey, I saw this formation. Is this something we should look for off of that, like a play action or something? He always wanted to visualize because defense looks at things from an offensive formations. So even Matt Schaub said, man, this dude was always obsessed with learning about the game from my side of view, from the offensive side of things. Matt Schaub said he would predict when he was handing off the ball and when he was faking the handoff for a play action pass by the behavior and by the posture of Schaub's offhand. It was the sort of behavior that made former Texans nose tackle Sean Cody, he called Ryans the coach on the field. He said they used to call him Cap. Yep. As in El Capitan, as their captain for coach. Here's a good story about Bill Davis, the defensive coordinator for the Eagles when DeMeco Ryans was there. He told Jim Trotter that he would install 2 defensive game plans every week. One for when DeMeco Ryans would play and one if DeMeco Ryans didn't play. And the one game plan with DeMeco Ryans installed with him as the middle linebacker, he said basically he would just let him make all the adjustments, make all the checks, and make all the audibles. But when he wasn't in there, that's basically when he would take more ownership of the defense. He said DeMeco's so talented, he will go to the next level and be a phenomenal head coach in this league because of the way he handles himself on a day-to-day basis. He said that back in the day when he was coaching DeMeco Ryans. So you got Shano saying it, his D coordinator saying it. How about this, Chip Kelly, when he coached them with the Philadelphia Eagles? I mean, Chip Kelly moved on to coach the San Francisco 49ers. In his bio, and they asked him all the little weird, just kind of quirky questions like favorite food, favorite movie, best football name, etc. They asked him also what player would make a great head coach, former or current. He said DeMeco Ryans. He said it wouldn't surprise me if DeMeco became president, actually.
There you go.
That's what he said about DeMeco Ryans. So it whether you look, I mean, and actually Chip Kelly's nickname for him was actually Mufasa. Said he was the king of the jungle.
There it
is. He would
is.
call him that. And Jordan Hicks, strange enough, this links to a lifetime Longhorn Jordan Hicks. He was drafted by the Eagles in his rookie years, the same year DeMeco Ryans got hurt. He actually ruptured his Achilles that year. And Jordan Hicks credits DeMeco Ryans for basically teaching him everything that he knows about playing the linebacker position in the NFL.
No ego.
He took him under his wing, just taught him everything. No ego. It's a great point. Yeah.
Yep.
So DeMeco Ryans, the more research I do on him, the more I'm starting to believe. And a former Texan, that he's my second choice.
Yeah.
Behind Sean Payton, of course.
Yep. And that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I mean, Sean has been that dude, but DeMeco is, I'm coming.
He's coming.
We coming.
We coming.
We coming.
Like Colorado football.
That's right. We coming.
I like that. All right, we come back. We'll talk about some Longhorn news, notes, and nuggets. We got A.D. Mitchell entering the transfer portal and possibly considering Texas. Also, we'll talk about some Longhorns getting some love before the NFL draft. All of that and more right here on Ball Don't Lie on 104 on the Horn. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. It is a new theme Thursday edition of Ball Don't Lie based on the song selections my man Patrick plays. We're basically supposed to be able to guess based on the clues and hints from those songs what the new theme of the day is. My man Harge was close. He was right there. He was near the area code, getting close to the zip code, but he didn't quite get it. But it's a King theme celebrating Martin Luther King Jr., his birthday, also his Martin Luther King's holiday this week, and Original Kings of Comedy was actually the featured movie on Midweek Movie Music Edition of Ball Don't Lie. So I wanted to continue the King theme, and I understand that. So my man Patrick, shout out to him, the Idealionaire. I want to get to this A.D. Mitchell story in case we run out of time here, because that's the buzz on social media, and the buzz via the Twitterverse is that the wide receiver from Georgia who has just entered the transfer portal. It is official. A.D. Mitchell is in the transfer portal, as my man Harge mentioned in his Hard Knock Life. If you missed it, I would encourage you to go check it out. It was fantastic. But he talked about the transfer portal and all the numbers, because now it's officially closed for this cycle of the transfer portal. But now before A.D. Mitchell, a wide receiver from Georgia who is from the great state of Texas, entered his name to the transfer portal. And there are a lot of people that believe, Harge, that he may be looking at Texas as one of his top targets. Texas and USC, apparently the front runners to acquire his services.
Yeah, he's a special type of player, but a lot of times when you get these kids that go into the transfer portal, they start looking around and trying to get closer to home. Maybe it's a family issue. Maybe there's something else that's going on. And just think about it. I mean, you're playing on a team that just won back-to-back national championships. You pretty much you've achieved the goals that you needed at a certain school, and now it's time for you to go somewhere else. And him being able to enter the transfer portal, but it also provides Texas, if this is where he ends up, because there's other schools I'm sure that are going to be vying for his services. If he does end up at the University of Texas, we had a tough time finding that third wide receiver this past year. You're bringing back Jordan Whittington. Yep. You're bringing back X-Man Xavier Worthy, which is another part of that transfer portal. That means that he's not going anywhere, because he would have had to put his name in it because it closed as well.
Good point.
So you start looking around and saying, okay, then you got Isaiah Nayor that's still going to be a part of this. You're going to have somebody in there, Savion Red, Casey Kane. You got now you just added more depth into that wide receiver room, into a place where, like I said, that third wide receiver never really took off, never really took shape. The other part of that is, if you do get him, you still have to bring in another wide receivers coach. You still have that entity that needs to be filled as well. So there's a lot that's going on at the University of Texas, possibly at the University of Texas, but his name is one that I've heard has been linked to the University of Texas.
Yeah, he also, not only from Houston area originally, and spent his freshman and sophomore year there before moving to the state of Tennessee. And there he spent his junior and senior year, became one of the highest ranked and highly recruited receivers in the country. Did get an offer from Texas and a lot of other major Power 5 programs, end up choosing Georgia. Had 38 career receptions, actually started several games his true freshman year. So you're talking about a high-level talent, 6'3", around 195. I believe he's in an Isaiah Nayor insurance policy. We know Isaiah Nayor last year coming in. There were big expectations for him, big plans for him within the offense. He did have the injury. You never know how a player's going to come back from an injury. Remember, everybody thought Troy Amir was getting starting reps with the first team as a true freshman. He gets injured back-to-back years, now in the transfer portal.
Yeah.
It's just really hard to come back from injury, so they don't know how he's going to come back, Isaiah Nayor. So I think this is an insurance policy just in case he needs a little bit more time to get back to his old form. He was going to be the deep threat. Xavier Worthy was going to be the featured wide receiver. Right. You were going to have your slot wide receiver, your slot guy in Jay Witt, and they didn't even really count on JT Sanders becoming a force multiplier, which he has become. So I think they want a deep threat, and hopefully this guy, A.D. Mitchell, if not Isaiah Nayor, can fulfill that role, because when they tried to pigeonhole and typecast Xavier Worthy to be both the deep threat and the featured wide receiver, that burden forced his game to regress. And I think they want to unburden him this year.
Yeah, let him try to fly underneath the radar. I mean, you're never going to be that under-the-radar guy because you are X-Man. You've already established yourself as a certain type of player, but you still need to make sure that you are living up to whatever role has been asked of you. And now you got some help. Now you got a lot of help. I thought you had help with Jay Witt. That might have been something that was either Quinn Ewers' fault or it was Sark's fault. One of the two, because it goes back to what we've been talking about. You can't have them both. You can't be mad at both. Was it Quinn Ewers trying to be just focusing on what X-Man was doing because he knew he had big play capabilities and he loved to drop them bombs? Or was it the fact that Sark was trying so hard to feature him as that wide receiver? So some of that stuff just didn't add up.
It did. I totally agree. And I always agree with your take that Jay Witt's been underutilized. So I think all this goes back to the regression of the passing game.
Yep.
All right. And what is Sark going to do to address the regression in the passing game and make sure that this year you don't have further regression? And part of that is having fail-safes, insurance policies in the wide receiver room. That's what AD mentioned. Remember last year they tried this too. Isaiah Hall, Tariq Milton from Iowa State. None of those. Isaiah Nayor, another transfer, didn't really work out for them. They're hoping this year that those contributions from those acquisitions will actually help the passing game. And, to your point about utilizing Jay Whitmore and utilizing JT Sanders even more, even though he's a first-team all-conference tight end. We talk a lot about positionless football, and yes, Shanahan majors in it. His whole entire blueprint is built around it. But you don't have to major in positionless football to be able to utilize certain concepts and elements from it. And I think for guys like JT Sanders and Jay Witt, his expansive, versatile skill set, I think Sark should steal some of those concepts and principles about positionless football because it'll help you be able to find advantageous matchups for those guys a lot of the time, especially guys like JT and Jay Witt. Those guys can move all around the board, in the backfield, slot, outside. That can be really tough, a headache for opposing defenses.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. We'll wrap this thing up, put it in there, and let you know what's on tap for us right here on Ball Don't Lie. 104.9 The Horn. Welcome back to Ball Don't Lie right here on 104.9 The Horn. If you missed any part of any of the shows, please go to hornfm.com. You can catch up with them on the podcast page. But before we get out here, we'll let you know what's on tap for us. Oh, matter of fact, what's on tap next before we get out of here, let you know what's on tap coming up next. Don't go anywhere because we have Longhorn Weekly.
That's right.
With head coach Rodney Terry. That's right.
RT, baby.
I cannot wait for this one, actually. I'm really excited about this one. Patrick, who else is going to be on the show?
Dylan DeSue will be the player guest on the show as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
And if you want to go watch that live, it's happening live. Right there?
Yes, it'll be Pluckers in about 7 minutes.
So you still got time. You're hanging out. You want to go
Pluckers down on Rio Grande.
That's
There you
right.
Where
go.
they do it, and they do it every Thursday. So you'll be able to go down there. Don't make it this week. You can make it next week.
All right, yes, I love that. So West Campus, Pluckers, live, Longhorn Weekly with head coach Rodney Terry. Really excited about that. All right, what you got on tap, Harsh?
I'm going to go to the crib, get a recap of my son's basketball game. They won again tonight, so I'll get the recap of that, and then I'm going to watch a little bit more basketball.
That's going to be a beautiful thing. I'm going to go start watching one of my favorite shows, Hunters. It's like an Al Pacino show on Amazon. It's about him hunting Nazis.
Come
Go
on,
watch
man.
that.
I still
Back
need
on
to
it.
start Tulsa King. Everybody keeps telling me about Tulsa King. I need to
The
start
one with
it.
Sylvester Stallone.
Yes.
Yes, on Paramount.
Yes.
I want to watch it. I have not started, but I
Yeah,
heard
I need to
good
start
things.
that too. Patrick?
Patrick, what you got on tap?
Basketball, probably. You know,
As
just
always.
standard.
That's why I love. That's why I love my man Patrick, man. Until we started watching, he's always watching for
Already.
us. I want to thank all you guys out there for listening and all your participation. Remember, the revolution will not be televised. We talk about it right here on Ball Don't Lie. We love you guys. We mean that. Take care of yourselves, but more importantly, take care of each other. Longhorn Weekly coming up next with Rodney Terry, head coach of the men's basketball team, and Craig Wade, voice of the Longhorns. Peace.